The protagonist always felt free in the village and could also sleep well. His previous life in the village was quite satisfactory, but suddenly, his old man asked him to be a bodyguard for a young lady, which was something of a new experience for him. Which young lady was so lucky to have him after all? A news outlet reported on a new suspect in a bank robbery in Jiangnan, so he was arrested. Surprisingly, police found that the suspect was tied up and thrown into the police station. Police, now looking for a talented and brave hero. There was also news that Yicheng Pixin Elementary School announced that they had been funded. The mysterious contributor chose to remain anonymous. This elementary school will be the largest elementary school in Beichuan district. This news brought back old good memories for the young man, which he decided to put behind him. Now he had a trip ahead of him that would probably change a lot of things. But the large crowd kept him from passing quietly. Everyone was stepping on each other's feet, and Wang Zheng couldn't walk on the train in peace, and Wang Zhengyi had to step aside so that he wouldn't be accidentally hit and then trampled on. The young man, while other people were trying to squeeze into their seats, had found a good seat for himself next to a pretty girl with whom he wasted no time, and had already invited to dinner. Only the man sat in the wrong seat. He should have left. And if he wanted to flirt with the girl so badly, he should have done it somewhere else. Only he didn't realize it and arrogantly replied to Wang Zheng, hinting at what kind of young man the country boy was, and this brat didn't know how to embarrass himself at all. Of course, Wang Zheng wasn't going to give in like this, even if there were empty seats. As they said, it was already a matter of honor. Still, he continued to insist that the unfamiliar man leave his seat and go to his own. The one was extremely dissatisfied and thought to settle the matter with his money. The stranger decided that he would sit here anyway, and a redneck like our protagonist should find another place. Just how much money the man offered Wang Zheng, the man couldn't contain his admiration. The bill flew out of the hands of the stranger, who decided to behave pathos, thus demonstrating his status to the lady. In addition, he decided to say that Wang Zheng had never seen the real world, and he is such an advanced and modern man, besides showing that he is someone a girl should go out with. But he didn't have to show his peacock feathers for long. Wang Zheng was not a timid person, and realized that if he couldn't make an agreement with this man, he would have to do what this scum deserved. The behavior of the man was unworthy. Looking at him, you could immediately understand. With this man, it is better not to go on a date. A very good way to kick an insolent stranger out of your place is to simply throw away their phone. There was a huge crowd behind me. How do I find this phone now? It would definitely take a long time. Of course, now the arrogant demeanor would immediately change to confusion. If he doesn't go looking for his phone right now, he probably won't find it later, in case someone steals it. The man was angry, of course. He had to run through the crowd and give up his seat next to the lady. It would seem that the whole trip was for naught. This fool thought to crush Wang Zheng with his pressure, but he didn't seem to realize who he was attacking. The observers approved of the way the young man had managed to deal with that insolent man, for they could only be dealt with in such a way, such as they understood only force and the same insolence. The girl, in her turn, was also glad that there was an adequate person sitting next to her, and not some clingy man. So she decided to introduce herself as Su Huang. The girl was open-minded and studied at a medical university, and she was grateful for the rescue. Wang Zheng was initially surprised that the girl was so open, but it was still pleasantly surprising and conducive to familiarity. This asshole decided to return to Wang Zheng, still getting even for throwing away the phone, scaring the guy with his appearance and threats. In response, Wang Zheng had to threaten as well, because if this stranger didn't manage to calm himself down, he would have to stay behind the train. The man still didn't want to calm down, and continued to brazenly threaten Wang Zheng, knowing how scrumptious he was. Wang Zheng couldn't take this attitude anymore, and was ready to throw this impudent man out right now. But before that, if that idiot dares to say one more word, he'll have to feel a slap on his pig's head. He was so confident that he had the audacity to say that Wang Zheng would never succeed, because he was just a migrant worker. What kind of pathetic construction site did he come to? To move bricks? Or was he trying to get a stranger to find him a job? I think you're the one who got the poor guy to agree after all. He had no control over his words at all, and even after the first incident, he didn't realize who he had decided to argue with. This guy was also deaf. Wang Zheng had to repeat that right now. The stranger would wet his pants. He became even more nervous. This man was very impulsive and attracted a lot of unnecessary attention. Besides, he was very stupid and did not believe that this could happen to him. His stupidity did get him to the point where he actually wet his pants, which he so sincerely did not believe. This smell was very vile and spread immediately. Phew! How could adults still pee in their pants? What a disgrace. This person not only has the intelligence of a child, but also the physiology too. People who were watching this conflict began to press the man, because he really had no shame. How could he not control his trips to the toilet? He should have gotten out of here and not stink up other people. But some of the people went further and decided to make a video of him and then publish it on social networks. He didn't have a good trip, but other people had a lot of fun watching this fool. Still, Wang Zhen could see that there was something wrong with the people from the city. It was still a mystery to Su Huang. How did Wang Zheng make the stranger wet his pants? It was a little secret, and Wang Zheng was willing to reveal it for the girl. In fact, Wang Zheng had pierced the man with a needle in a certain place. After this fact, it could be concluded that Wang Zheng was a doctor of Chinese medicine. Su Huang was delighted because her new acquaintance knew so much about the meridians of the human body. Besides, she was also a student of Chinese medicine, so they would definitely have a lot to discuss. Was there a Chinese medicine doctor who was as good and handsome as Wang Zheng? Our hero certainly had a lot of confidence. In any case, he was not a Chinese medicine doctor, but he knew some body parts that they could discuss with the girl. As the trip was coming to an end, this conversation was definitely pleasant for both of them. Su Huang was charmed by Wang Zheng and asked him to leave his phone number for her. Unfortunately, he couldn't do that. But since they were both in town, he still had a chance to see the girl again. Su Huan looked sadly at the boy, still not understanding why he was unable to give her a phone number. Normally, many boys would be the first to ask for her phone number, but this was the opposite. Mr. Wang Zheng has already been sent by the master to have his confidants pick him up. Wang Zhen was surprised by his appearance. After all, master had spent a lot of money on him as a bodyguard. But Wang Zhen didn't look super strong or special. Work was work, and no one discussed the master's decision, so they silently put Wang Zheng in the car. But there was someone who still held a grudge against Wang Zheng, and he still hadn't been able to let it go. This little rat decided to rely on kinship and asked his uncle for help. The journey didn't take long. Soon the car arrived at the mansion, which was located on Tianping Mountain. The house really looked very luxurious. Wang Zheng could estimate its value to be in the millions. Only in these times and in this town, $1 million wasn't a lot of money. The guards immediately led Wang Zheng to familiarize himself with the family members and who he would be guarding. Looking at this girl from behind, Wang Zheng could give her appearance a score of 75. Finally, Mr. Jing still arrived according to Master's order. Master also ordered that in the future, Wang Zheng would be Madam's senior bodyguard. This news did not please the young mistress in any way. It seemed as if the man was not enough her father, so now he wanted to follow the girl's life. The young mistress was indeed very angry, but all her displeasure subsided as soon as she saw her bodyguard. She looked at him with a surprised look and seemed to be embarrassed for a moment. Wang Zheng in turn could now rate his mistress by as much as 90 points once he saw her appearance. After a brief silent pause, Shanga Shishi still continued to be indignant. She had been surrounded by many bodyguards all her life, and such a dense defense was already bothering her. She finally turned her attention to the new guest, completely unaware of who or what he was doing here. Shanga Shishi took a closer look at Wang Zheng, and his appearance was not good to say the least. Not a shaven face with stubble protruding sloppily, and the guy's dirty and dressed like a bum. The girl was even disgusted to look at him. She almost seemed to vomit after she stopped scrutinizing Wang Zheng. Of course, without even figuring out who this guy was, she asked to kick this dirty bum out of the house. He even made the floor dirty. Why was he even in Shangyi Shishi's house? Zhang Yang had worked here for quite a long time and knew Madame very well. She was always angry if the cleanliness of the house was disturbed. The girl was really exaggerating. So what if Wang Zheng was some bum and the floor was dirty because of him? No big deal. Then he was willing to take off his slippers. Basically, that in a blink of an eye he did. I wish he'd get this problem sorted out soon and get down to business. But you couldn't tell from the look on Mistress's face that she was very satisfied. Her irritation had increased by leaps and bounds. Her words could not be ignored now. Shanga Shishi was completely indifferent to the fact that this person was invited by her father. She continued to demand that this person leave her house. At the very least, if Wang Zheng didn't leave, then Zhang Yong would have to leave. He certainly didn't want to conflict with Miss Shai, but he didn't want to disobey his master either. Zhang Yong couldn't understand why master had hired such an unkempt guy to be Miss Shai's bodyguard. Wang Zheng decided to somehow diffuse the situation by making a joke about Madame, saying that she had delayed her period for a long time, and therefore it caused her to be irritable, which was not good. The guy seemed like he was just joking, but his joke made him even more disgusted with himself. Shanga Shishi thought that this guy was not only a bum, but also a pervert. Who knows where she ran to? but to continue to stand in the same room with these perverts was something she didn't want to do anymore. Really, who liked the joke was the second bodyguard, Jiang Yong. Mistress also pissed him off at times, perhaps. During these moments, he had many funny jokes and quips floating around, but he didn't have the courage to express them. Whoever dares to fight Wang Zheng, he would make him cry, to his rhythm. This was his motto for life. Jiang Yong offered to wait here for a while. He hoped that Madame Shi would still cool down from this joke and come back. Suddenly, Wang Zheng noticed something from brother Zhang. Jiang Yong had some heavy black circles under his eyes, just like a mule. But this problem was solvable. It was amazing that the kid even through his glasses saw this, and he was also willing to help Jiang Yong with this problem a little later, for which the elder was of course very grateful to the point of tears. Soon Mrs. Shi returned, but this time not by herself. In a business suit, Sheng Pei could be spotted. She was the design director of Xiaolan High Group. On the other side was Han Xingye, just Shanggu Shishi's best friend. These two girls were also rated as high as 90 points by Wang Zheng. Definitely all bouncers. Fortunately, our hero had good concentration, for an average person would have gotten a nosebleed long ago. Now the girlfriends started to deal with the bodyguards. How come that dirty guy made Shishi cry? Was he like that too? Jiang Yong was about to introduce Wang Zheng as a bodyguard to the guest master, but he decided to tell everything himself. It turned out that Wang Zheng was not joking about delaying her period for a long time. He was being completely serious, because it made her very irritable. In addition, if she didn't treat it, it was quite possible that acne would appear on her face, and the complications would go even further. After this detailed explanation, Han Xingye was extremely astonished, for in front of her was a very perceptive man. A man who would immediately realize that a girl had a problem with her period was rare indeed. In such a case, Shanggu Shishi's only hope was for Sister Sheng Pei. She didn't care at all that he was the bodyguard her father had invited. She just wanted him out of here. Knowing the character of her beloved Shishi, Sheng Pei still agreed to help. But before she said anything, she looked at the boy carefully. Wang Jing really looked like a bum, and Shanggu Shishi wasn't even exaggerating, even though her period was late. First, Sheng Pei noticed the guy's unkempt and dirty hair, which must have been washed in the Middle Ages. Thank goodness the clothes seemed to be clean. But still they were old and nowhere near as good as the role of bodyguard to such an esteemed mistress. And again, dirty feet. It wasn't the slippers that made the floor dirty, but Wang Zheng's unwashed feet. After carefully examining the young man, the woman ordered Jiang Yong to take this gentleman to take a shower and change his clothes, and later he would be waited for in the living room. Sheng Pei had one question for him. Sheng Pei was a grown woman and preferred constructive conversations, the place of impulsive welding, which still surprised the new guest. Sure enough, Han Xingye once again made sure that Sheng Pei was worthy of being a goddess, because that guy looked at her like that. Shanggu Shishi still couldn't calm down because she wanted to kick the guy out and asked her sister for help. But she was of a different opinion because she thought he would be the one who could heal Shanggu Shishi. Madam had already seen many doctors, but no one had helped her so far. Why would she need another bum? But don't forget that he was invited by Master Shang Anam, so he must have good skills, and another person to guard him would be a good idea. Maybe then, the last kidnapping incident won't happen again. Turns out our protagonist wasn't so bad when he washed up after all and would be more or less different clothes. None of the girls could refrain from gazing intently to admire the fellow. One could notice such good skin on him, and in general, he was so handsome. His skin felt really good just because he made some mask for himself. With a mask recipe like this, any skin can be beautiful. In that case, Han Xingye was very much interested and wanted to get this mask too. Well, anyway, it was time to get back to the pressing topics of conversation. Wang Zhen was the bodyguard that Shang'an's uncle had invited, which meant he had to be different. Now the girls wanted to see what exactly was he special about. Wang Zheng had to think for a while about what to surprise these girls with. Then he asked for Sheng Pei's coat. The young mistress immediately went to her designer's defense. Suddenly, this guy wanted to do something bad. Yes, only there was a difference, was that Sheng Pei wasn't as negative as her Shishi. If she herself started this conversation, she wasn't averse to giving up her jacket. Even though Shang Shishi continued to resent Sheng Pei still trusted the new young bodyguard. When Wang Zheng received the woman's jacket, he immediately turned to his sense of smell and smelled Sheng Pei's jacket properly. When he scrutinized all the odors, he pronounced, as if summing up, that the wearer of the jacket had been feeling dizzy and tired lately. She also used an unusual perfume. But more specifically, it was a medicine. It could help calm the nerves, and also it wasn't easy to replace. After using this medicine for a long time, the muscles and nerves would be permanently weakened, and Xiangpei could easily be at the mercy of someone else. How could this happen? Xiangpei didn't understand at all. After all, she knew that she had bought this perfume in a store, not in some kind of hospital. But worry not, if a woman does not use this perfume, the symptoms will disappear on their own. Also, from now on, Wang Zhen will be here, and those who want to harm any of these girls will know all the agony and suffering. In that case, the girls were planning to go shopping in the afternoon, so Wang Zheng should go with them as Shang Shishi's bodyguard. And if he was the bodyguard of the lady, he should dress well. Of course, the only one who resented here was Shang Shishi. She was the one who had counted on the girls' support. But in the end, they forced her to accept Wang Zhen as her bodyguard. As soon as they stepped into the mall, all eyes were fixed on this company. People could only guess at what kind of man was next to these three beautiful women. Who was he that he could afford such a thing? Could it just be a rich, arrogant boy? Wang Zheng heard what was said about him, but he preferred to keep quiet and ignore it. Only in his mind could he swear foully and make it clear that he was just a bodyguard, not some spoiled brat. In the end, he needed to calm down. Xiangpei's sister had finally picked out some clothes for him and wanted him to try them on. This guy was so stupid at shopping. How could he be expected to protect Shishi? But it seems like it was just his first time shopping with such pretty girls. A completely different person came out. Wang Zheng in these clothes no longer looked like some dirty boy, but a respectable man. With a man like that, any woman would be happy to be in the same company. Who would have thought that Wang Zheng could be such a handsome guy? It was worth it to change his clothes. Oh, but what's wrong with these women's eyes? Wang Zheng has been handsome for a long time, and they're just now noticing it. With the shopping already paid for, the question was where to eat tonight. Han Xinye immediately suggested Narellan restaurant because it had the best steaks. The woman's worries were so light that Wang Zheng was just envious, but his life was also quite satisfactory to him. They got to the very same restaurant that was cooking wonderful steaks pretty quickly and were already waiting for their order. At this moment, Wang Zheng had one thing on his mind. He thought out loud and said it without any shame. After all, he had never thought that he would have the chance to come to such a fine restaurant in his life. But his thoughts were interrupted by his mistress to shut up, for by saying it out loud he was disgracing the girls. Meanwhile, Han Xinye noticed one guy who kept hitting on Xiangpei's sister. This time, this kid didn't dare to bypass the object of his admiration either. Zhang Mingquan was the crown prince of the Blue Ocean faction. It was no wonder that he allowed himself a lot of things. Not only Xiangpei was disgusted to see him, but also her friends. Zhang Mingquan had the face of an upstart, which was disgusting for the girls to look at. To think, Zhang Mingquan and Xiangpei met completely by chance, of course. The guy thought it was fate, but the mood and attitude of everyone towards Zhang Ming was silent, and it was clear that no one was happy to see him. And yet this man was quite persistent and kept hovering over the table. But this time he was interested in a new gentleman whom he saw for the first time. Shang Shishi decided to introduce Wang Zhen not as her bodyguard, but as Xiangpei's boyfriend. Zhang Ming, of course, had some questions for the girl. When did she have a boyfriend? Xiangpei decided to play along with her friend, and hoped that this annoying beau would leave her alone afterwards. So she made it clear that she was really dating Wang Zheng. Although Wang Zheng was a bodyguard, he didn't really want to be involved in all the women's affairs. Now our hero will not be easy and will have to deal with this annoying dude. After all, he just will not get away from the guy Xiangpei. Now he had questions about his name, where he works, and what Wang Zheng's father was doing. The young man was often called a good person, which was probably why Wang Zheng decided to play along and help the girls. In response to all the questions asked, he simply replied that it was none of his damn business. But such an answer did not suit the impudent suitor. He literally went mad. It seems that the girls will not be able to have a quiet dinner. Of course, finding out about the relationship now came first for Zhang Ming. He was puzzled when he found out that his beloved liked such freaks. So why? But this brat should have watched his expressions. Xiangpei, clearly I welcome such rude language towards anyone. To finally prove that they were indeed in a relationship, Wang Zheng dared to support his so-called girlfriend by touching her palm. Zhang Ming did not in vain try to stir up a conflict here, because he expected that our hero will be an arrogant boy, but he did not react to the provocations of the guy. Therefore, the guest thought to himself that Wang Zheng is an ordinary cat coward. To push the mood to the limit, Zhang Ming ordered to hit him if Wang Zheng had courage and was not a coward. Wang Zheng dared to take a step towards the woman Zhang Ming loved, Now he wanted to see if he could manage not to kill this man. Just as this scumbag had asked, Wang Zhen actually complied with this request. He already had nothing to lose. The girls had already gotten him involved in this situation. Besides, even though they did it, they didn't expect this little conflict to turn into a fight, so they were surprised. Jiang Ming had gotten his way because now the fight had really started. Although even so, the provocateur could not do anything towards Wang Zheng now. Who would have thought that he would hit that exact spot? Wang Zheng didn't even originally want to do this yet. He was just fulfilling Jiang Ming's wish. But he couldn't even think that this guy would turn out to be such a weakling. If anyone watching dared to cause trouble for the ladies or Wang Zheng, he would be guaranteed the same pain as that insolent Jiang Ming. No one wanted to get into trouble since it was not their fight, and the comrade had started it himself. Toward the end, when he was picked up, Jiang Ming tried to still bark something there, hoping that he would be able to restore his reputation in the future. Shang Pei could see that things were bad. After all, Jiang Mingquan was a stubborn man and was unlikely to ever let Wang Zhen go, since he had hit his most vulnerable spot. But at any rate, Wang Zheng was the Shang family's bodyguard, which meant he had to take care of Shang Pei as well. This rascal, in Shang Yishishi's opinion, had turned everything upside down and created new problems. In addition, the image of Madame that had been created in her head had collapsed again. Even though she was his boss, Wang Zheng didn't care at all that her idea of him had collapsed. At any rate, he was a man, and he also didn't have a delayed period. Shanga Shishi has finally met her blood enemy, he. After that incident, the atmosphere in the company was quite relaxed. Everyone at the table continued to joke and eat. The friendly atmosphere was restored again. But voices were heard. According to the statement, there was a person here who was disturbing the peace. So Jiang Ming and his comrades returned not alone, but with representatives of the authorities. The girls didn't understand why this ragamuffin was back again, but they had to be extremely cautious, because next to him was Wang Huiping, the deputy chief of police, in this area. Jiang Ming was completely unable to fight, and was now asking for someone to do it for him. Wasn't he ashamed? Apparently not. He dishonestly accused Wang Zheng of suddenly kicking him here while explaining the whole situation to Uncle Huiping. But the words were completely unreliable. Did anyone see the incident? In that case, the same question was posed to Wang Zheng. Did he have proof that he had not hit anyone? The witnesses were all girls, and Jiang Mingquan's words were all poisonous slander. In that case, another fact rose up. This whole company might have been in collusion, and their words were not trustworthy. Shanga Shishi was completely confused. She didn't expect to be disbelieved. Why would they believe that asshole? The answer was perfectly simple, and even Wang Zhen knew the answer to this question. It was very simple. Huiping believed Jiang Ming because he had a rich father. And in Jiang Ming's opinion, Wang Zheng was just a dirty fish that couldn't compare to him. It's nice to talk behind someone's back, such harsh remarks, while you're being guarded, isn't it? Wang Zheng was not at all afraid of being caught by the police. He just hated this kind of scumbag like Jiang Ming. From that moment on, our protagonist decided that from now on, whenever he saw Jiang Ming, he would give him kopnyaki, and just now was the first time. Han Xinye was simply ecstatic, for this was worked out perfectly. She had never seen such efficiency before. Jiang Ming wasn't going to joke around anymore. He decided to use the weapons he usually carried for emergencies. Now it was openly threatening Wang Zheng. Even the policeman himself had not expected such an aggressive reaction. His task was to keep order, but so far he was not doing a very good job of it. Jiang Ming decided to go for broke. He didn't just point this weapon. He had already prepared to shoot Wang Zheng, wanting to kill him to death. He didn't seem to care much about the consequences. He was relying on his rich father to cover for him, but that fool still didn't understand anything. Was he worthy of marrying a girl like Shang Pei, if he couldn't even stand up for himself? Now his foul threats towards the guy were gone. He prayed for one thing, that Wang Zheng would let him go, for there was no way he could break free from the strong grip. He was afraid of being strangled. At this moment, Wang Zheng realized one thing. He had been away from the city for too long. Many things had changed during his absence. In that case, he would no longer be as polite as before. Even though Jiang Ming started threatening first and almost killed Wang Zheng, as well as disrupting law and order, the police were still on his side and demanded that Jiang Ming be released. It turns out that it wasn't him who was breaking the law and order, but Wang Zheng. Jiang Ming was so pathetic and weak that he was now begging Uncle Huiping to save him. Now he had no way to hide behind his back. He was being held hostage. Truth be told, Wang Zheng didn't care at all if a policeman decided to do something, shoot him, or imprison him. Huiping. And even more so, his associates were not Wang Zhenwu's opponents, just a bunch of scum who can't even keep order and fulfill their duties. They should have taken care of their own lives, not Jiang Ming's life. Wang Zheng was willing to tell his life rules. First, he could stand up for himself, and no one could bully his men, and especially no one dared to abuse his woman. And if anyone dared to do so, they would directly deal with Wang Zheng, and it would not be a pleasant experience. Secondly, Wang Zheng was a calm person. Not many people could provoke him, but if someone did manage to do so, he would remember the incident for the rest of his life. Third, Wang Zheng, in his opinion, was not very wise, at least because he lived with one line on life. If you don't offend him, he won't offend anyone. But if it still happened that someone offended him or his friends, in that case, Wang Zheng would have to destroy that person. From these words, it became clear to the policeman the man in front of him was not such a simple guy. This pathetic child of the Zhang family, every day, caused Huiping some trouble that he himself had caused. But could the policeman afford to back down? This time, something happened in Huiping's brain. He remembered that he was not a personal guard, but a representative of justice. Zhang Mingquan grabbed the police gun, but order was broken by everyone. According to the law, all parties are required to go to the police station. But the idea that someone wanted to detain the young lady didn't please the head disciple of the first martial arts family in Beijing, Li Jian. Huiping was only lacking Li Jie to be happy. He couldn't deal with Zhang Ming, and then the others came along. Li Jian, of course, didn't just come for no reason, and he was called by Miss Shang. As soon as Li Jian's teacher heard that the young lady was in danger, he immediately asked Li Jian to come to help. Still, the guy came just in time. The girls were already in a panic, plus they wanted to teach these assholes a lesson for ruining their evening. They were just eating, and this group of police suddenly burst into the hall and wanted to arrest everyone. What an outrage! But there was the most disgusting guy. Not only did he want to hurt Shang Pei, but he also wanted to do it to Han Xinye as well. That pervert kept staring at Han Xinye's breasts, and she was such a pure and innocent girl, and that pervert was staring at her like a lustful skunk. Who would marry her after that? This story was enough to make Li Jian blaze with fire and hatred towards these characters. Jiang Ming still decided to protest against Han Xinye's words. Molly, who needs this stinking girl? What kind of nonsense is she even saying? She was nothing to be looked at. These words were giving him a hard time. Wang Zheng had a firm grip on his throat. In the end, he ordered Uncle Huiping to arrest everyone again, but would his uncle listen to him? But the policeman hung on like a broken record. To catch this company for Jiang Ming? Or not to make new enemies after all? Those were the questions that were on his mind right now. Han Xing saw the policeman's hesitation perfectly, so she decided to enlighten the situation a little for him. Next to her was the best student of Han's first martial arts school, and she was Han Xing's eldest daughter. Could Huiping now realize the situation? It seems. Not only did Huiping begin to sort out the situation, but there was a bigger fish for Jiang Ming, someone he feared like his death. He started to swear that he really didn't look at Han Xin's chest, but it was too late. Maybe he wasn't really looking at the girl's charms. But what did it matter? If he'd made this whole mess, let him eat his fill. His excuses were ineffective. He looked even more pathetic in the eyes of men. This day would be remembered for a long time, because this time there was no Uncle Huiping to help him, no skirt to hide behind and scream like a cowardly dog. Today he had to answer for all his actions. It was too good to seem real. We can only hope that this will be a lesson to him. As he fell to the floor, he kept asking for help from Uncle Huiping, who saw the whole rotten insides of this scumbag. Of course, there was nothing Uncle could do to help this boy anymore. He had insulted the entire Han family. Even Huiping couldn't defend himself, let alone Jiang Ming. Wang Zheng advised that policeman not to interfere in matters if he wanted to stay on duty and alive. After all, Ms. Han's father was much more influential and powerful than Jiang Ming's father. After the girl saw the guy she hated being punished, her anger left, so she offered to leave the place. Now the policeman had nothing to oppose these guys, so they could leave the cafe in peace. Not only Jiang Ming remembered this time, but also Huiping. He would no longer meddle in his nephew's dirty business, as it was costing him a lot of money. In Han Xinye's opinion, today was a very beautiful and cool day. At least it was the most interesting day for her in the past few years. Everyone especially remembered the moment when Wang Zheng slapped Jiang Ming on his phallus, thus putting him in his place, which was very arousing. Wang Zheng's attention was turned to something else, as if he wasn't here and didn't get into the conversation and the girls. At one moment, he stepped out of his space and asked how well Shishi was driving the car. A very pathetic reply was heard saying Wang Zhen was Wang Zhen's bodyguard, and it shouldn't bother him. Besides, he shouldn't have called Shushu by her first name, just Madam. But all these formalities were of very little concern to him, as if he didn't hear Shishi's claims, because there were bigger problems. The girls should have gotten rid of the car that was following them. The stranger's car had been following them for a long time now. It was giving them strange thoughts. Of course, such news did not make the girl very happy. She got excited and for a moment confused. However, looking in the rearview mirror, she could see that someone was indeed following them. She had to give that rascal credit, because if it wasn't for Wang Zheng, she wouldn't have even noticed the car. This moment had come. It was as if she had been waiting for it all her life. Of course she was ready to get away from this car. I bet she felt like she was in a movie at that moment. Now it's unlikely this car will be able to catch up with her. Let that dog swallow dust. Shang Pei wanted to call Uncle Shang Anyu, but the connection was disgusting. There was no signal at all. Han Xing also had no communication. No one could call anyone. It could be assumed that these were the people who wanted to kidnap Shishiye. Now they were chasing her. Who knew it would be like this? In that case, one could ask Li Jian to escort them. Things were bad. No matter how fast the girl chased, she still couldn't get rid of the pursuing car. Shishi finally remembered that she had a bodyguard after all. So she asked him to think of something instead of looking at the scenery. That was the catch. Wang Zhen was just a bodyguard, which meant his job was to protect Shishi, not to squeeze out any ideas. This answer of course angered the girl. She hadn't expected to have a subordinate who wasn't so docile, and it was hard to call him a subordinate. Was he a man or not? Of course he was a man, but he wasn't late in his period, like girls do. These sneers were definitely getting to Shishi by now. But nevertheless, there was nothing she could do about it other than just being angry. Seeing that his mistress was completely angry, Wang Zheng decided to take pity and give her some advice after all. His advice was that the girl should not drive the car in the direction of Tianping Mountain Fork, and tried to go to the outback. A whole hour had already passed and Wang Zheng still hadn't managed to get rid of his pursuers. Shishi was starting to get nervous. But one had to admit that this girl was very good at driving. If they keep driving like this, they might run out of gas. In that case, they won't even make it home. All Wang Zheng could offer in this situation was to drive until he ran out of gas. Well, the idea is brilliant. That was sarcasm, of course. But what else is there to say in response to the idea? Shishi sincerely didn't understand why her father was praising this guy. Moreover, he didn't just praise him. He also told his daughter to treat him with proper respect. Out of the three girls, Wang Zhen was the only person who could fight. But was he really that good at it? The pursuers noticed that the target was approaching the Dushan Bridge and were already preparing to slam our heroes into the trap. There was indeed a Dushan Bridge ahead, and there was only 15 minutes of gas left to drive. How would they manage to get out of this situation? Dushan Bridge was famous for having a narrow and dark road. Drivers always slowed down in front of this bridge because you couldn't see anything there. The girls started to panic more and more and asked Shishi to take a different route if they didn't want to crash. Shishi understood the risks and was well aware of this bridge, but there was no other way for them to go. While the girls were nervous and didn't know how to get out of this problem, Wang Zheng acted completely unconcerned and whistled some tune to himself. Shishi finally decided to speed up, so she warned the passengers to hold on tight because they were about to rush across the bridge. There was darkness on the bridge. There was a thick fog that made it impossible to see the road. Shishi tried to pass this place as quickly as possible so that she could easily exhale, because this was the most dangerous place. Han Xin asked her to drive slower, not wanting the girls to die. But it was too late to go slower. Someone's oncoming headlights blinded the girl's eyes. She started to lose control and could no longer look at the road, but her hands were still on the steering wheel. Wang Zheng didn't expect this situation and looked more surprised by the girl's reaction than by the fact that they were blindsided. Of course, he could not let everyone die here, so he took the wheel in his own hands. Luckily, the light did not affect him, and he could see the road perfectly. He also had to stop right on the bridge, which would not have been the best idea, but it was the only way out at the moment. The deafening screech of the brakes was unpleasant to the ears of the passengers, but compared to the danger they were in, it was nothing. At that speed, it would have been very difficult to stop immediately, so the car sped a few more meters and stopped right in front of the two cars that seemed to be waiting for them here. One more moment of hesitation, surely their car would have printed into those huge trucks that blocked their way for good. It was very close and also painful. It was as if the girl had lost all her senses, but suddenly she felt something she couldn't have felt in that entire moment. Wang Zheng's foot made contact with her foot so close that it was even indecent. But it was a forced measure. Wang Zheng had to get to the pedals somehow to avoid falling into the abyss. The girl immediately went into a screaming fit. Get out, scumbag, pervert, and so on. But what would have happened if he hadn't? This was the only way Wang Zheng could save them. Yet, Shi was right about something, for Wang Zhen literally melted when he came into contact with the girl's feet. They were very firm, but of course he didn't say that for his own safety. Besides, he still hadn't bothered to remove his foot. Shi was still continuing to be hysterical. But it was clear from the looks of her friends that this was not the time for arguments. Looks like they ran into the bandits again. It was a planned kidnapping. The red car was just the bait that finally led them to this bridge. And now the boys have walked into a real trap. There's 2 huge trucks in front and that red chase car in the back. What are we gonna do now? Did Wang Zheng realize what he was doing when he advised his mistress to do something like this? But in any case, he's the one who has to deal with it now. Only he continued to remain silent and nothing would be. Whether he believed it or not, when Shi returned home, he would definitely call his father and tell him to get Wang Zheng out of this job far away. That was all he cared about. The question was, would the girl be able to come back? But all of this was no joke. In this situation, the girls could only rely on Wang Zheng and counted on him. He was the only one who could protect the girls, and besides, he had to do it. And if Han Xin was caught, she didn't even dare to think about what would be done to her. The girl's words were convincing, so Wang Zheng still decided to take on this heavy burden. In addition, he didn't care whether or not he would be fired from his job, unlike Shi, who could only threaten to do so. Wang Zheng immediately decided to take some action. Shi wanted to say something sarcastic to him, but he ordered her to sit in the car and don't move. The kidnappers did not expect to see a man here, nor had they heard anything about him at all. The information told them that only 3 girls were supposed to be in the car. Besides, this man looked very weak. But in any case, they had 9 guns to spare, which meant some kid wouldn't be a hindrance to them. So many preparations, and to meet some girls with a security guard? What brought this brother here? Why doesn't he tell Wang Zheng about it? The kidnappers' plans were very simple. The stranger just wanted to take the girl from the Shang family. Was there any objection? Wang Zheng didn't mind at all, and allowed the stranger to do as he wished. But did Wang Zheng really think he was a man? Was there anything he could do? But didn't this woman see that the strangers had 9 barrels? Besides, they only wanted Shi, not Wang Zheng. The girl was in danger. Why did Wang Zheng have to intervene? Wang Zheng seemed to be a bodyguard. How could he do such a thing? But the girls didn't fall for these provocations. They knew that everything was fine. Wang Zheng was just teasing Shi and would protect them. But will they really be able to avoid any harm? Wang Zheng was a little nervous, so he decided to ask the stranger to light his cigarette. The stalker noticed that Wang Zheng had a good attitude toward them, so he was favorable to our hero and gladly gave a smoke. Besides, after this cigarette, the stranger was ready to give Wang Zheng a special show. What Han Xin and not only Han Xin were afraid of and avoided, Wang Zheng probably felt like he was on some kind of evening walk. Completely unconcerned, he still lit his cigarette. When he began to exhale the smoke of the cigarette, you could smell a very unusual, luscious aroma. It was not only heard in the vicinity, but it spread for several meters. This fragrance could even be smelled by Shi, who was sitting in the car. How could one cigarette produce so much smoke? Yes, and also by the smell of unusual smoke. But after a few seconds, something unusual could be noticed. Wang Zheng was still standing in his place and calmly smoking a cigarette. But the pursuers beside him were swaying on the floor and couldn't get up. No, they didn't fall unconscious. They were in terrible pain, but they couldn't do anything. This was simply marvelous. These people had taken such a reaction from Wang Zheng's cigarette. But in that case, why were the girls okay if they also felt the smoke? The secret was that this drug only worked on men. The cigarette was not easy. Its smoke could increase the secretion of male hormones 100 times. Of course, such a thing would make the girls fine. But as for Wang Zheng, he wasn't stupid enough to use a medicine that could harm him. The question was, how long did this effect last? Han Xin was starting to feel a little guilty looking at these men's torment. The effect should have worn off quite soon. It wasn't long-lasting. But from the sheer force of the pressure of that smoke, the men still passed out from the pain. Han Xin was not remotely interested and asked for half a kilogram of this medicine. She wanted to deal with the perverts who stared at her every day. Half a kilo could kill all the men in the neighborhood in seconds. Besides, this medicine was... Wang Zheng wouldn't carry around so much of his medicine. These people were chasing after Shi and were able to completely block the signal on the outskirts of the capital. Looks like the people behind these underlings were clearly not joking around. Wang Zheng decided to take pity on this poor man and zip him up so that he didn't have something dangling. Plus, he thought to take it with him so he could ask around later. Maybe he could glean some interesting information. That same night, later that night, the culprit finally woke up, and Wang Zheng had a lot of trouble with him. The guy wasted no time and immediately began his interrogation. He was interested in one thing: who hired the stranger to catch Ms. Shang? Before answering, the criminal began to panic, lest Wang Zheng, heaven forbid, he light his cigarette. If his memory was correct, he remembered that this guy, who didn't look strong at all, was able to take down several opponents stronger than him with just the smoke from a cigarette. To think that even 9 barrels couldn't stop Wang Zheng. But the stranger hastened to forget these memories, for now was not the time to think about them. A life was at stake. He hoped that if he told everything, Wang Zheng would promise him not to kill him. But he had no right to make demands right now. In that case, the perpetrator was willing to tell everything he knew. From his words, it became known that Li Minhao of the King Long group was the one who tried to catch Shi. Besides, Li Minhao belonged to the biggest faction in the capital, and they had no reason to do small matters like kidnapping a rich young girl. Shen Liang was just a petty brat who followed orders and had no right to ask why the elders did so. Shen Liang turned out to be surprisingly very cooperative. Such cooperativeness saved his life, so Wang Zheng decided to pardon him for now. In any case, Shen Liang was very grateful for it. His life was precious to him. In addition, he promised that he wouldn't be in debt. If Wang Zheng needed anything from him, he would be willing to fight anything, and even 10,000 deaths wouldn't stop him. If the man was so kind and offered it himself in that case, Wang Zheng had some task that Shen Liang could help with. Only now did this poor man realize what he had said. Now, he was praying to all the gods that Wang Zheng didn't hear him. But no matter what he was finished with, he had to kindly answer and agree to any requests. He was about to say something else, but some kind of pill went into his mouth. Shen Liang didn't even have time to realize this point. He had already swallowed this pill and couldn't get it out. Was Wang Zheng really a cheat? He had promised that he wouldn't kill the guy. So what did he give him then? In fact, Wang Zheng, just as promised, he would keep his promise and not kill Shen Liang. The pill that the man swallowed was the poison that Wang Zheng had created. It was called Undying in March. The effects of the poison would last for 3 whole months. During these months, Shen Liang would have to come to Wang Zheng for the antidote, or else otherwise his body would rot and die, with no chance of recovery. It was pointless for him to try to find a doctor to cure himself, as other medicines would only accelerate the effects of the poison. Besides, Shen Liang can't take other medicines if he has a cold or fever, in which case, not even God can save him. This poison pill would guarantee that Shen Liang would be truly obedient. Besides, he could tell Li Minghao everything that happened today, and especially he had to notify that idiot Li Ming afterward that Wang Zheng had returned to the city. Shen Liang actually did as he was ordered by Wang Zheng. As soon as he was released, he immediately went to the carpet to see his superior. He realized that he had done his job badly, so he asked Li Min to punish him for it. Li Min in turn nonchalantly stubbed out his cigarette, as if he was trying to digest all the words and everything that had happened today. The colleagues respected the fact that Shen Liang had the courage to take responsibility for the entire failure solely on himself. Besides, his colleagues had known him for a long time, and Shen Liang had helped me once before. It was surprising to hear that someone managed to screw him over so badly. Thanks to this situation, given Shen Liang's skills, the other colleagues wouldn't even have a chance to prove themselves. When his colleague's condemnation was over, Li Min also finished smoking his cigarette and decided to clarify if Shen Liang had missed anything. Something he still hadn't finished, and it was that all-important message. Before uttering this news, Li Ming eagerly and with some special excitement, he waited to hear about it. Wang Zheng, just as he said to convey that he had returned, Shen Liang conveyed, but he forgot some word. Li Ming knew Wang Zheng quite well, and immediately realized that Wang Zheng certainly did not forget to tell Li Ming how the idiot that his subordinate did not dare to say. Shen Liang was extremely surprised at how Li Ming was able to guess Wang Zheng's words. But of course, he didn't dare to ask about it out loud. Li Ming was in a special mood. It was as if he had been waiting for Wang Zheng for a long time, and finally, Wang Zheng was back. With Wang Zheng's appearance, Li Min will now be able to leave the Shang family alone. Wang Zheng didn't touch Li Min at all, nor did the latter touch him in return. But Li Min had waited so long for him to appear. In that case, Li Ming would continue to wait for Wang Zheng, and wait for the moment when they would meet face to face. Shanga Shishi was just perplexed by one thing, that her bodyguard let go of someone who tried to steal her. For those who would dare to make an attempt on Shu Shang's life, they deserved to be wounded 10,000 times alive, sprayed with hot pepper oil, beaten until they died, and then whipped after death. And no mercy. But did the so-cruel Mrs. Shishi not understand Wang Zheng's logic? His idea was to let the small fish go in order to catch bigger prey. It would seem that this was just philosophy, but only one Shishu was negative towards Wang Zheng's actions. Shangpei was quite supportive of the guy. After all, there was nothing wrong with the way Wang Zheng handled the matter. Shangpei trusted him, and for good reason. But Shisha was of a different opinion. Wang Zheng seemed to be a bad influence on Shangpei's sister. She shouldn't hang out with the guy anymore. In fact, Shangpei had just called Shang An, and he refused to send more men, saying that Wang Zheng would be enough to protect them. Such confidence was present not only in Uncle Shang An, but also in Han Xing. Only Shishi was very negative, and her negativity was completely unfounded. The guy had done so much for her, but it was as if she didn't notice it. As for Han Xing, she trusted him enough, but decided that she would trust him even more if he gave her 1/2 kilogram of that medicine. Wang Zheng in turn tried to pretend as if he hadn't heard anything. In the end, Shishi gave up, but not because the argument was enough, but because she felt a hellish pain that made her not even want to speak. Shishi was not even able to move, and Wang Zhen was trying to figure out what was happening to her. A friend knew what it was, and it was dysmenorrhea that happened every month, and the doctors couldn't cure it. Han Xin Ye didn't know why, but her dysmenorrhea was much more painful than the average person. Also, if she didn't have dysmenorrhea, her breasts would be bigger than they are now. I think someone there mentioned that it might help cure Shishi's disease. Perhaps this is the moment. Wang Zheng didn't have to beg for a long time. He immediately suggested that the girl lie down, and that she let him give her a massage to help quench her pain. The mistress did not resist, but before Wang Zheng started to massage her, the girl forbade him to touch her with his hands outside the massage area, or else she would personally kill Wang Zheng herself. Wang Zheng had already started massaging the point below her abdomen. To make the girl feel comfortable and not worry about that, he warned her that he only liked graceful girls, and she was not one of them. Shishi joked a rather strange feeling, for she really didn't have any more pain where Wang Zhen massaged. Besides, he didn't massage for that long. Finally, that pain was gone. She was no longer in pain anywhere, and she also felt a very pleasant comfort. If the girl felt better, Wang Zheng stopped massaging. Wouldn't he continue the massage anymore? Madame asked in surprise. Wang Zheng promised to give her another one, only tomorrow. The daily massage would help her get rid of her dysmenorrhea, and with Wang Zheng's medicine and acupuncture, her irregular periods would return to normal. For the first time in their short acquaintance, Shishi was grateful to this guy, for he had actually eased her suffering. The relationship seemed to be getting better, but Wang Zhen realized that he had just touched something unclean and should wash his hands quickly. Unfortunately, he said it out loud and made Shishi angry. Wang Zheng and Shishi's relationship was special, and no one tried to change that because their characters were different. But Shangpei was very grateful for the guy's help. It was a mere trifle to him, and felt that he was not to be thanked for it. Moreover, it should have been done a long time ago. Only Shangpei was thanking him for his help with the kidnappers. Uncle Shang'an was the brains behind the giant business in China. He managed to raise the entire Shang family to previously unseen heights in just 10 years. Shishi was his only daughter, always being hounded by business opponents and even people close to the Shang family who wanted her to get into trouble. If that happened, it would put Uncle Shang in a mess, thus giving them the opportunity to take all of his wealth for themselves. Because of this, Shangpei was grateful just for saving Shushi and for helping the entire Shang family. It was really very important. No one expected that a seemingly ordinary guy would be able to act so effectively in emergency situations. Wang Zheng could be relied on. After those situations, it was clear why Shang'an trusted Wang Zheng so much. Wang Zheng in turn was also glad, because now Shangpei wouldn't need to look up anything about him. Knowing that he was good enough was enough to know. The girl was surprised that the guy already knew that she was gathering information. She decided not to say anything about it and refrain from saying anything, but she still wanted to ask a question. Shishi's parents divorced when she was young and her father was busy working. Lest he blamed himself for it, he always poked Shishi's desires. Because of this, the girl's temper could be irritable at times, but she was honest. Shangpei didn't have to worry about it. Wang Zhen was just teasing her, and never thought of anything like that. As a girl, she was uninteresting to Wang Zhen. Above all, he maintained a professional distance. Wang Zhen was able to go against Shushu's wishes, but at the same time, he was Uncle Shang-An's trusted man. An incredible combo. Who was Wang Zheng really? Shang Pei has yet to unravel that. Li Min wanted to stop the plan to kidnap Shang Shishi and sign a pact with Cheng Kang Mei. After that night, the head changed many plans. Cheng Kang Group. Mei Long has never been an opponent for the Shang family, but now that Shang was announced into the home appliance industry, this was the very thing to steal their mainstream of income. He was at a disadvantage, but decided to threaten the Shang family using one girl. What could this idiot accomplish in this situation? And most importantly, Wang Zheng had finally returned. Compared to the old Cheng Kang Mei, Li Min was excited for Wang Zhen's next move. Shen Liang still didn't know what to do with that poison, so he decided to consult with his senior. Li Ming was sure that Wang Zheng would really keep his word and be able to give the antidote in 3 months, so Shen Liang should go, but if Shen Liang fails to fulfill Li Ming's assignment next time, he had better cower in a dark hole so that their paths would never cross again. These words were truly threatening, and of course Shen Liang would try his best. Serving Li Ming was lucrative, so he was still in this job. Li Ming in turn didn't understand one thing, why Wang Zhen had finally returned but still hadn't come to him. Would Li Min really have to come after him? Wang Zheng had been taking his mistress to KFD since morning, for only there was the roast duck that Han Xing was so eager to eat, and had already taken a seat for them. They were standing in traffic, but while they were standing, there were heard shouts that there had been a theft. Someone was asking for the thieves to be stopped. Their car was parked right in front of a crosswalk, where the poor woman could be seen running after the thieves and screaming for help. Shishi was quite an impressionable person, and couldn't pass by this calamity, so she asked her bodyguard to help this woman quickly. He agreed in principle, but in his own way, because he accelerated very sharply. Shisha moved a little, from the unexpected speed. Thus, he frightened not only her, but also the pedestrians who were peacefully crossing the crosswalk. But there was no other option to help the woman. He could not leave the car at the crosswalk. Wang Zheng jumped out of the car rather quickly, and lightning fast caught up with the thief, who had already gotten what he deserved. The first thief was empty-handed, but the second thief stole the woman's bag and was also caught. They had a very bad catch today. Wang Zheng spoiled it for them, but luckily the bag returned to the owner, for which she was very grateful to her rescuer. This woman's name was Yu Ai Liang, and her family had a chain of Likang Liangzi beauty salons. The woman was kind enough to give her business card to Wang Zheng. For today's deed, she was ready to repay the guy when she got the chance. Wang Zheng didn't have a hard time after all, so he asked Yue not to worry about it. But already, she found Wang Zheng to be a very polite person. Besides, there were very few people these days with abilities like our hero, and also with enthusiasm. Shisai was watching all this with a smile, but suddenly some girl pushed her away gently. Wang Zheng was surrounded by crowds of female fans asking for his autograph. He didn't like this kind of attention, so he decided to ask his mistress for help. Only she brushed it off. He had to make sure he was handsome when catching the thief, so let him enjoy the pretty colors because he attracted the fat flies. Wang Zheng was in big trouble. Now he was a local star, and the cherished fiancé for any of these girls. Who said it was impossible to catch a thief right away? But asking for an autograph was too much. All this joy was interrupted by the police. Wang Zheng was now suspected of assault and battery. The police needed to establish some details about the incident, so he had to go to the station to give a statement. The first to defend Wang Zheng was, of course, Shi. Wang Zheng acted in self-defense and did what he was supposed to do. Why is he now being accused of assault? Why weren't the criminals charged with theft? All these arguments would not work on the stubborn policeman, so Wang Zheng decided to start from afar. The first thing he noticed was that this policeman was from the Pingjiang district office, which was correct. The policeman was still very busy, so he asked Wang Zheng to come with him as soon as possible. Yes, only the guys were also very busy, and they didn't have time to go with some dirty policeman. Han Xinye was still waiting for them at the restaurant to start their meal. But no matter how assertive Shi was, the policeman couldn't miss his prey either, so he ordered Wang Zheng to come with him. The police officer's insolence was out of line, but he got what he deserved. It wasn't just because he was unreasonably harassing Wang Zheng. There was another reason, which only our hero noticed. Of course, people were immediately frightened that their recent hero had beaten up a policeman so easily. The crowd raised the alarm for someone to call the police, because where has it been seen that policemen are beaten up? The first person who realized why Wang Zheng decided to beat up the policeman was the same woman Yu Ai Liang. she noticed that it was not a real policeman, but a cheat. The pseudo-officer immediately revealed himself, and didn't even try to lie that he wasn't. It would have been useless anyway. The kid seemed to want to help his friends by pretending to be a police officer and even tried to go against Wang Zheng. He's brave, and his acting skills certainly left a lot to be desired. The woman, of course, could not pass by this incident either, so immediately brought the real police. After all, she was now also involved in the case. These thieves would get their fill, but above all, the police also needed the help of this nice woman, whom the policeman called Madame Head. For today's incident, Yu Ailiang was thankful enough and now decided to ask for the young man's business cards to thank him in the future. But he was just a bodyguard and didn't have a business card, but he had a social media account. In that case, Yu Ailiang was grateful if he added her as a friend. But right now, they had to hurry up. Han Xing had already waited for them there for quite some time. If Wang Zheng needed any help in the future, he could feel free to boldly contact Yu Ailiang. As the woman said goodbye, she realized that Wang Zheng was not at all like an ordinary 27-year-old guy, and he would also be a good fit for her family. Now she had to call someone urgently. Finally, they still made it to this famous restaurant where the best chicken was cooked. Wang Zheng took it upon himself, as a man, to cut the chicken for everyone, and he did it very skillfully, as if he had been studying for this moment for several years. After such a demonstration of kitchen skills, the girls were delighted. Wang Zheng was certainly at the top of his game. Not every man had such skills and knew so much. Han Xing sincerely admired these skills and wanted to learn such a trick too, because if she learned it, she would be able to open a fried chicken restaurant in China and become like Xi, a famous beauty in China. Such requests certainly didn't please Wang Zheng very much. As the saying goes, it was starting again. In this case, if the girls were not going to eat it, they could give their portions to Wang Zheng. But who said they wouldn't eat it? The girls were very curious to eat what Wang Zheng had sliced on their plate. At this moment, they resembled hungry tigresses, or was it the smell of the dishes here that affected them so much? Shang Pei was grateful for Wang Zheng's concern, but she had already eaten. Therefore, if the guy wanted, he could take her portion. Wang Zheng certainly couldn't refuse such a favor. He liked meat very much, especially when it was cooked so deliciously. Shang Pei couldn't miss one detail, and that was the way Wang Zheng cut the roast duck. So stylishly sharp, was very similar, just like Shang Pei's father. Could it be that they knew each other? Shang Pei's father's name was Shang Zai Chao. From his appearance, one could tell that the guy was nervous and was hiding something and clearly gave out an untruth. His answer was that he couldn't know Shang Zai Chao, if only because he came from a rundown village and didn't know anyone in the capital. The sudden memory of Shang Pei's father raised questions in Han Xing's mind. Her father had died a few years ago, so why did she remember him so suddenly? Seeing that it was a sore subject, her friend decided to pause Han Xing from developing such a heavy topic for Shang Pei. And really, the girl didn't want to continue this topic, so she just apologized and thought that she was wrong. In the end, it wasn't that important. She just thought that Wang Zheng ate the same way as her father. Wang Zheng had been silent all this time and didn't interfere in the conversation. It was obvious he knew a lot of things, but he had nothing to say. The conversation was interrupted by someone shouting. What kind of majors were complaining that there were no vacant seats and demanded to be released? Some Qiang Dongfeng couldn't expect and practically demanded for someone to be fired. Did these majors really think that they could afford anything because they had money or were the sons of rich parents? These majors, who had appeared in such large numbers recently, didn't have an ounce of dignity. But Xi had completely forgotten that she was also one of them, which Wang Zheng was happy to remind her of. The girl was already used to such barbed teasing and jokes, so they just laughed in response to it. And yet their shifts at the table were not ignored. After all, Wang Zheng was not going to get away with his words. So Madame decided to punish him, jokingly of course. All this time, the selfish major was watching them, and he was surprised to notice how beautiful the girls sitting at the table were. He realized that he had come to the right time for him. His friends didn't seem to mind having fun either when they saw those girls. Chengdong's friend immediately whispered something in the waiter's ear. He was not happy, but he had to fulfill something. Afterward, the guy immediately went to fulfill those people's request. He said that because of the high number of visitors, 4 guests wanted to join that table if the guys were okay with it. Xi was, of course, against it. They were paying for their place and for this food. Why would they sit next to some ugly monsters and put up with their ugliness? It was obvious that the waiter was put in a very bad position, so he asked Miss to think again, and decided not to hide it, because it looked like these people had connections and power. Jiangnan saw that the waiter was not doing well, so he decided to ask for their table himself, because they could even get to know each other and become friends. Jiangnan was the general manager of 0 Point Casino. He considered himself lucky to meet 3 beautiful and wonderful ladies. And standing next to him was Xu Yiming, the son of the founder of Han Yuan Group. As could be seen, Shi was also lucky, but they had to ask permission from this man. He was their boss, and also their son-in-law. Only he could say whether the men could join them or not. From such news, Wang Zheng was certainly surprised. Who would have thought that he could become the boss and son-in-law of the Shang family in a couple minutes? Shi certainly didn't miss any chance to pull her favorite bodyguard into trouble. That's okay. He didn't like that major anyway, Wang Zheng replied extremely dryly. Of course he didn't want any outsiders to join their dinner and disturb them. But this answer didn't suit the insolent man. If Wang Zheng wanted to continue chewing his teeth, Jiangnan recommended him to change his mind and give the right answer. It seems that this man was very bold, daring to boast about his fake ponces. He didn't even realize that he would have to answer for such words. If the girls were afraid of the sight of blood, Wang Zheng recommended them to close their eyes. Wang Zheng wasn't going to get away with such insolence after all. They weren't even allowed to eat in peace. He had to get up from the table. Wang Zheng picked up the ordinary kitchen knife that he used to cut the chicken, and now he was going to cut someone else. The guy was still in shock and didn't quite understand what Wang Zheng was going to do to him, so he didn't even try to resist. Quickly and very skillfully, Wang Zheng slashed through the man's palm and inserted the point of the knife into the table. Blood gushed from the back and inside of his palm. There was no way to escape. He had to endure the pain. Of course, shouting also followed. But in order not to disturb the other customers from eating in peace, Wang Zheng had to cover this person's mouth with a napkin. Jiangnan shouldn't have said something like Wang Zheng would regret it and take responsibility for it. Our hero was used to resolving matters on the spot if hatred was present. Any man had to be responsible for his words and solve any issues peacefully. But if this did not work, Wang Zheng had to resort to such methods to be sure, as they say. If anyone here dares to call someone or start yelling to stir up trouble, they will end up just like this rascal. Jiangnan shouldn't have looked at Wang Zheng like that now. He had played himself into the ground. This brat dared to threaten Wang Zheng right in front of his friends. He should be thankful that he hadn't cut off his tongue yet. The girls were even more excited than even the sliced chicken. Han Jing was especially impressed. She was enjoying her time with Wang Zheng more and more. The waiter was very nervous as he saw the stern look of his manager. He failed to solve the conflict between the guests in a normal way. But, in fact, it was not his fault. What could he do with such pushy guests? The manager had managed to see everything through the surveillance camera. Wang Zheng was now invited by a gentleman from the Imperial Hall. Moreover, the bill for their meal was paid by the same gentleman. The Imperial Hall was something. Han Xing knew very well that it was the room used by the leaders of all countries when they dined at KFD. Even Han Xing's father couldn't just have dinner in the Imperial Hall, but Wang Zheng, a regular bodyguard, had just been called there. It was of course unknown what kind of gentleman had invited Wang Zheng, but from the girl's words, one thing was clear. This man must be very influential. Han Xing urgently rushed the guy so that he wouldn't keep them waiting, and Han Xing also wanted to go there since she had never been there before. The girl had hoped to enter the Imperial Hall with Wang Zheng, but the manager stopped her. After all, only Mr. Wang Zheng was invited there. Han Xing really wanted to go there and see that very Imperial Hall. But she shouldn't be childish. The Imperial Hall was not a place she could enter just because she wanted to. Besides, in Wang Zheng's opinion, it might be inappropriate since no one knew who was in that hall. Wang Zheng asked him to wait here. If anything, he would tell the girls later. The manager remembered something, and relayed that a guest from the Imperial Hall had asked Jiangnan his friends to leave this place. Otherwise, no one guaranteed that nothing would happen tonight in the 0 Point Casino. Barely with a gag in his mouth, Jiangnan still spoke well and agreed to the terms. With his efforts, he quickly pulled the very same knife from his hand. His face was completely pale. It looked like he was about to faint, but surprisingly, he was holding up very well. He finally said that he would meet Wang Zheng again. Wang Zheng was still here and wasn't going to answer anything to this scumbag. In his mind, he thought that people like him should be gotten rid of as soon as possible. It was time to sit in that famous Imperial Hall after all. Even the door to it was special. Even outsiders couldn't pass by it, let alone enter it. Before Wang Zheng could even enter the room, he was already greeted at the doorstep. It was a long time for a person to seek this meeting. and finally, under these circumstances, he was able to do so. Wang Jun still had a hunch about seeing an unfamiliar gentleman here, but Li Minghao, the man, decided to play around as if to remind Wang Jun of the past and uttered the following phrase: "Captain, Black Wolf reports." That was once, but now they weren't soldiers. Because there was no need to salute, Wang Jun suggested that they just sit down. Li Min was beyond mad that the captain had finally decided to return. Whenever he wanted to give up in the past 4 years, he always thought of Wang Jun. The only thing that had kept Li Ming going all these years until today was his friendship with Wang Jun and his hatred for that family. A lot happened in that time. Unequal gunfights, on the verge of death. If it wasn't for them, the sharp knives of their dragon-scale special forces, the success wouldn't have been brought to where it was now. Soldier Sheng covered for his captain Wang Jing and the others at the cost of his life, which was incredibly brave. Then a trap came their way. Someone who was least expected had set the dragon scales on purpose. Old Sheng would be here now if he hadn't stayed behind to cover Wang Jing and Li Ming. After that incident, Li Min had lodged himself in the underworld in the capital. His close acquaintances had gone abroad, and Hadrian's whereabouts were still unknown. Ever since the captain went abroad, the assassin with the nickname of the Eastern Sinister King has become famous all over the world. It was rumored that he had single-handedly passed 7 gold medal challenges, and on the list of underworld assassins in a year, rising from the bottom to the list of the world's top 10 assassins. No one knew where this man was from. Some believed he was from Asia, but no one had even seen his face. And anyone who did see his face was already dead. Li Min was certain that Wang Jing was that Eastern evil king. No one other than the very captain that Li Min knew so well possessed such admirable skills. The man originally thought that the captain was on a dangerous mission overseas, and in an attempt to drown out the echoes of the past, Wang Jing supposedly plunged headfirst into his work. But no one expected the captain to return after all. Wang Jing had actually been asked by the old man to come back, so he couldn't ignore his request. The old man was Wang Jing and Li Min's old boss. But what did he want that he asked Wang Jing to come back? In fact, our hero didn't know it either. He was just asked to be a bodyguard for his daughter. And then, he made it clear that they would be getting into action soon. The dragon scale guy's Polly, because of the setup that happened 4 years ago. Maybe the old man didn't want to leave the matter unresolved. In that case, if even the old chief decided to assist, then their revenge was much closer. But Li Minhao shouldn't have boiled over the incident from 4 years ago. Of course they had to avenge it, but not now. For the time being they were to act apart, that is, each in his own sphere. Wang Jing had good news, because he had found another relative of their family. Li Ming didn't quite understand who Wang Jing meant. It turns out he was referring to old man Shang's daughter, Shan Drink. On the way to the mansion, Han Xing tried to bribe, seduce Wang Jing, but in the end, she couldn't get a single word out of him. Han Xing already suspected that this guy was from some secret service, because he was very difficult to talk to. Han Xing wanted to at least know who was the one, the gentleman who was in the Imperial Hall. Otherwise, she would think about it all night, suffering from insomnia, and then her breasts would be smaller, and Wang Jing would lose such a beautiful appearance in the future. Looks like this girl really knew how to talk nonsense, if she said everything. In that case, it was very clear she wanted to know the secret of the Imperial Hall, and also why Wang Jing didn't want to talk about it. If Han Xing was willing to do something nice to Wang Jing in the bathroom, in that case, Wang Jing would probably tell Wang Jing about it. But only Wang Jing's perverted ideas did not like Shi. She tried to keep this pervert away from her friend as much as she could, but it seems that only Shi was a pervert. What kind of thoughts were going through her head? Wang Jing only meant to fill the bathtub with water so that he could bathe. If it wasn't for that one girl who was going to stay up all night, or the other one that had the guy fighting people from rich families, would he have had to sweat that much? No more words were needed here. He just wanted to go take a shower. But it was clear it was an excuse to get away from the subject. Wang Jing lived in the same house as Shi. Did the girl not know any of his friends? The girl could only notice that ever since Wang Jing arrived, he had been around her all the time and didn't contact anyone. If it wasn't for today's incident, Shi would have continued to think that he didn't have any friends. It was already time for Han Xinye to go home, and so was Shang Pei. Her friend still wanted to stay, because so many interesting things had happened today. Shang Pei had already questioned Uncle Shang'an about what Han Xing was interested in. He only replied that not everything was clear. Wang Zhen seemed to have had an encounter with ghosts from the past. Still, Shang An's decision was much more important than some imperial hall. There was no need to get involved in troubled waters. Ghosts from the past. This was still even more interesting to Shishi. She knew so little about her bodyguard. What secret was this Wang Zhen guarding? So before he returned from his shower, Shanga Shishu decided to pay a visit to his room and try to uncover that very secret. But there was a problem. Wang Zheng's suitcase was hidden very deep under the bed, and the owner of the room himself already had questions about what the girl was doing here. The half-naked look brought out Shishu. She couldn't clearly answer Wang Zheng's question, and kept staring at one point on his body, unable to utter a single word. As the saying goes, the best defense is offense. Shu Shi was now most concerned about why Wang Zheng didn't wear clothes and walked around like a pervert. But after all, this was his room, and he could do whatever he wanted here. This girl came into his room late at night and tried to lecture Wang Zheng. Did she want to work as Wang Zheng's bodyguard? In fact, the landlady of this house, who had lived here all her life, just had the wrong room. Besides, she was too lazy to take care of Wang Zheng. Once again, Shishi started singing the same song, saying that she would ask her father to fire Wang Zheng. But she was a rascal, barging into Wang Zheng's room and still daring to accuse him of something. To be so interested in her bodyguard that she would even try to go through his things. That's something new for sassy Shishi. In the end, Wang Zhen himself couldn't help himself and decided to open his suitcase, which really held secrets about him. The first thing that could be seen was a picture of his comrades and him. He was standing at the side, and next to him was Li Min. Then you could see the old man, Shan, who had already died, and the man you would learn about later. These memories were very precious to Wang Zheng. With these people he had gone through both hell and heaven. The next morning was quite calm and free for him. Mistress was in no hurry and he could spend time for himself in a cozy cafe. And outside the window he saw a building called Blue Ocean Square. Suddenly, he remembered the perfume that Shanpei had used, which was toxic to her, badly affecting her life. But right after that came a message. There was information regarding involvement, but to be honest, the final sales records for the last 6 months were fine, which was disappointing. In the store where Shanpei bought those perfumes, there was no evidence left behind, and besides, the records of purchases and sales were also in order. It seems that the people who decided to harm Shanpei from the shadows had a lot of influence. He had to be pulled out of his musings because a lady wanted to join him at the same table. Wang Zheng rated her appearance at 85 points, which was probably why he allowed her to sit down. Of course, the tables in the cafe were free, and quite a few, so she was interested in the guy. The woman introduced herself as Zhang Mingqi, and also gave her business card. Wang Zheng also introduced himself in return, but he didn't have a business card. It turned out that this woman was the eldest daughter of the Zhang family, and was also the vice president of the Blue Ocean Square Group. Wang Zheng hoped that this woman had not come here to avenge her younger brother. She actually thought that Ming Kang got what he deserved. Here she came to ask a favor, and 2 favors from Wang Zheng. Director Shang Pei was a rare talent for the Blue Ocean Square. Therefore, the woman hoped that Wang Zheng would help her persuade Shang Pei not to abandon the enterprise because of Ming Kang. In addition, Zhang Mingqi has provided the transfer of 3% of the Blue Ocean Plains stock. If Shang Pei still stayed, they would go to her. The woman also guaranteed that Ming Kang wouldn't hurt Shang Pei again. Did Zhang Mingqi really think that Wang Zhen didn't know that Shang Pei had recently won one of the top spots in the international fashion show? With such merits, there was no point for her to stay together with Hidden Threat still, because of such a small percentage of the stock. In addition, Wang Zheng was not fond of Zhang Mingkang. Zhang Mingqi decided to raise the stakes to 10%. In that case, Shang Pei stood up as one of the company's 10 shareholders. She would also receive approximately 300 million in profits from her interest each year. This offer was very tempting, and 300 million was especially tempting. But Wang Zhen couldn't make the decision for Shang Pei. After all, he didn't even understand why Zhang Mingqi was looking for him. In response to this question, she provided a platinum director card Tiangong International. It was the best club in the country, and everything in it would be free with a gold card. There were only 10 of them in the whole country. Zhang Mingqi only had 2. Because of this, she asked to accept this card, and in return, don't look for anything more about her brother's mistakes. Ms. Zhang was a pleasure to talk to. Wang Zheng was already excited for the second request. The second request was for Zhang Minkang's face. It was swollen, but it didn't hurt or itch, and Min Kang couldn't feel anything when his hand was pressed on it. The best doctors were helpless, so Miss Zhang assumed that if Wang Zheng was able to do such a thing, then he had a way to cure it. Min Kang had already learned his lesson in his sister's opinion and asked Mr. Wang Zheng to help him. Undoubtedly, this was very flattering to our hero, for such approaches were much better than any aggressive threats. In such a case, Wang Zheng always went along with it and forgave such insolent people. He could also cure Min Kang, but only if he could find an antidote. Besides, he was also very curious to see how sincere Miss Zhang was in her requests. That day when Wang Zheng punched Min Kang in the face, was Wang Zheng already thinking about compensation? If that was the case, his schemes were very scary. There was no answer to this. Wang Zheng suggested that Ms. Zhang should answer this. In that case, Zhang Mingqi was inviting Wang Zheng to dinner. Furthermore, she allowed him to choose the place he wanted. Wang Zheng was very impressed by the woman's confidence, so he still dared to agree. Such a rare combination of beauty, intelligence, fairness, and tact in one girl. Undoubtedly, this delighted Wang Zheng to no end. Wang Zheng had of course decided to choose the place, but he had one more condition. Miss Zhang would have to agree to one request of his during dinner. Of course, everything would be within the bounds of propriety, there was no need to worry. It was after this dinner, there would definitively no longer be any disagreement between Wang Zheng and Zhang Mingchan. Ms. Zhang was very grateful to have such a productive conversation with Wang Zheng. She was glad that she was able to resolve these burning issues. Wang Zheng was also very happy. He liked the way Ms. Zhang handled things, and he was already hoping for a quick meeting in the future. How amazing! Zhang Mingqi and Min Kang had the same parents, but they were so different. Were they definitely brother and sister? Wang Zheng was also looking forward to Tiangong International. He was very curious to see what was there. He would only go there when he had time. A whole 3 hours had passed, and Wang Zheng hadn't even moved since he said goodbye to Miss Zhang. He continued to admire the golden map. Let the whole world wait. Now you could do whatever you wanted with the gold infinity gold card. Shang Pei didn't he understand what the guy was doing here. It turns out that Shushi's father will be with her today, so Wang Zheng's protection will be needed for me as well. And Wang Zheng in turn wanted to look at the Blue Ocean Flesh Group. They also specialized in men's clothing, so the guy wanted to embellish a couple of things for himself. Shang Pei had already told the news to Wang Zheng that Zhang Mingqi had just offered her a new agreement for 10% of the company's stock, and she had signed it. Shang Pei was not stupid and immediately guessed that Wang Zheng quite possibly had something to do with this. In response, one could hear that Zhang Mingqi was indeed an excellent leader and a beautiful woman. But there were more and more questions. Why Wang Zheng was already helping Shang Pei. Turns out the girl didn't have to think about it. Her talent is irreplaceable and her work was great, which means she totally deserved those conditions. Wang Zheng couldn't get enough of coffee, so when Shang Pei invited him to eat, he ate like a hungry horse. Shang Pei asked him not to eat in a hurry, because when you eat in a hurry, you hurt your stomach. Only when Wang Zheng was fed up did he feel normal. He had the feeling that he was alive. I think it was some kind of karma. Once again, the guys visited the establishment, and again there were some conflicts here. 3 men forced a girl to drink a glass of alcohol, and in return, they promised 12 courses. But she wasn't some whore to sell herself for some dishes. These guys were very rude to her, and they said that she should not break down, because Brother Li was respected here, and other women could not even dream of such a thing. Just let that deadbeat keep on dreaming. The girl was not timid and was not going to let herself be offended. She wanted to distract the men that way, but she made them even more angry. She didn't have time to run away and got hit in the head. This creature didn't see any boundaries. He felt power and thought he owed everyone here. As soon as this girl was hit, people took notice. But they couldn't do anything because they were afraid of Brother Li. Everyone here knew him, and were afraid of being arrested, so they pretended like they didn't see anything. But there were fearless people like Shang Pei and Wang Zheng. The girl couldn't look at it silently, so she decided to go and deal with it. But Wang Zheng stopped her, gently touching her palm. Like a man, he promised he'd handle it himself. The girl was very assertive, and even after the blow, she did not think of running away from the establishment, but again decided to attack the man with her bag. The difference in strength between the 2 men was obvious, but there was no way. It was necessary to answer the offender, even knowing that he would have to feel pain again. For a moment, this girl no longer wanted to throw herself at her assailant. She was racked with pain, her mouth began to bleed, and it was difficult for her to even stand up. At that moment, Wang Zheng came over, just as Shang Pei had promised. The girl's name was Liu Xuan. She was a sophomore at the capital university, and was also surprised that she was still approached. She also asked who Wang Zhen was, but he didn't answer, saying it didn't matter. Before proceeding further, Wang Zheng decided to ask if Liu Xuan was scared. In response, he could hear a clear objection. Even in her eyes, there was no fear in her facial expressions. In that case, it was very good. After all, Wang Zheng had something in mind. Somewhere, he got a nice, strong bottle from the wine and handed it to the girl. The task was simple. Liu Xuan had to hit this man. Without a doubt, Wang Zheng could have done it instead of her. But he noticed how much the girl wanted to take revenge herself, but was weak. There were whispers of people all over the cafe who were surprised by the man's action. Didn't he know who Meng Deli was? One call from him and hundreds of other people with metal pipes will be here in a minute. It felt like he was inciting that girl to die. She shouldn't have listened to Wang Zheng. But the girl was of a completely different opinion. Who she really shouldn't listen to was the crowd. She was very grateful to Wang Zheng for this opportunity and support. As she headed towards her abuser, the observers would shout after her that she was crazy not to act impulsively. But Liu Xuan was more confident than ever. That asshole was still waiting for her. The show was just beginning. Of course, Wang Jing wasn't going to let the girl go into battle with just one bottle, and helped with his needles. All the girl had to do was hit the bastard over the head with a bottle. Of course, a bottle of wine was no good to such an ambo, even considering the strength of the bottle. His friends immediately joined in and raged. One of them decided to immediately attack Wang Zheng with a knife. Even considering his advantages in this, would he have enough strength? Wang Zheng had already decided to seriously enter the game. The first thing he decided to do was to bypass the most unnecessary one and quickly reached Liu Xuan's offender. Wang Zheng might not look that strong and muscular, but he had enough strength to lift the 90-kilogram pig and not fall down with it. This time, he decided to use the man's body to dump it on his own friend. The outcome was deplorable for Meng Deli. His friend had not yet had time to hide the knife, put it right to Deli's stomach. It was completely accidental, but nothing more can be done about it. He really didn't do it on purpose, because Deli was already flying at him. He just couldn't react in time. But now they won't be able to hit on girls anymore. All that was left was to get the number of the ambulance. Liu Xuan felt very excited. The adrenaline in her body was off the charts. She watched all of this without having the strength to even blink her eyes. However, there was nothing for them to do here, so they got away from the damn place. Meng Deli was still conscious and asked someone to write down the license plate number of the car to find Wang Zheng. Bleeding in a public place was not a trifle, and Wang Zheng should have known that. But the one who felt most guilty was Liu Xuan. After all, she shouldn't have angered the local snake gang leader. Now she didn't even know how she could thank these people. Wang Zheng was in a good mood and thought that he had done absolutely nothing. In a couple of days, this idiot would be looking for Wang Zheng to deal with him. But as for the girl, she shouldn't go back to this part-time job. She would be better off focusing on her studies. It really wasn't a good part-time job for a young girl in Shangpei's opinion, but one could tell from the look in her eyes that Liu Xuan wasn't happy. Did she really have some family problems or something else? The girl didn't complain. She said she was doing fine, though you couldn't tell by looking. In fact, she was just filling in for her friend for a couple of shifts. Capital University was just before the turn. Liu Xuan asked to drop her off there. As she said goodbye to her saviors, she promised to thank them one day. Wang Zheng's skill at picking up girls seemed to be at an all-time high, since all of them didn't want to let him go and asked for his number. In his defense, Wang Zheng could say that he couldn't do anything about his charisma. Wang Cheng seemed to like to flatter himself as well. Shangpei was about to start the car, but Wang Cheng stopped her. There was something going on with the girl again. The guy wanted to watch her to make sure she got to her lodgings safely. A strange guy was harassing Liu Xuan. If he wanted something, he always got it. Now, he was confessing his love to Liu Xuan. But Liu Xuan didn't want his love even close. And if she didn't want a relationship, the kid didn't want to hold back either. He took her to his car. As he thought, all the girls broke down at first, but he was very persistent and always got what he wanted. It seems this self-righteous turkey named Zhu Feng thought that if he had money, he could do whatever he wanted. Wang Jing noticed that the situation with the girl was not the best. He couldn't just leave things like this, and once again came to Liu Xuan's aid. The girl couldn't hold back any longer, and literally screamed for Wang Zheng to help her. In the end, Zhu Feng got even angrier and ended up slapping Liu Xuan's face. The girl had very bad luck with guys. This was the second slap in the evening. But she was lucky to meet Wang Zheng, who could take her side and protect this girl. This chance encounter has a big impact on her life. because now she will learn to stand up for herself. This jerk didn't even notice Wang Zheng and didn't realize who Liu Xuan was calling before. Therefore, Wang Zheng took the guy by surprise by using the spray can. The guy could no longer see. But of course it was a temporary effect, and yet it was enough to distract the pervert from the girl. His friend had been watching Zhu Feng's frenzies all along and seemed to support it. Now that his friend had gotten what he deserved, he sided with him and was about to resent him. But the mere sight of the can was enough to make that kid run right away and stay out of the fray. Wang Zheng decided to make a small gift for Liu Xuan by giving this canister. It was personally made by Wang Zheng, and it was called Sharp Wang Water. No matter who disturbed the girl, she could just press the button of this canister a few times, and the effect would be 100 times stronger than the anti-wolf canister that was sold in the stores. Wang Zheng was about to leave, but Liu Xuan still wanted to teach that creep a lesson again, so that he would surely not harass her. When she did, she felt so much better. Her heart was filled with gratitude to her savior. It was hard to tell how grateful she was to Wang Zheng, but she said goodbye to him, and assumed that they would see each other again, to finish off an already defeated enemy. This little girl reminded Wang Zheng of himself in his youth, which brought a smile to his face. First, Senior Fang was stripped of his position as deputy mayor, and now even some college student was bullying little Fang. Of course, the parents were on their son's side, because they didn't even know why all this was happening to him. And maybe even if they did, they wouldn't have changed their minds. Petty Fang's status should have been known to everyone. Who was the daredevil who would dare to attack him? Trouble was coming to the Fang family with each passing time. The head was already afraid to assume that this was the second trial of a certain mysterious person. To distract himself from such troubling thoughts, Senior Fang decided to call an ambulance to take his son to the hospital. He shouted after him because he did not want his father to leave. But his mother kept reassuring him because if his father didn't help him, his mother would do it for him. The mother was ready to saw the whole world and make this student disappear from the capital. She immediately called the right people. This person was Judge Chen. It was already quite late, but she wasn't too embarrassed because it was about her son. The day has come for Ms. Zhang and Wang Zheng to go on their planned date. Before this happens, Zhang Mingqi introduces Wang Zheng to her personal designer, who will pick out a special look for tonight. The thing was happening quite quickly. The girl was picked up a beautiful red dress with a necklace that complemented the yellow stones. Wang Zheng was definitely a heartbreaker. All the girls were enamored with him, even Iron Lady Miss Zhang herself. No matter how many times he told the girls not to flatter him, they still continued. He didn't even look like himself in this look. His hairstyle was radically different from the one he usually favored. And this style and color of clothes perfectly emphasized his slender figure and pale skin. Wang Zheng turned out to be a cooking god, and if he got into the kitchen, he could promise that a girl would fall in love with him when she tasted his dishes. In this case, Miss Zhang thought that the guy would have to go all out to make her fall in love. They were going to visit the Yalan Club today, and she was sure to surprise everyone with her presence. Wang Zheng didn't say this out loud, but he thought that Miss Zhang was a natural beauty. It was hard for him to imagine how many men had fallen before her. Not a woman, but a goddess. The banquet hall of the Yalan Club was filled with high society. Each of them was thinking about something different. It wasn't easy for commoners to get in, because the club wasn't for them. Young Master Su Tianran was being flirted with by girls asking him to have a drink with them. Young Master Su Tianran was the heir to the Su conglomerate, so it was no wonder that girls were attracted to him. But he refused, as he had a meeting with Minqi scheduled and couldn't trade such an important person for some 3 girls. Compared to Ms. Jiang Ming, the other girls did not reach at all. Since ancient times, handsome men married handsome women. No wonder Su Tian was only interested in Ming Qi, as Chu Xiaonan, CEO of Chu Group, the richest man in China, thought. As they say, it was instinctual. Chu Xiao seemed to be flattered by Su Tian. The girls, on the other hand, felt offended. Finally, the most awaited guest, Zhang Mingqi, arrived. As soon as it was announced, her main suitor Su Tian went to meet her. But what would be his and the other guests' reactions when they saw Min Qi come to the club with a stranger? That was very bold of her. People began to whisper, because no one knew Wang Zheng, and his company with Min Qi would surely embarrass the young heir Su in people's eyes. Ming Qi still didn't understand what Wang Zheng was up to. It turned out to be quite simple. His wish was for the girl to walk hand in hand with him all evening, which directly meant that the girl was with him. People were well informed that Su Tianran was interested in her identity. Besides, Minqi had never once rejected him publicly because of his influence in the capital. But Wang Zheng's appearance with her could probably be understood as a public rejection of Su Tianran. Minqi was completely confused and wanted to let go of his elbow. But Wang Zhen was quicker and pressed her palm in time, and also told her not to even think of letting go of his hand. Minqi tried to guess what exactly Wang Zhen wanted and sought. Surely it wasn't just the pride of a boy having a beautiful girl. There was something else behind it. Still, her beau was not confused and for the sake of propriety met the girl, but before continuing the conversation, asked what kind of companion she brought with her. Minqi introduced Wang Zheng as the young master of the Wang family. Su Tian tried to remember the influential families in the Wang surname, and he remembered one Wang family from Hangzhou, but he was wrong in his guess. Wang Zhen corrected him, for his family was from Philadelphia, in the United States of America. Minqi standing next to him must have been ashamed. It turns out that he met Minqi when she came to the United States to study. That's where they met, but it's been a long time since they've seen each other. Who would have thought that Wang Zheng would make such a good liar? So far, Minqi has decided to go along with his story. In that case, Su Tian was burning with curiosity to know why Mr. Wang flew to Beijing. Was it to have fun, or maybe for something else? It turns out that the Wang family bought diamond mines in southern Africa 20 years ago, but they were never developed. Wang Zheng's visit to Beijing was to look at the diamond market and superficially analyze the market. Of course, the most important thing was to meet Minqi. After all, the guy hadn't seen her in a long time and had missed her for a long time. The Su family, of course, led the leading positions in China's diamond industry. But they tried to hide it and not officialize it. Only the highest circles knew about it. So how could Wang Zheng know so much about it? It was not for nothing that he talked about diamond mines. Did Wang Zhen plan everything from the beginning before coming here? From that moment of dinner until now, he planned everything to get closer to Su Tianran? What did he want to do? After all, Wang Zheng warned that he wasn't going to enter the Chinese market with the Wang family anytime soon. Master Su didn't need to worry about it. In that case, Su Tian was very interested and gladly invited young Master Wang to his Lixing mansion. But Su Tian should have taken care of himself. He didn't need to work too much, because it caused him to have insomnia and psoriasis. Although he carefully hid it, Wang Zhen could still see his slightly puffy bags under his eyes and peeling skin. All these years, in order to avoid problems, Su Tian had really tried to hide this problem and tried to look as relaxed as possible in public. There was no way he expected that everything would be ruined today because of this guy. Looks like Wang Zheng didn't just come to watch and study. After all, this was Wang Zheng's first appearance at the Yalan Club, but he hadn't been to the capital for a long time and wanted to see other places. Therefore, he hurriedly bid farewell to Mr. Su. Looks like Wang Zheng has made a powerful enemy. Su Tian is really interested in the Wang family from Philadelphia. I'm sure he won't miss this kid. Miss Zhang seemed like she couldn't even imagine how her surprised face could do any harm in such a situation. But Wang Zheng had himself to blame, because he used the girl without her knowledge to meet Su Tianran. By doing so, he put Minqi in a very uncomfortable position. Did she still have to explain anything? In fact, she was expecting an explanation from her companion. Wang Zheng felt that today's dinner was nothing more than mutual use. Didn't the girl herself want Wang Zheng to do something for her? This point was clear, but what was not clear was why Wang Zheng still needed Su Tianran. Was he even aware of his strength in the capital and his army connections? Su Tianran just didn't like Wang Zheng. Although no, he didn't like everything in the Su family. And that was because of an old story that happened a long time ago. As soon as the chance came, Wang Zheng felt obligated to destroy the entire Su family. In the end, Minqi still wanted to know the reason for such hatred. Why did he want to destroy the Su family? Why did he tell the girl about it only after the meeting had taken place, if it was so important? Was he really not afraid of betrayal on her part? There were two reasons for what happened. First, Minqi was quite ambitious, and had the skills to run the company, yes, and more. And secondly, the reason was Minqi's mom, Su Huixin. This situation was becoming even more alarming. Minqi couldn't imagine how Wang Zheng, an ordinary bodyguard, could know about her mother. Was it really true that her mom was somehow related to the Su family? Something her daughter didn't even know. Minqi's father had told her that her mother had died due to bleeding after her birth, as far as Wang Zhen remembered. From Minqi's look and surprise, it was clear that the guy was completely right. But right now, it was more important for Min Chi to know what her mom and the Su family had in common than how Wang Zheng knew these details. Wang Zheng began her story, which Min Chi couldn't even guess. Her mother, Su Huixing, was a member of the Su family, or rather, the eldest daughter. But she fell in love with a poor guy, and even had 2 children by him. Because of this, the Su family elder felt humiliated and threatened her with the life of her lover and their 2 children, forcing Su Huixing to return to the Su family. But by returning to her family, she was to be given the role of successor and a portion of the inherited wealth. The people who did not want her back created a kind of accident. What Wang Zheng wanted to say was that Min Chi's mother didn't die from bleeding during childbirth, but was killed by the Su family, her own relatives. The girl's mood after this story was in no mood at all. It seemed as if it was true, but on the other hand, why should Min Chi believe it? Instead of some wisecracking answer, Wang Zhen simply offered to go back and ask her father about it. After she verified that it was true, she could join Wang Zheng and retrieve everything that was rightfully hers from the Su family. The girl left silently, completely immersed in her thoughts, and didn't even say goodbye to Wang Zheng. She didn't even care about how Wang Zheng knew so much. She was only thinking about her mother. As if remembering something, Wang Zheng decided to dial some number. The other end of the phone was incredibly happy to hear their benefactor Wang Zheng. Someone owed him a lot, and was always waiting for Wang Zheng to call him to thank him. Wang Zheng could wish for anything, and his request would be immediately fulfilled. Our hero talked to the real Wang Zheng from Philadelphia. Wang Zheng was aware that the Wang family had 2 unused mines in South Africa. He wanted his namesake to use his family's connections and the power of his family's wealth to enter the diamond market in China, and thereby disadvantage the Su family. Wang Zheng was happy to help his benefactor. The result could be expected after 2 months. Besides, as far as Wang Zheng of Philadelphia's plans in China were concerned, our hero could recommend one experienced person whose name was Zhang Mingqi. The next morning, Wang Zheng had a meeting scheduled with an old friend. Li Min wanted to know more about the results of yesterday's conversations. Would Zhang Mingqi help Zhang Xiaoxi, and did Zhang Xiaoxi not respond? The results of this were still unknown. But in any case, Minqi's father was unlikely to be able to keep his daughter from taking revenge on the Su family. On Wang Zheng's part, he made the best choice by giving a few leads, something that Minqi had longed for over the past few years. Li Ming in turn could regard Zhang Xiaoxi as a wise man since he was so careful to protect his daughter from any revenge and trouble. Some girl walked past Li Ming. It seemed as if she was ready to burn the man through with her gaze. The soldier was reporting to the captain that 3 on the left, 5 meters away, 2 in front on the right, 10 meters away, 1 behind on the left, 2 on the right were waiting. And considering the agent that had passed them just now, there were 9 of them. Li Min was still in uniform for all these years. But it seems he was a little dumb and didn't notice another one behind them. Even so, it probably wouldn't be that easy for the captain to deal with these 10 enemies. Li Min would be very happy to reminisce the old days with his favorite captain. The captain also noticed that these enemies also had a sniper on the 7th floor in the east building, which was 200 meters ahead. It seems the sniper had a poor view. He wouldn't be able to aim well, so luck was on the side of our heroes. Li Min suggested to his captain to have a competition to see who could catch the most enemies. The old comrade's suggestion had Wang Zheng very much interested. From his inside jacket pocket, he pulled out a thick wad of 100 yuan bills. The old friend's competition was starting right now. The opponents were immediately distracted by the hundreds of bills they were trying to collect. It seems they weren't being paid enough to attack since they were so quickly distracted. Of course, there were more dedicated ones who continued to follow their previously stated plan. But for the time being, they did not enter the game, but waited for the right moment. But they had already blown their chance when they sold out for money. Now it was Li Min's turn, and he decided to make the most of his chance. His little knives stuck into the right points on the enemies' bodies, and they didn't even have time to dodge. It became abundantly clear that things were very bad. The mission was a failure. The girl tried to call off whoever she could and was already trying to save herself. But she didn't have time. Wang Zheng's needle made contact with her neck while she was still talking. Wang Zheng knew the points on the body best, and always knew where to stick the needle to achieve a certain effect. After Wang Zheng got rid of the main informant, he decided to go grab the sniper. But before he did, he asked Li Ming to remember to keep a couple of people alive. Besides, he could use his bodyguards to get all these corpses out of here. After saying all of this, Wang Zheng disappeared as if he had teleported away. The leader of the mercenary group, Cheng Yuling, tried to call the other members of the group and asked them to leave whoever they could. But it was too late, as few of his men were still alive. Wang Zheng was on the street 200 meters away, and for a nick of time he was here, which caught the sniper by surprise. That was what he was thinking about now. But he should have forgotten about it, for now was not the time to figure it out. He was not in the best position to think about such things. So he decided to take the advantage of hitting his enemy first. The punch was rather unlucky, or rather, not that it was unlucky. It was just that Wang Zhen was very experienced and he couldn't even be hurt by such punches. He could easily put up a block, which he did now. Cheng Yuling assessed his opponent as a rather sturdy man, but he had his own trump cards. Who needs real power? He had a real killer trick he decided to use right now. It might seem as if Wang Zheng was confused and even excited for a moment. But that was not the case, because he also had his own trump cards, but not as visible as Cheng Yuling's. The poor man realized that he was beginning to lose his consciousness due to the feeling of some strange smell, and he couldn't control it anymore. A little later, he woke up, but not on the roof. The first thing he saw was a woman's and a man's legs. Shishi was extremely unhappy, as there had been a lot of assassination attempts lately, which she didn't like. She decided to torture her enemy to find out who had hired him. But that bastard was silent, and even looked away, making it clear that he was not interested in the conversation. Realizing that her interrogations were not the best, Shishi left the creep to Wang Zheng. The girl allowed the bodyguard to do anything to him, but to keep him alive. Wang Zheng in turn was very surprised how an elite special forces could fall so low to try to attack. With Wang Zheng, Cheng Yuling was more sociable as they were roughly from the same bandwagon. And yet it was not Wang Zheng's place to reprimand the hostage as he considered. Cheng Yuling thought that Wang Zheng himself was working for Li Minghao. The hostage had to return to the capital because here he was part of the Golden Triad, something he seemed to be clearly proud of. Wang Zheng looked at this guy and saw right through him. An elite Wolfang special-purpose soldier could not be part of the Golden Triad. If the top of the Golden Triad said such a thing, it would be a disgrace for them. Cheng Yuling was astonished that Wang Zheng recognized that he was from the Wolfang squad. The Wolfang special forces were quite prestigious in China, but the general public definitely had no way of knowing about it. But Wang Zheng was different. In fact, this was a device Wang Zheng had invented himself and only taught it to Wolfang people. The question was, how could Cheng Yuling not know this? Shame and shame. Eventually, after a more detailed explanation, it came to the hostage's attention that Wang Zhen was of dragon scales. Besides, not only was he of dragon scales, but Li Minghao was also a dragon scale as well. And if some rotten faction wanted to deal with him as well, they had greatly overestimated themselves. The difference between Wolfang and dragon scales were indescribable in words, something that Cheng Yuling knew very well. He had now fallen into Wang Zheng's hands and was boldly admitting his defeat. Kill or be killed, it no longer mattered. Cheng Yuling was proud to at least know who he had lost to. His opponent was incredible, and he was glad to die at his hands. But Wang Zheng wasn't some backstabbing assassin. He offered the guy other conditions. If the hostage would agree to those conditions, then in that case, Wang Zheng was willing to let him go. But Cheng Yuling thought it was pointless. After all, Wang Zheng was a self-trained soldier. He should have known that the Wolfang would not say anything. If he, as the leader of the group, would not withstand the interrogation, he was self-hypnotized, and the response would be brain death. This was all fine, of course, but there was something Cheng Yuling didn't understand. Wang Zheng, being made of dragon scales, had about 100 methods that would prevent the hostage from self-hypnotizing. In that case, there was a chance. Cheng Yuling was willing to listen to Wang Zheng's wishes. Our hero wanted Cheng Yuling to help him do something every 3 months. But what exactly the sniper would have to do, Wang Zheng hadn't decided yet. Somewhere in the back of his mind, Cheng Yuling wished he could give up, but he didn't really want to die. Wang Zheng seemed to read these thoughts, and clarified that the hostage had no choice either way. Such a reminder really scared Cheng Yuling. Would he really die anyway? In the needle that Wang Zheng injected was a rare poison recipe that he had found in ancient books. It was gu feng poison, literally translated as bone meal. 100 days after being poisoned, the bones of the body would begin to break and dry up. The hostage was surprisingly smart, immediately guessing that he would need to obtain an antidote from Wang Zheng every 3 months. But if the task was failed, would Cheng Yuling not get his antidote? Wang Zheng didn't mind once again reminding Cheng Yuling that he was just a pawn, and he had no choice. In these few minutes, Wang Zheng had already thought of a task to give this hostage. The first thing Cheng Yuling would need to do would be to train his own army. In 3 months, he would have to recruit and train 300 people, which would be a great alternative to the strength of the Golden Triad. And about the money problem, Wang Zhen hoped that Cheng Yuling himself could solve this issue. If Wang Zheng was satisfied with the result after 3 months, he would help with the rest of the issues. Cheng Yuling agreed to such conditions. Wang Zheng considered the nobility and honor from this hostage. Therefore, he decided not to touch Cheng Changmei this time, but definitely not the next time. The guy was more and more perplexed, as he didn't expect Wang Zheng to even know his second uncle's name. But as he had mentioned before, he had his own sources and informants. Besides, if Wang Zheng had to deal with Cheng Changmei, it would be a good idea for Cheng Yuling to inherit the Meilong group. It was such a slight hint, but nevertheless Cheng Yuling really disliked him spouting off. And yet he could do nothing to Wang Zheng, not even scare him. Wang Zhen originally saw all the ambition, fierceness, and desire in Cheng Yuling's eyes. That was why he stayed alive. Because that was what Wang Zhen needed right now. In that case, Cheng Yuling was willing to do whatever the Dragon Scale member told him to do. Wang Zheng, in turn, would expect good news. Of course, the madam was very displeased, as her bodyguard was letting people loose again. But Shisha seemed to have forgotten her words, and she had originally said that her bodyguard could do whatever he wanted as long as he stayed alive. However, although Shishi was angry, but she was quickly cooling down, she was not very interested in this topic now. She wanted to know what Wang Zheng had learned from the hostage more than anything else. Of course, our hero wasn't going to tell everything, only clarifying that it was Cheng Yuling from the Meilong group. What was the surprise that this guy looked like he had been hired by Cheng Changmei? In that case, why would the Meilong group kidnap some girl? What cornerbacks don't have particularly good taste after all? Or maybe he has a fetish for small breasts? Here was someone who was really in a good mood. Han Xingye was trying to somehow lift it up for her friend as well, but she wasn't very good at it so far. It was known that the Shang family was supposed to enter the Meilong group industry this year. Shishi immediately realized that the head of Meilong didn't like it, so he wanted to grab Shang'an's daughter to threaten him afterwards. Using such insidious methods, this was too much. Shishi should have demanded the death of Cheng Changmei and that supermarket. From the girl's character, Wang Zhen began to notice that Shishi was indeed Shang'an's daughter. Although she looked very stupid in character, but she could immediately understand the conflicts that arose in the business field, which made Wang Zheng look at the girl differently. For now, Shishi didn't think of doing anything as it was too early. There would be a banquet tomorrow, and many famous people from the list of China's richest people would be there. It was also believed that many children of the celebrities would come. Therefore, Shishi decided to wait and watch, and as soon as there was an opportunity, she would act. If there was going to be a banquet, Han Xin of course wanted to go with her friend, and also for them to call Shang Pei. Shishi had already called her. Shang Pei would be busy tomorrow, working as a designer at night. Wang Zhen and Shishi were to go to the banquet, while Han Xingye was planning to leave Han Xingye here. But her friend was persistent. She really wanted to go, if only because there would be so many handsome boys there. Realizing that it would be hard to persuade her friend, Han Xing decided to try her luck with Wang Zhen. After all, he was the best for her. She sincerely hoped that he would let her go with them tomorrow. This made Wang Zheng very embarrassed. His blush of embarrassment was even visible on his cheeks. He was well aware that he was just an ordinary bodyguard here and couldn't decide this. Besides, if he agreed, would Han Xing continue to behave like this? Han Xin was adamant, and Shisha still gave in, deciding to take her friend to the party with her. But before she did, the girl persuaded Han Xin not to let her go tomorrow. How happy Han Xingye was that Shisha had finally agreed to take her along. Banquets of this magnitude usually took place at the Tiangong International Club. No other club could organize a banquet of this magnitude. They would probably go there tomorrow. The Tiangong Club looked quite luxurious. It was done in a Gothic style, which gave it a special charm. Mrs. Shang Shishi's appearance caused gossip among the waiters. It was very rare for the Shang family to attend this kind of event, but to be sure, it had never happened. Had they now changed their attitude? Also, attracting attention was Wang Zhen, who no one had ever seen. Who was he to Shishi? The girl in turn wasted no time and acted exactly why she had come here in the first place. She immediately found Cheng Changmei, who she spoke with kindly. Cheng Changmei in turn appreciated Shishi's kindness and beauty. Who would have thought that she would become such a gorgeous girl? After that, Wang Zheng caught old man Cheng's attention. Our hero deigned to introduce himself, giving his name and also specifying that he had just returned from the USA. The mood in the company changed drastically, but Wang Zheng didn't even give away his emotions and was still smiling considering that he didn't get his hand shaken. Shishi decided to draw Uncle Cheng's attention to the fact that Yurong International would soon enter the white energy industry. She hoped that Cheng Kang-mei would be able to prepare for this event so that the impact on his company would not be too great. Surely Shishi knew that Mei Long had always been the leader in the white energy industry. A non-specialist couldn't do anything against it, and young people shouldn't be overconfident or else they would surely get hurt. What a subtle hint. And this subtle hint was enough for the girl to remember the previous events and staggered, confused by this conversation. Wang Zheng supported his mistress so that she wouldn't say anything unnecessary. The guy in turn thought that it didn't matter so much if the youngsters failed. After all, they always had room to grow. On the other hand, some old people have their brains filled with unfortunately unseemly things. Wang Zheng knew very well what to hint at, and how to wound his opponent in return, which was evident from Old Man Cheng's confused face. He supposedly didn't understand what Wang Zheng meant. He didn't mean anything. Wang Zhen just wanted to remind Boss Milong that let there better be peace or the scratch on Cheng Kang-mei's arm might get worse. The scratch on his arm was of course not a conditional scratch, but a real one. The old man immediately realized that there was poison in his body. He tried to remember when it might have happened after all. And he seemed to remember that it might have been the day his window had broken. It was after that day that his arm had begun to ache and itch. The internet was so popular these days, and if the recording from Mei Long's office hit the internet, Cheng Kang-mei would become so famous. Shishi at this moment began to realize that her bodyguard had been helping her even before this incident. But she couldn't truncate one thing. When did Wang Zheng start working against Cheng Kang-mei? Now there was the matter of price. Cheng Kang-mei wanted to understand, what did Wang Zheng want? As they say, everything in this world had a price. If Cheng Kang-mei had the brains and honor to offer Wang Zheng the right price, then the guy could give him the tape and the antidote. So, the first bid of 10% of the Mei Long Group's shares. What will our hero say to that? With some 10% of shares, the annual yearly dividend could be several billion. This was very generous on Cheng Kang-mei's part. But still, Wang Zhenital that some miserable 10% was incomparable to the life of a Mei Long Group boss. Wang Zhen was about to leave, but the old man tried to hold him back and understand what Wang Zhen really wanted and sought. His terms were that 10% of the stock went for the videotape, and another 10% of the stock for life. Cheng Kang-mei felt completely disappointed after all. He had been blackmailed so shamelessly. In that case, he was even going to denounce Wang Zheng for such blackmail. Wang Zheng in turn had nothing against it. Let his uncle go and report it, and also clarify what he was being blackmailed for. In addition, Wang Zheng would also be willing to help the police, tell them how it really was, and provide the recording too. Cheng Kang-mei was put in a terrible, embarrassing situation. He had nowhere else to go. He was forced to still agree to 20% of Mei Long Company's stock. In that case, the deal was done. But Wang Zheng wanted to add one more thing. All of these 20% shares will be transferred to Yurong International. In other words, they would be transferred to Shang Shishi. Wang Zheng was literally toying with Cheng Kang-mei and was not shy about it. After all, the owner of 20% of the stock would become Mei Long's second shareholder. Of course, Kang-mei could always renege on this deal and kill Wang Zheng or find someone to invent an antidote. But Wang Zheng had set up a special computer program that if he was gone in 10 hours, the recording would go online. In that case, Cheng Kang-mei promised to keep his word and do as the guy wanted. The old man was literally trapped, but it was also his own fault. Shishi in turn hurriedly reminded Uncle Cheng that honest business was best. Together with her father, Shishi planned to come to the Mei Long Group tomorrow night to sign the stock transfer rights. This moment for Shishi was filled with gratitude towards Wang Zheng. After all, he had done so much not only for her, but also for the entire Shang family during this evening and the other days. Yet she still had a question. Why was Wang Zhen only doing everything to help her? She was well aware of the attitude she had at first, and how she had behaved badly. For a moment, the girl even assumed that Wang Zheng had his eye on her. Was Wang Zheng really starting to like Shushi? Wang Zheng was of course taken aback by this assumption. For as he had told Shang Pei before, his relationship with Shushi was purely within the scope of work. And this was in fact true. At most, she could be like a sister to him, but nothing more. Shisha dared to assume so, because she thought she was beautiful, and also had a good understanding of other people. In her opinion, that was enough for someone to fall in love with her. But Wang Jin questioned her arguments, and especially about her understanding of others. If that was the case, then in that case, even a sow could climb a tree. Wang Jing had his own conditions for his future wife, namely simplicity and gentleness. So Shishi was clearly not suitable to be Wang Zheng's wife. Shishi was probably upset because she was insulted, but who knows if she was angry because she wasn't suitable to be Wang Zhen's wife. After all, what an enviable groom she had by her side. No wonder Madame had her eyes on him. Just in time, Han Xing ran up just in time. She was once again enraptured by what she saw. Wang Zheng was just so handsome, the girl couldn't help but admire. Amazingly, he was able to easily defeat last year's Entrepreneur of the Year, Cheng Kang Mei, and also teach that bastard a lesson. Being friends with Wang Zheng, of course Han Xing didn't pull any punches. Just now she had spiked the chili water into Wang's new drinks. She really hoped that she looked similar to her teacher Wang Zheng and was adorable in his eyes. It was certainly cool in the guy's opinion, but who taught her that? Wang Zheng had been watched all this time. Master Su now realized that this Wang Zheng was not so simple, which meant he had to be alert. Su Tian had recently investigated the Wang family from Philadelphia. He really had a lot of influence in the US. Only the Wang family members were very mysterious and rarely came to light. All their financial groups were run by foreigners. In other words, it could be said that Master Su hadn't learned anything new about Wang Zheng's real identity. Although this guy might have been part of the Wang family from Philadelphia, but it was unclear why he needed to go against Su Tian as soon as he appeared. Ignoring this, Su Tian once again paid attention to what was going on downstairs. It was quite a lively atmosphere down there, so he didn't mind going down and seeing what was going on down there. Young Master Su must have already hired someone to test Wang Zheng, so his interlocutor suggested that they just be spectators. It was a reasonable suggestion, so as not to accidentally give away any suspicions, Su Tian agreed to the proposal. But only now did he notice that there was a rare guest in Wang Zheng's company, Shanga Shishi. Her appearance also raised questions for Su Tian. Everyone was very curious to know what kind of guy was in the company of the famous Shu, and why the girl was so friendly with him. There were as many as 3 beautiful girls around Wang Zheng. The guy was clearly lucky with the opposite sex. Other men envied him because they would also like to enjoy the feeling of being surrounded by beautiful girls. Attention shifted to the girl who was addressing Ms. Zhang. Normally, the stranger observed Zhang Mingqi in the company of Master Su, but now, unexpectedly this time, she chose the attractive young man. Why? Had her tastes changed? Han Xing told Wang Zheng about this woman. It was Song Hai Xing, Mr. Song's darling granddaughter. Unexpectedly, Han Xing suggested that Wang Zheng should hit on her and then play with her. But did he really look like some kind of womanizer? Such an offer was a bit insulting to the guy. Miss Zhang, as always, was friendly and diplomatic in any conversations, hence made it clear that she was on exceptionally friendly terms with Wang Zheng. And about young Master Su, she had always treated him respectfully without any hidden thoughts. Some women, in Hai Xing's opinion, were like cows when they ate young grass. This attractive young man looked about 20 years old. Ms. Zhang really knew how to choose. Wang Zheng just took a little care of his appearance. His skin became smoother, and his wrinkles disappeared. But to say that he looked 20? This woman definitely needed to see an ophthalmologist. Of course, the barb from her foul mouth didn't pass her ear. Miss Zhang hurriedly put this cheeky girl who had the audacity to pry into other people's relationships in her place. Hai Xing's chase after Master Su was known to everyone, and also that young master was cold to her attempts. Miss Zhang really couldn't understand. Did this chicken really have such a small IQ? Or did she purposely want to look stupid in front of people? Or maybe it was a ploy on her part to become a little bit famous at the expense of others. In addition, many people felt very uncomfortable in the company of this chicken and shied away from her. No wonder even Master Su avoided her company. This filthy thing dared to offend Miss Zhang by mentioning that she had grown up without a mother, and now she was lecturing Hai Xing. It seemed like her IQ was only good enough for that. There was no other argument in her brain. Even the other guests who paid attention to this conflict couldn't miss the point of how rude Hai Xing was. And it was really very unfair and unethical to remind a person that her mother was not alive. Was it her fault that she lost her mother so early? All this time, Wang Zhen had been watching this performance as if he was waiting for something. Plus, he had asked Han Xing to be silent. Of course, Zhang Mingqi was already starting to shiver. because recalling this was comparable to pouring salt on a wound. Yes, it was a long time ago. Yes, she didn't know her mother, but that didn't change her attitude towards her as far as she knew her through stories. It seemed as if the girl was ready to throw herself or say something very rude. But Wang Jun came to her rescue, and very timely. At times like this, you always need someone to support or protect you. Some people, though educated by their parents for years, acted like wild, uneducated children. Wang Jing sincerely wondered, did Miss Song have some personal problem? Or maybe her mother had a problem? Who taught her manners like a Neanderthal? In the eyes of the guests, this lady did look like a cave lady, but she was still far from being a lady. No amount of status can buy brains, education, intelligence, and gallantry if you have such ignorance in your blood. Eventually, in a burst of anger and ridicule around Haixing, a glass of wine was enough, and then poured all the wine on Wang Zheng's shirt. That gorilla didn't seem to be thinking straight. As an experienced top-grade soldier, Wang Zheng bounced back very timely and didn't get hit by the wine. As for Lady Shang standing behind, she was not so lucky today. No wonder she didn't like going to parties like this, because there were so many crazy people who dared to call themselves high society. Shishi seemed ready to sizzle that bitch with her gaze. And Han Xingye hurriedly wiped her friend's dress, so that she would at least look decent if she suddenly started tearing Haixing's hair. But there was no fight. That chicken didn't even apologize. She just turned around and walked away as if nothing had happened. That was too much of her. In the end, Wang Zheng couldn't stand this attitude. He wasn't going to let this damsel go unpunished, so he picked up a piece of glass from the broken glass. He threw that piece of glass so skillfully that it didn't hit the girl's skin, but it cut the straps of her dress. I wonder how she would continue to walk around with such a dress at this party. After all, Wang Zheng's friends weren't the only ones who had to be upset and suffer from this party. Let others get what they deserve too. Such a cruel disgrace. Outside observers, it was very doubtful that Song Haixing would be able to enter the Su family in the future. She could only dream and watch in her dreams. Wang Jin not only dishonored the Song family, but also the girl's self-esteem, in addition to blocking off all avenues of retreat. This Wang Zheng was definitely a very ruthless person. Moreover, he acted very cunningly and skillfully. Nothing could even be said against him. The others didn't notice, but Han Xing noticed Wang Zheng cutting that bitch's strap to help Shi Shi. The friend needed to cool down first, but that was giving her a hard time. She was already planning how she would send her dress to the Song family, have that bitch wash it, and then bring it back to Shi Shi on her knees, which would be smeared in cow shit. This incident started because of Zhang Ming. Therefore she felt guilty, and was willing to compensate for Miss Shishi's dress. She was really ashamed of the whole thing. Shishi didn't let the girl continue. After all, today's incident was because of that uneducated chicken. And Zhang Mingqi wasn't guilty of anything. Besides, Miss Zhang was like a sister to Shishi. If Minqi dared to offend someone, it directly meant that Shishi Shang was also offended. Such words struck the girl to the core. It was so damn cute. In addition, Mingqi was very grateful to Wang Zheng for standing up for her. However, why did he deliberately avoid and interfere with Shang Shishi? She asked. But was he really dodging on purpose? Just, if he hadn't moved, wouldn't the red wine have gotten on his face? Minqi had already assumed that Wang Zheng was going to protect her through Shang Shishi. Wang Zheng was certainly a cunning guy, and he always took advantage of it, something that Minqi had noticed repeatedly. Now Mingqi didn't even know whether she should have thanked him or not. In Wang Zheng's opinion, she definitely should have thanked him. The girl was well aware that Wang Zheng had already helped her, but only her closeness with Shang Shishi had played a big role. Wang Zhen emphasized that Minqi was not alone, and there would always be those who were willing to stand up for her. That's when the bystanders came running in. Su Tian decided to ask if Minqi was all right. The girl was not confused and immediately made it clear that she was fine only because of Wang Zheng. Yet even so, Su Tian was happy about it. Besides, Song Haixing had always talked like this, but the girl didn't need to worry because Su Tian would take care of this situation. But in that case, why didn't he deal with her now? Why did he stand by and just watch the girl he was interested in being insulted by another girl? Why didn't he show up when Song Haixing had just been looking for a problem? What kind of tricks was that sly fox plotting? Did he just come to give advice after everything was over to show off? This guy didn't even have anything else to say because it was all in his face. How could he justify himself? He really could have gone over and solved the problem, but he didn't. It was always more comfortable to watch from the sidelines, Fortunately, he was very lucky. He didn't have to answer this question as all the attention was drawn to his sister. The girl immediately recognized Wang Jing. She was extremely curious. Why was he chatting with her brother? Wang Jing might not remember this girl anymore, but her name was Su Huang. Back then, they had met while still on the train. Wang Jing was sure that they would meet, and they did. After recalling that meeting, Wang Jing immediately remembered where he had seen this girl. A sophomore at the capital's medical university. Su Huang hurriedly explained to her brother about Wang Jing, whom she met on the train from Yicheng to the capital. Besides, the girl had told her brother about him before. Su Tianran of course remembered this, but he didn't quite understand what was going on. How could an heir from the Philadelphia Wang family wear tattered clothes and take the train from Yicheng back to the capital? Suddenly, the girl remembered that she had not thanked Wang Jing earlier as she should have. Therefore, Su Huang couldn't miss such a rare chance to meet again now. She would be very happy if Wang Jing agreed to have dinner at the Su family's place. Wang Jing must have known where Li Xin's manor was. Because of this, Huang Su Tianran was grateful to Wang Xiao for his benevolence. Unfortunately, Wang Jing once again had to decline the offer. He was very busy because he wanted to reschedule this meeting for next time. In that case, he had to say goodbye. Wang Jing left the banquet hall. People kept whispering about him, because Master Su had invited him to his manor, which the Su family never allowed outsiders to enter. And this young man had rejected him so easily. Was he really afraid? But he shouldn't have refused and immediately accepted rather than acting like a spoiled child. Wang Jing still planned to visit Li Xin Manor sooner or later. However, the Su family wouldn't like such a visit. After all, when he did visit their family, the entire Li Xin Manor would be destroyed. Even after so many years, Wang Jing couldn't stay calm when he heard something about Li Xin Manor or the Su family. His collectedness and calmness were immediately lost when he heard those words. But this was how he would be able to avenge his fallen brethren. The Su family group in Li Xin Manor was trying to capture the members of the Dragon Scales. It was purely a setup. Wang Jing wanted to prevent all of this from happening, so that no terrible things would happen. But it was too late. Not everyone shared his thoughts and goals, though it seemed as if they were on the same side. He survived, but only because of Old Man Shan. These freaks had betrayed the country for their own selfish goals. Wang Jing couldn't answer a simple question. Why? The Dragon Scales had fallen into a trap and ended up being betrayed by their own countrymen. He was so immersed in his thoughts that Shi had to say his name loudly for him to pay attention to her. Wang Jing didn't even notice when they got into the car, and the girl had been calling his name for quite some time. This kind of behavior was clearly not like him. But what happened to him? Wang Jing was not going to tell the girl, and simply suggested that they go back to Tianping Villa. But Han Xinye had a better idea. She suggested going to a bar. After all, she had never been there, and now there was such a unique opportunity. She noticed Wang Jing's condition, so she thought that now was not the best time to go to the bar. But Wang Jing didn't think so. He came back to his senses and decided to go after all. Perhaps this way he would be able to distract himself. Surprisingly, they went to 0 Point Casino, which sounded quite familiar to Han Xinye. Shi tried to finally recall that it was a place run by the person they had recently had a conflict with in KFD. After a little reminding, Han Xinye finally remembered what this place was and who it belonged to. Plus, they received 2 bouquets of flowers from the young master in a blink of an eye. Send 2 bouquets of flowers for 2 girls at once. The young master clearly has good taste. The only one who didn't like this gift was Wang Jing, who immediately snatched the bouquets away from the waiters, and then ruthlessly threw them away and asked him to give the young master a thank you from Wang Jing. How creative it all looked to the crowd. People were already thinking it was part of some kind of show, even though they were just rejected bouquets. Wang Jing also asked him to tell him that if Dongfeng wanted to give the girls flowers, so should come in person. Perhaps the young master had forgotten, but Wang Jing was happy to remind him that the 2 beautiful ladies were already taken. His role went to the same place again, because Wang Jing had messed him up just like last time. With anger, he thumped his hand, which served as a reminder of their past acquaintance. It was all reflexive, and yet his arm still really hurt him. The waiters handed everything over to their master. After listening to everything carefully, Dongfeng decided to have Lin Shi bring him the team he had trained. It was time for others to know the real strength of the Entertainment Cities group. The sturdy fellows immediately came to their master's call and were now searching for that very Wang Jing. Ordinary visitors immediately realized that there was going to be a showdown, so they decided to get out of here right away so they wouldn't get hurt by accident. Of course, the men did not get involved with the ordinary guests who had just come to have fun, so they could safely run away from this place where the bloodbath was about to begin. Our guys realized who they had come to see. Han Xingye suggested calling Lao Han to come to the rescue, but Wang Zheng refused. He was sure he could handle it on his own. Wang Zhen was still arrogant, hoping that these guys came here to drink and party, not to pick a fight. Otherwise, Wang Zheng wouldn't really want to cripple these guys. The young master immediately pointed at Wang Zheng and instructed him to beat him to death. In that case, the mercenaries didn't delay and immediately rushed to attack, not even alone, but all together. Wang Zheng was still confident. His strength should have been enough to handle the crowd of non-skilled people. So he asked the girls to wait for him for a while. Since the enemies had already swooped down on him, Wang Zheng would also meet them with his attack. The first attacker was already knocked out of the game. A glass bottle flew into his face at high speed, and he didn't even manage to turn away. The kid was killed. I wonder what they had been taught for so long that the kid couldn't even turn away from the bottle. And yet, his brother's death made the others angry, and they started to go after Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng noticed one interesting person amongst them. The man didn't try to attack, but just waited for some reason. Moreover, he seemed to be stronger than the others. Well, Wang Zheng would have to experience this. Our hero decided to throw bottles, as it was the only weapon in the bar that was effective and didn't require extra strength. This time, he decided to ignore all the scum and still evaluate the strongest among them, according to Wang Zheng. The man didn't seem to disappoint and managed to smash a wine bottle that flew straight at him with his foot. But that was for now. Now, in order to fight the most important fight, Wang Zheng had to deal with his accomplices, which was the easiest thing to do. They could attack him in droves, but still, there was no advantage to it, because they would die anyway. Wang Zhen finally reached the boss. All of his underlings were scattered. He was very eager to test him. In such a case, to take advantage, the opponent decided to attack first. But now he was beginning to disappoint Wang Zheng, for he expected more from him than simple blows. It would seem impossible. The Shadow Whip was an underground fighting myth. A single strike would be enough to knock out a heavyweight. And Wang Zheng was demonstrating how he easily blocked these punches without even tensing up. Not only did the young master feel fear, but also the Shadow Whip leader himself. He had expected that he would be able to defeat Wang Zheng with his famous punch. But this punch was not only blocked, but his actions were also predicted. Using the Batsu technique, it was too obvious to guess. It had similarities to Thai boxing, but still too many unnecessary moves that are not as unhelpful. If this was a fight to the death, the opponent would be dead already. His body could not keep up with his speed, thus slowing down all of his strikes. Hence, the opponent compensated for this by overextending his movements. No matter what type of combat he possessed, all of his punches were easily blocked as if he was hitting a brick wall. Wang Zhen noticed that this guy wasn't that bad and could be molded into something from him. So today our hero was very loyal and offered the man to work for him, and in return, Wang Zheng was willing to teach him more. But he was so confident that he set the conditions himself, and Wang Zheng had to convince him to do so. Apparently, the previous demonstration was not enough. Wang Zhen was attentive and noticed that his opponent's speed was still lagging behind. But he could improve his technique without any problems. We should have been done with this fight by now, as the girls must have been waiting. He didn't want to kill this guy, so he asked one last time to see if he'd changed his mind. But the opponent was adamant even when he realized that he had already lost. In that case, Wang Zheng would offer to find him, in case he changed his mind. The faction leader still wasn't going to give up, so he decided to use the Blue Sea Dragon's double strike. He might get lucky here, but Wang Zhen was too experienced to fall for some lousy punches from this weakling. He dodged again, and in this entire battle, he didn't even try to seriously injure his opponent, for example like the others. But this time, it was necessary to end their dance together. Maybe after this fool would change his mind and bow to Wang Zheng. Wang Zhen decided to use Haiyu's kick. It was so powerful that the man sealed himself into the wall that was a few meters away from him. The boy wondered, how did this happen? After all, during this entire fight he hadn't even managed to see him move. As the young master thought, perhaps today was a great day to have a scuffle. The guy was very scared. He was and wanted to say something to Wang Zheng, but he was interrupted by the banging of people rushing in from the door. The scuffle was already starting. It was someone else's people, definitely not Dongfeng's. The guy immediately recognized that it was an underground fraternity. But what were they doing at Ground Zero? Plus, their leader was even present. Li Min didn't want to miss such an opportunity to personally help his favorite captain. He ordered his brothers to destroy everything here. Those unquestioningly agreed and immediately got down to business. Today, 0 Point would suffer a huge collapse, as well as unthinkable losses. What would happen to Dongfeng afterward? Would he even survive at all? Wang Zheng and his girls had nothing else to do here, so they went to the car. The former enemy seemed to come to his senses very quickly and decided to catch up with Wang Zheng. Wang Zhen had told him earlier that he would be able to make the guy 3 times stronger. But he still doubted whether it was true. Of course, our hero would not waste words. If he promised, he would keep his promise. But he had one question. Of course, he would give some time to think before proceeding. But was it worth it for such a talented fellow to follow Chiang Dongfeng? Or was it still better to follow Wang Zheng? The fighter had a purely business relationship with Chiang Dongfeng and nothing more. Now he asked for permission to improve to Wang Zheng's level so that he could do whatever he wanted afterwards. Did he really mean killing and sowing confusion? You can't do whatever you want. Of course, the possible student realized that everything has its limits. And of course, one had to look at each situation individually, depending on what the question was. In this case, once Wang Zheng was satisfied with the answer, he decided to put the disciple in the hands of someone who would improve his kung fu. The next day, the morning was not so calm. Shangpei called with the news that something had happened to Liu Xuan again. The girl called Shangpei's number. As soon as she received the call, she immediately rushed to her school. Liu Xuan turns out to be Zhu Feng's mother, as well as several policemen came to see her. And the classmates assured that the police officers had twisted the girl. Wang Jing understood the whole situation. Therefore, he asked Shangpei not to worry about it. She could always trust him and Liu Xuan would be fine. He immediately decided to take action. First, he turned to his friend Li Minhao, asking him to find out where Zhu Feng from the capital university was. Charging for the day could already be put off. It was time to get down to business and help a new acquaintance. Minhao quickly found out all the information he needed and immediately sent it to Wang Zheng. Finding data at such a speed was simply mind-boggling. Li Minhao was the real head of the underground world. Those who tried to touch Wang Zheng's acquaintances seemed to be suicide bombers, and were clearly fed up with the quiet life. Before leaving, Wang Zheng decided to borrow 1 pair of her pantyhose and a palette from Shi. If only she knew what he would do with those pantyhose. Liu Xuan was quite perky, so she sprayed Zhu Feng's mom with the nasty stuff Wang Zheng had given her. Afterwards, the woman started to vomit and had to have her stomach pumped. Because of the girl, she was also detained in the hospital. Now, Liu Xuan will have a hard time after this. But what was the mother's reaction when she saw her baby boy? Zhu Feng hung his head low and roared to the entire room, unable to untie himself in any way. "It's okay, Mommy's gonna save him. How come my son is tied to the ceiling?" But Mommy had fallen by herself and could no longer move or get up. Who will help her now? Mommy got caught in the glue that Wang Zheng himself made. Even the car won't be able to move after that. So there's no point in trying to escape. There was nothing the son could do. As he was negligent, the mother had fallen into a trap. There was only one way out left, to communicate with the bandit. The woman shouldn't have been afraid, Wang Zheng, although he liked mature women, but she wasn't in their category. What Wang Zheng was about to do would probably impress the lady. And so that she wouldn't try to express her impressions, the guy had to tape her mouth shut. His good appearance today meant nothing to their family. After all, Wang Zheng had a business to finish today. The first thing he wanted to do was spank this kid so he would understand how to treat ladies and other people, namely, respectfully. Because of their arrogance, they could never understand how other people, whom they did not even consider human beings, felt. When their loved ones suffered from their petty desires, while they abused their power to ruin their lives, the strikes continued, and each time they became more and more ruthless. Fortunately or unfortunately, this arrogant family had now met Wang Zheng, which meant that they would finally have a chance to feel the same pain and helplessness on themselves that they inflicted on others. Wang Zheng was certainly not a sadist, but the thought of teaching these majors a lesson was very tempting to let them know. Every time they could afford to do something horrible, they would be tormented by conscience or guilt. But in the worst case, it would be revenge. Then they will have no feelings left after the revenge. Wang Zheng could guess that the woman was asking why this man was beating her son. Why? It's because he's in pain. That was true. But he had also hurt a girl who was also someone's daughter. What would they say then, knowing this information? If it wasn't for Wang Zheng, would the people who were wronged by this family be able to hope for justice? Today, Wang Zheng decided to take pity on these scum and let the mother reprimand her son's morals. Maybe they'll reform after all? But Miss had to remember that this was just the beginning. Her husband who covered for them in everything. His wife should have told him to retire or resign before Wang Zheng deigned to find him. Wang Zheng wouldn't even mind if his family arranged for him to die. After that incident, the news immediately went viral on the internet. Many college students started a boycott against the school tyrant and stood up for the injured girl. Zhu Feng was demanded to be imprisoned. Since Wang Zhen went to Zhu's house that day, why didn't he just let them release Liu Xuan, and instead push the students to protest? Given Wang Zheng's abilities, it wasn't necessary, Shang Pei thought. Wang Zhen considered the events of that day. He could not give a guarantee that Liu Xuan would be all right. She could be persecuted and even harmed. There were so many dirty deeds that Zhu Qinghua was behind. Wang Zheng wasn't even aware of who was behind Zhu Qinghua. It would be very curious to know what role this person had on the chessboard. Shan Pei had another question as to why the guy was so interested in this case. The answer was that all of these things were also related to Shan Pei in some way. But it was too early for her to know. To ensure that the girl didn't have any more questions, Wang Zhen hurriedly left, as time would have to answer everything else. This is what happened at the Zhu residence after that incident. The chief threw everything he could get his hands on. The registrar wanted to propose that the Metropolitan Teachers Training University be prosecuted for libel. But it was a very foolish suggestion, for who would be responsible? No one could help He Zhu, so he decided to dial the one number he was counting on for support. It was an old friend of his. The first thing he did was to ask how he was doing, and suddenly he decided to greet his friend after such a long time. Of course, his interlocutor immediately realized that Zhu was faking it, because everyone knew what he had going on. Besides, if his friend helped him again, everyone would realize that he had been working for him. But this old friend was his only hope, so Zhu kept asking. These requests worked. The interlocutor could again protect the old man, but he would have to do something in the future. Shishi, Shangpei, and Wang Zheng were resting peacefully in their villa, as a friend ran in with a shout, Han Xingye, everything is gone. Just what was missing was unclear. Shishi demanded an explanation. A few days ago, up until this morning, Han Xingye could find a bunch of blackness on Zhu Qinghua, but tonight it's simply gone. Shangpei believed that the person behind Zhu Qinghua had revealed himself at last. Control all media and change it in an instant. I wonder how many people in China could pull that off. These were just thoughts out loud. But in reality, Wang Zhen was already speculating about what kind of person this could be. His answer was obvious. It was the Su family. But how much would Zhu Qinghua pay this family for such help? Wang Zheng patiently waited for someone outside the police station, borrowed a car from his mistress in advance. After a while, Liu Xuan came out. Looking closely, she could see a familiar face, someone she didn't expect to see. And as soon as she realized it, tears flowed from her eyes. What did she feel at that moment? Joy or sadness? She had so many problems, and yet she had a wonderful friend. Finally, she couldn't stand it and burst into tears like a little child, not even trying to hold back her tears. But still, she wouldn't want the guy to see her sobbing, so she hurriedly cleaned herself up and kept her cool. Shangpei promised to come, but she didn't come because she was a little busy. Wang Zheng was genuinely surprised, as he was already completely confused. How old was the girl? She was crying like a child. These were tears of joy after all. Liu Xuan was incredibly grateful to Wang Zheng. Of course, her emotions had a place. She didn't even know how she could thank her benefactor. Wang Zhen didn't know this either, but asked that she not offer her body, because Wang Zhen wouldn't agree to it anyway. As a joke, Liu Xuan sent this joker away, for she was being completely serious. She really wanted to thank him in some way, but he wasn't the only one who needed to be thanked. After all, one had to go and celebrate Liu Xuan's safe return. People like Zhu Feng won't do anything if they aren't properly intimidated. Of course, Wang Zheng had to teach this brat a lesson. If Liu Xuan had seen his ugly face, she would have been scared. Wang Zheng really hoped that he would ease his karma and have plastic surgery, because he was now scary to look at. Wang Zheng decided to take the girl to the Blue Oyster Bar. It was quite a cozy place, and here the couple continued their conversation. Without any embarrassment and with natural sincerity, Liu Xuan was not afraid to tell Wang Zheng that he was very sinister. Such a suggestion made the guy laugh and interested at the same time. Liu Xuan found Wang Zheng like this because he had beaten her abuser on his ass, and now he would only be able to sleep on his stomach. Then drugged him with apomorphine. What position did Wang Zheng want Zhu Feng to sleep in? Standing? Wang Zhen admitted that this guy could hardly even stand now, which definitely proved how evil Wang Zheng was. The light conversations were interrupted by Shangi Shishi calling Wang Zheng. Without even saying hello, Shishi literally shouted into the phone in a panic because her father had gotten sick. So she asked Wang Zheng to come back as soon as possible. Wang Zheng didn't hesitate a moment longer. He urgently got up from his chair and said goodbye to Liu Xuan, asking her to go home. But if something happened to the girl, she could always call him. Not only was his car driving near the mansion, but Wang Zheng was in a hurry like a scalded man and therefore overtook all the other cars. Of course, the driver didn't like it and started yelling and getting angry. Shang Sunny could be seen behind the wheel. Wang Zheng, of course, didn't say anything back to him. He didn't have time for a fight right now, but he knew this person very well. Sunny was the second son of Shang Jiazhen's brother. Our hero found him another pain in the ass. Wang Zheng's appearance was noticed by a lady. The entire mansion was packed with Shang An's relatives and acquaintances. Shang Tianyu was the daughter of Shang Zheng's second brother. She met our hero without a smile, rudely inquiring who this man was. But Wang Zheng didn't even bother to pay her any attention. He simply walked past, not wanting to interact with anyone. Somehow, her brain had formed words like the Shang family didn't need any outside help, and therefore Wang Zheng should leave immediately. But did she really know the family's affairs well enough to sign for the whole family? Finally, Wang Zheng dared to clarify that he was only Shang Shishi's bodyguard, and a woman was not allowed to know more than that. The other guests also heard this argument. For some reason, Wang Zheng started to make them laugh. What was he doing here? He thought he was a swan even though he was a toad? In that case, if Wang Zheng was an ordinary bodyguard, then he was supposed to wait with the drivers on the street. Shishi came out just in time and asked Wang Zheng to hurry upstairs for she was waiting for him. But just then, a pain in the ass came up. He didn't understand why his sister had summoned her bodyguard at this very moment. Was she foolish enough to think that he could cure Shang'an? Well, that was a funny joke. Shang Tianyu supported Sunny's words, saying that there was no place for outsiders from outside the Shang family. The wealth accumulated by the Shang family over the years could not fall into the hands of outsiders. That chicken didn't seem to know what she was talking about. Shishi's father was just sick, and the dear family was already sharing the skin of an unkilled bear. Were they really just waiting for Shang'an to die? The head of the Shang family was lying unconscious on his bed. Shishi really hoped that Wang Zheng could at least understand what had happened to him. Several of China's top medical professionals came here. They took blood for tests, but they never told me the results. Wang Zheng felt his pulse. It was normal. Shang'an's eyes were very tightly closed, as if he was unconscious. What could have happened to him? Another brother, Shang Jialin, showed up. Of course, everyone had doubts about Wang Zheng's knowledge since they didn't know him at all. But if he could cure, or at least tell them what Shang'an's illness was, Jialing was willing to pay him 100 million. Otherwise, it would be better for him to leave. Shish was completely confused because there were so many things to worry about. On one side was a family that would kill you for money and only wait for the head of the family to die. And the father, who was lying unconscious. Wang Zheng said as if to summarize that Shang'an could very well have been poisoned. But how such a thing was even possible? Wang Zheng had no idea. Our hero had never encountered such symptoms, but he was sure it was definitely an unusual disease. He often used poisons, but right now, he had no idea what kind of toxin it was. There was an 80% guarantee that Shang'anya was poisoned. But where did he get his conclusions from? Why did he think that in the first place? Let's just say Wang Zheng had an intuition. Even though he didn't know the symptoms well, he had several methods of how acupuncture would improve the condition. Now Shishi was the one who brought Wang Zheng here. What good is his intuition? The daughter was very irresponsible to her father, bringing in an irresponsible doctor who didn't know what to treat Shang'an for. Didn't Shishi want to alleviate her father's suffering? The way her uncle reacted very coldly to everything frightened the girl. Was he really waiting for his brother to die? Why did everyone in this family only think about how to make more money for themselves? Eventually, another uncle, Shang Jiaqi, came running to the commotion. He was like a hope for the confused girl. The gentleman asked that all directors of Yurong International be informed of the convening of the board of directors. Tomorrow morning, a decision would be made to hand over the management of the company during Mr.'s serious illness. Jiaqi suggested that Shishi go there as her father's representative, but the girl didn't like this idea very much. Her father was not dead yet, he was just lying in a hospital bed, and the whole family was already thinking about dividing the family property. How so? If her grandfather knew about it, he would scold them all. Shishi should have dyed her ardor. How could she address her elders with such a tone? How rude. Besides, Shishi shouldn't have told her grandfather about Chang'an after all. He was too old to withstand this blow. At this moment, Shang Shishi felt lonely, even though there were so many relatives around. She had fond memories with them and spent time with them at family gatherings. But now that her father was dead, it was as if everyone had turned their backs on her and were ready to stab her in the back. But the girl wasn't alone. There were more reliable people from her relatives. Wang Jun only asked for a little time and promised to definitely cure Chang'an. After that, everything would be back to normal, and Chang'an would once again emerge as the head of the family. The next morning, Shishi still had to go to Yurong International. The secretary made it clear that the voting was already underway, and Shishi's uncle had the advantage. But Shishi kept insisting on her own. At her age, there were so many chances to find a good man to marry. Why shouldn't she take that chance? Her relatives thought that Shishi just wanted to become the head of the family, but no one expected her to become so greedy at such a young age. In fact, Shishi just couldn't back down. She decided that she would take care of everything her father left behind exactly until his return. But the relatives had big doubts about whether Chang'an would come back at all. So they suggested not to waste time and just vote. Wang Zhen was very worried. Before entering the meeting room, he had to take a breath to gather his thoughts and finally defend Shishi. No one dared to offend this girl, if only because she was his best friend's daughter. At this moment, Shishi was happy to see Wang Zheng like no other. Tears of joy and gratitude towards this man sparkled in her eyes. She had disliked him so much at first, but now everything had reversed. Her father was right about him after all. But of course there were many who were not happy to see Wang Zheng. "What's that dog doing here?" Jialing demanded to call the guards and get our hero out of here. Without a doubt, Wang Zheng was not a rich second-generation person, and the son-in-law of the Shang family. He was just Shishi's bodyguard, and a bodyguard can't let his employer down. He also didn't understand anything about business, but his business was to protect his client. If Shishi shed another tear, Wang Zheng would have to personally destroy anyone. The old dog continued to stand his ground and demanded that Wang Zheng be taken out of here. But Wang Zheng was still very persistent. He also asked me not to doubt the veracity of his words. If he had to, he would be ready to destroy everyone here. Shishi could finally express whatever she wanted normally. Her decisions were made during her father's illness, so she wanted to be in charge of all of Yurong International's affairs, and she also wanted to ask all the directors to cooperate. If there were no objections, then today's board of directors was complete. They had finally become obedient, and this required Wang Zheng to put everyone in their place. Wang Zheng, in Shishi's opinion, pushed these people very hard. After all, they were also relatives. But on the other hand, even if the girl tried to persuade them, they still wouldn't go over to Shishi's side. The business world is such that it is sometimes tougher than the battlefield. Business is like war, but Wang Zheng preferred to plunge into the abyss of combat rather than picking at the dark corners of the business world. At this moment, Shishi realized that Wang Zhen was better than everyone, and certainly better than her relatives. She was so often boiled up, angry, prejudiced against Wang Zheng, but he still helped her and was on her side. But how could Wang Zheng leave in such a situation? A woman with irregular menstruation. What kind of man would he be after that? It seems Wang Zheng will need to prepare a coffin. But how can one live without jokes? Their bickering is the best thing that could be between them. If Shisha wanted to run this company, she had to show results in a short period of time. Not to mention those directors who wanted to take over, which seemed like a very difficult task for her inexperience. Her grandfather had retired many years ago, and her father was sick with a strange illness at this moment. Shishi realized that she needed Wang Zheng's help. Shang Yizhen had dedicated 30 years of his life to this company, and suddenly resigned after announcing the succession of his third son. The old man was not wrong. In the past 2 decades, when the third son of the Shang family was the head of Yurong International, the company had reached really great heights. Because of this, Shishi was under pressure. The first time Wang Zheng met Shang Pei, she was poisoned. This time, it was Shishi's father who was poisoned. So many things had happened recently that he would do well to put all the pieces into a jigsaw puzzle. During this period, for safety, Shishi would have to live in the company, and afterwards, Wang Zhen wanted to call Zhang Yun so that he could protect the girl while Wang Zhen was on vacation. She began to guess that there were some agreements between Wang Zheng and her father. If something happened to Chang'an, Wang Zheng would definitely need time to investigate. She was grateful to her bodyguard for taking care of her. Since the conversation was over, Wang Zheng needed to get going already. Before the guy left, Shushi wanted to say one last thing to him. If Wang Zheng needed the Shang family's support in the future, Shishi would try her best to put in the effort, and even use the power of Yurong International to help Wang Zheng do so. Furthermore, she believed that Wang Zheng would have the power to cure her father. Shishi said this so suddenly that Wang Zheng felt uneasy. But there was one more thing. Wang Zheng was willing to do everything he could to alleviate her severe period pain. The girl didn't even get mad at it. Now these jokes were quite acceptable. They had really become very good friends lately. The Chiang family arrived from the airport. The girl's name was Kathy, and the man next to her was Chang Dong-song. A boy passing by noted that Dong-song had a very handsome face like Keanu Reeves. He already thought that a movie like The Matrix had been filmed here. You could tell by the look on his face that Dong-song was not very pleased with the compliment. But Kathy asked him not to be so harsh, for he had already frightened the little boy. However, the man ignored him. A predator has returned to China. How long has Dong-song been here? He must have missed this place. At the airport, Dong-feng was already waiting for this nice group. Surprisingly, he was still alive and well after the casino debacle. As soon as he spotted his brother, he immediately rushed to greet his family man. Dong-song still looked indifferent and not very happy to see his brother. It was the first time Kathy had met Dong-song's relative at all. In addition, she could note that the gap between them was very large. If she hadn't been told that this boy was related to Song, she wouldn't have believed that they were from the same family. No matter how happy Dong-feng looked, the older brother always realized that his younger brother was not happy about his return. He also knew that the business his father had left him had gone downhill. Did Dong-feng really still want to see his brother? Dong-feng recognized his mistake that he had made, and his father asked that Dong-song take the younger one into training, with the aim of teaching him how to run a business like his older brother. But it seems that Dong-feng was in too much of a hurry. Dong-song Terror contacted his friend and persuaded him to take Dong-feng to study at the university. The ticket to Australia was already booked, so Dong-feng will leave tomorrow. But why tomorrow? Was the eldest son really going to go against his father's will? But there was no way his father could influence Dong-song's decision, if only because no one could change his decision. Dong-feng was very upset and amazed that his older brother had decided everything instead of him without even consulting him. Besides, Dong-song wasn't even going to explain why. If Feng dared to run away, he shouldn't even appear on the doorstep of his home, and he should forget about his home until he graduated from uni. Dong-song, as Kathy noticed, really did have an icy heart. How could he do this to his little brother? Didn't he feel sorry for him? But the girl shouldn't have gotten involved in the Dong family's business. The director asked Dong-seong to just help Kathy, so she shouldn't get involved in his personal life. In that case, Kathy wondered when Dong-song was going to meet with their allies in China. In Sun's view, all allies are merely bargaining chips to accomplish the goal. But it seems like he was too confident. Wasn't there a saying in Huaxia village that humility promoted people's development? Although Kathy didn't think she would ever want to see Dong-song's humble appearance in her life. In turn, the hospitable Dong-sun promised that when Katie got into town, there would be many things waiting for her that would make her happy. But first of all, they needed to visit their old friend. Dong-song and Kathy decided not to even visit the Dong family, but went to a nightclub immediately that evening, because there were more important things to do. Several hours had passed, but Dong-song still couldn't believe that he was back in his native land. It was a special moment for him. What a lot of attention they received when they went inside. Dong-song impressed many people with his beauty, as he had a rather unusual appearance and a special charm. And the whole company was also attracting attention, as if they were occupying the whole place with their appearance. But this bunch wasn't friendly. They came here to prove themselves and show who's boss. So they ordered everyone to stand down. The employee wanted to go somewhere and find out what was going on here. But Kathy's guards stood firm and wouldn't let the ordinary employee even move. And soon the waiter was lifted up altogether, as if he were some kind of toy. And then with ease he was thrown into the wall where the expensive liquor cabinet stood. Just like that, for no reason at all. The poor kid was traumatized or God forbid killed. Either way, he's not likely to get up now. As soon as this performance was seen by the ordinary visitors, they immediately scattered away to the exit, for they did not want to repeat the fate of the employee. The manager of the nightclub, Han Bo, had to show his face. He kept the place in order and didn't want any outsiders doing whatever they wanted to do. Han Bo immediately swooped down with his fists on the local troublemaker. A brave man he certainly was, but he'd done it for nothing. Katie was more aware than anyone of the abilities of her bodyguards. However, Hanbo couldn't do otherwise because it was his job. Of course, the strength of Katie's guards and him had a huge difference. When Hanbo struck, the man didn't even move, standing there like a wall. After that, it was the guards' turn to fight back. It felt as if the man had just waved his hand, and Hanbo had moved like a flake, and flew a considerable distance away. Blood began to ooze from his body. It was hard to just be, as his body was injured. Dongsong was thus trying to leave a message for Lee Min-hao. Hanbo had to tell his boss that he was no longer alone in ruling the capital's underworld. Of course, the rumor that his club had been completely trashed reached Lee Min-hao quickly, and he immediately arrived, where he saw the injured manager on the floor. Few people tried to stick their necks out against the underworld boss, so it was unusual for Min-hao to see such a rout at his club. In all this time, Hanbo had only now cried. He cried not because of pain, but because he had failed his brother. He had failed to withstand the attack and repel it. How ashamed he felt. Lee Min-hao immediately ordered to take Hanbo to the hospital without wasting a second. Eye for an eye, the underworld boss was not going to just keep quiet. Surely he wanted to retaliate against whoever dared to do this. Already in the hospital, Hanbo was feeling much better, so Min-hao began to ask him about yesterday. He wanted to know everything. Hanbo saw that 3 men and 1 beautiful woman came there. The strength of the 2 ambassadors was simply enormous. After 1 blow, Hanbo's ribs were broken, and that man asked him to tell Lee Min-hao that from now on, he would not be the only one to rule the underworld of the capital. Had some foreign master really come to visit them? And were they really here solely because of Lee Min-hao? Whatever the case, Min-hao had promised that, for what these scum had done, he would pay them back double. That's what Lee Min-hao said, and he never broke his promises. Meanwhile, Shishi's best friend decided to visit her at work. Han Xin was going to a party and suggested that Shishi go with her, so she was busy picking out a dress. Shishi was very busy with work, so she asked her secretary to make a cage for Han Xin to lock up that annoying person, and if he resented her, to feed him. Luckily, Han Xin's phone rang. Her father wanted her to go on a blind date. I wonder how old her father thought his daughter was that he had to marry her off so urgently. The father was adamant and asked his daughter to go back and not to argue, or else he would have mom bring Han Xing in person. It was as if dad had lost his mind. Han Taosu thought as if no one knew he was too strict. If he spent a lot of time outside like a hero, he acted like a tyrant at home. Of course, his daughter didn't want to go back, but this made Han Taosu even angrier. Now he was putting his daughter in front of the fact that she had to be home by noon tomorrow, and she couldn't be late, or else her father would have to punish her. Han Taosu was just furious, and Han Xingye was confused and didn't know what to do. She begged her friend to give her some guidance, but Han Xing was of a different opinion. She didn't quite understand what was bothering the girl. What if the man she would go on a date with was the desired man? Han Xingye just had to go on a date and meet him. What if it was fate? But Han Xingye wasn't interested. She hadn't gotten a taste of life yet, and didn't want to get married so early. So she begged Shishi to help her, because she was her friend. When Han Xin was in her teens, her father wanted to marry Xintian, so her father hadn't let her get hitched since she was young, and she didn't know what was going on this time. Han Xin seemed to have come up with a brilliant idea. This was a blind date. If she just didn't look at her date, he would just get disappointed, and the girl could quickly end this date. Meanwhile, our hero spent all his time studying as if isolated from the outside world. It was a pity that he couldn't contact an old man because his help at this time would have been invaluable. But Wang Zheng unfortunately didn't know where he had gone. At that time, the old man asked Wang Zheng to be Shang Shishi's bodyguard. Was it really about destroying the dragon scales? Besides, he then told the guy not to try to contact him. Later, he would let Wang Zheng know himself if there was a need to meet. Where this old man was now was unknown. Wang Jing could only pray that this man would not die before his time, because he had a lot of things to explain to Wang Jing. And while he was reminiscing, the girls came to visit. Wang Jing noticed that Han Xingye looked very strange and frightening. He immediately suspected that something was wrong. Wang Jing's keen eyes couldn't hide anything. He wanted to know, or hear something as soon as possible. Because that smile looked very scary, as if she had done something terrible. It was obvious that Han Xingye was finding all of this very difficult. But Wang Jin was the only one she could turn to. Wang Zheng was obviously very tired after sitting at the table for so long. Han Xingye was very kind and decided to give him a massage. However, Wang Zheng never refused a free massage. He just had 30 minutes of free time. The prospect of being massaged for a whole half hour didn't make Han Xingye very happy, and Shishi laughed. In that case, it was necessary to get to the point. Han Xingye needed Wang Zhen's help. I just needed Wang Zhen's help. I really needed Wang Zhen's help. Han Xingye only wanted Wang Zhen to pretend to be her boyfriend. Of course, he didn't like this idea very much. It seemed like he was ready to run away somewhere just to avoid doing it. Besides, he would be very busy, so unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to do anything. But the thing was, Han Xingye no longer had good acquaintances like Wang Zhen, and there was nothing she could do. Her father had insisted on her having a blind date, but she didn't want to set it up, let alone get married. It was enough for Wang Zheng to just show up, sit with the girl, and leave. Wang Zheng once heard that Han Taoso's wife is a famous tigress. If he goes to this long-tan tiger den, it is quite possible that his life will not be the same. Wang Zheng seemed as if he was asking his mistress for advice, but she waved her hands confusedly as if to do whatever you want. The girl realized that she couldn't persuade the guy nicely, so she had to threaten him. Han Xingye said that if Wang Zhen didn't go with her, she would have to say that she was carrying Wang Zhen's child. And judging from her father's temper, she was sure he would shoot him on the spot. In that case, if Wang Zheng goes with Han Xing voluntarily this time, and if her father suddenly wants to shoot him, it would be on Han Xing's conscience and she would have to prevent it in time. Or should Wang Zheng wear a bulletproof vest beforehand? Su Beijiang brought his son Su Ming to meet him. He really hoped that they would be able to see Han Taoso's star daughter, and that the two children of about the same age would be able to find common ground. As soon as old man Han saw Su Ming, he felt that he was not only a good soldier, but also a great young man for Han Xingye. Han Taos would be very pleased to give his daughter to such a young man. It turned out that this young man had been secretly in love with Han Xingye for several years. To tell the truth, Su Ming didn't really understand what her name meant. Jiangnan King's mother decided to reveal that Han Xingye had been very good at Xingye since she was a child. Besides, who wouldn't like a young man like Su Ming? Yes, this marriage is simply heaven foreseen. Well, if this marriage succeeds, the father of the Su family will also be incredibly happy. Jiangnan King noticed that the old man of the Su family was very happy. Did it mean that one could jokingly say that their daughter could already be called Mrs. Su? This marriage was very important to the family. It was an opportunity for them to get into China's #1 political family, which meant good days ahead for them in the future. But Xingye still didn't show up. This girl was becoming less and less intelligent, so mother decided to call her again to remind her of the meeting. A dog started barking in the yard. Old man Han thought that it was grandfather who came back after a walk with the dog, so he warned his guest to be careful, because this dog was very fierce and he could bite strangers for no reason. Indeed, it was Grandpa and his German shepherd who had returned. Even as he entered the house, he kept barking. So his grandfather hastened to reassure him, for here were all his own. Su Ming wasted no time and decided to meet his grandfather, according to all the rules of etiquette. Grandpa was very surprised that Monster Su had a great-grandson. Now he was no longer young and neither was Old Man Su, so everything was in Su Ming's hands. The young man noticed that this dog obeyed his master very well. Su Ming couldn't help but notice that his grandfather had trained him very well. Turns out she was a 15-year-old German black shepherd dog and a trained military dog that had been discharged from special forces. When she was 8 years old, my grandfather saw her and wanted to take her in. After more than a year of nursing, this dog stepped in for him on more than one occasion. Those scars that could be seen on his body, it was his honor. This dog was called a dragon. Finally, the prodigal daughter returned home as the honking of a car outside the mansion was heard. Han Xing decided to act in a very familiar manner, like, "Wang Zhen dear, come in quickly, because everyone is already waiting for you here." Of course, the word all didn't make him very happy. Not that he was a straight introvert, but he didn't like this family very much, as there were different rumors about them. He must not have been as afraid of battle as he was of entering the Han house. He was very afraid of Han Xing's father and mother. This excitement directly felt as if, just because he was Han Xing's fake boyfriend, it was as if it was for real. But this made it even harder to stop. Han Xing quickly explained the situation because the guy for the blind date is Su Ming, Su Ran's younger brother. And next to him is Su Beijiang, the Vice Minister of National Defense. Because of that, the girl begged the guy to prepare for the acting and not embarrass her. After all, these were serious people, not just a bunch of hustlers. First of all, the parents were waiting for an explanation from their daughter because they didn't expect any other man to come on the date. With fright and bad acting, The girl had to start lying that Wang Zheng was her boyfriend. Wang Zheng quickly picked up on this and finally introduced himself to his uncle and aunt. They came here too quickly, so Wang Zheng apologized for not having time to prepare a gift for them. Rather strangely, the dragon began to react to Wang Zheng as soon as it heard his voice. He didn't bark, but literally immediately headed towards Wang Zheng as if he recognized something native. It was as if the dragon saw its old friend and rushed towards Wang Zheng in a hug. Of course, such a thing could not leave those watching indifferent. Who would have thought that a dragon would be so kind to a stranger? Were they definitely not acquainted? Wang Zheng immediately recognized his dog, who was named Dragon like that. Wang Zheng once spent a lot of time with a sheepdog when he was still a soldier. He loved him, trained him, and treated him in the best way possible. But one day, he received a sheet with a list of victims written on it. Among those sacrifices was a dragon. Wang Zheng felt uneasy because he loved that dog very much. Then he really thought the dragon was dead. Now he could see him and pet him. He was in a good family. He was loved here. If the dragon was happy, Wang Zheng was happy too. Grandpa immediately realized that the dragon's master had been found. You could see a bit of sadness in his gaze as he too had become attached to the dragon. This moment was very cute and exciting. No one even dared to say a word. Han Xin was waiting to see what would happen. Su Ming ended up saluting Wang Zheng and left the Han family mansion with his father. The grandfather was interested in his granddaughter's new young man. So, he asked if Wang Zheng had been in the special forces. Wang Zheng was not only in the special forces, but also practiced professional dog training, as could be seen. Unfortunately, but fortunately for Wang Zheng, he already had to go. He thought that 1 minute was enough, purely to show himself to his parents. The dragon seemed to realize this and suddenly whimpered, but Wang Zheng promised that he would still come back to him. When that internecine war was over, he would definitely come to retrieve his dragon. He really wished that his dog would live to see that day. Han Xin was very impressed and practically cried at the cuteness that was happening here. In the end, Han Xin decided to tell everyone the news. She decided to join the army. The father of course guessed that this was his daughter's way of trying to escape from her marriage. Did she really think it would help her? Yes, she was really counting on it, and made no secret of the fact that she wanted by all means to get rid of the marriage imposed on her. In that case, if she made such a decision, then her father immediately wanted to drive her away. No one would want Han Xingye to carry the burden of the Han family. She shouldn't have been pressured. Father suggested that she go to Ningzhou Military District, train there, and then go to the National Defense University. Besides, Father had promised that he wouldn't say that she was from the Han family. But anyway, she shouldn't have been embarrassed by the Han family as Han Xingye's daughter. Her friend was bored, of course. Once Shi found out that Han Xingye had gone to Ningzhou Military District, she hadn't even heard anything about her, and didn't know how she was doing now. She had been spoiled since childhood. Would she be able to endure this training? Shi didn't know what this girl was thinking since she decided not to even tell her friend about it. 2 months later, as promised by Wang Zheng from Philadelphia, the Diamond Corporation was already in China, under the leadership of our Wang Zheng. Time was flying very fast. The war between the main units was coming faster. Immediately after this terrifying thought, Wang Zheng for some reason wondered if Xu Shishang knew Yun Xiao. Looks like the guy was referring to the eldest son of the Qi Shang family, Shang Yun Xiao. His family was indeed descended from the Shang ancestor. Yun Xiao was just as reserved as Shang Sr. Yun Xiao invested in farming, bought a hectare of land in the capital city, on which he built a small but very profitable farm. Of course it was commendable, in Wang Zheng's opinion. It was not easy work. Yun Xiao could have chosen a much easier path and made a living from it, but he preferred what he liked. This was admirable. But Shishi warned the guy to be careful. He shouldn't look at Yun Xiao so reserved. Wang Zheng probably didn't know who he really was. Shishi had once heard that Yun Xiao had never respected the head of the family. In any case, Wang Zheng was in no way intimidated by this. He heard that Sunny's second son was having a lavish party at the villa, so he invited the girl to join in the fun. She was, of course, fine with it. It was the perfect time to unwind a bit. Meanwhile, at the Shang family villa, Sunny was already starting his party, having fun with the girls. At that moment, guests were just approaching. But Sunny was not at all happy to have guests. He didn't want to see anyone at all. The guest was very insistent, so he had to open the doors, but this was a guest he didn't expect to see here. Yun Xiao was a rare guest here, and he surprised his brother with his sudden appearance. He did not come empty-handed. He had raised 2 rabbits, slaughtered them, and decided to give them to Sunny. Yun Xiao was aware that Sunny had hired a chef from a 5-star hotel. Therefore, he planned to come to the party today too. Sunny was actually very excited that his brother was making such a fuss. After all, Yun Xiao was just enough to simply tell Sunny what he wanted, and he would have everything prepared and delivered to him at home. But Sunny didn't understand anything, namely that everyone had some sort of hobby, and Yun Xiao's hobby consisted of this aspect. As for Sunny, what did he do before his brother came here? Sunny had his preferences too, but he didn't do anything special. This time, it was the third uncle who fell ill. Did Yun Xiao have any ideas about this? If that yellow-haired girl inherited the position of patriarchy, Sunny would feel worthless to Yun Xiao. But Yun Xiao was of a different opinion. First of all, third uncle was still lying in his home for treatment. No one knew when he would wake up, so there was no need to worry about these things. It wasn't easy to bring the Shang family to such a high level in such a short period of time. Without Jiangnan, the Shang family wouldn't have been able to earn so many dividends every year. This time, Yun Xiao was actually envious of his talent. Sunny was of the opinion that if Yun Xiao took the place of the patriarch, it would be perfect. Brother really hoped that Yun Xiao would be able to elevate the family better than Chang'an had done. But Yun Xiao was not interested in this, and everyone knew it. Besides, Yun Xiao was very hungry, so he asked that brother call his 5-star chef to start cooking. Plus, let Sunny's nannies join the meal too, because eating together is always more fun. Our heroes had already arrived at the villa where Master Shang lived alone. Wang Jing was extremely surprised that one man lived in such a large area. However, that was what Sunny was all about. By some indication, Shishi realized that her brother was busy right now. The life that Master Shang lived was very mesmerizing to Wang Jing, something that he didn't even hide. Whether Wang Jing had thought of anything was yet to be seen, but he would definitely think of what could be done in such a situation. Last time, Sunny left his car at the door of Shishi's house, so he blocked Wang Jing's car, along with Shang Pei's sister's car. Wang Jing held back for a very long time. Shishi must have not even realized how much Sunny had pissed Wang Jing off. But before she could do anything, the girl noticed Yun Xiao's car, which was not good. Although Wang Jing was of a completely different thought, because the situation was gaining momentum. Since Yun Xiao was also here, it would just be a waste to miss such a great chance. Had Shishi already forgotten how her father was lying in a deep coma as her cousins laughed loudly in the living room? Therefore, Wang Jing simply couldn't deny himself the pleasure of taking revenge instead of his mistress. The first thing he did was to puncture the tire so that it wouldn't be so easy to get away. He hadn't brought his knife for nothing, so he decided to scratch out a few unflattering characters. At this moment, Shishi felt so light and joyful, as if her soul was rejoicing. She couldn't contain her laughter, for everyone was going to get what they deserved. This revenge was small but pleasant. Unfortunately, or fortunately, they could not remain unnoticed. The owner of the car ran out to the noise and was puzzled by what was happening. The claim was primarily against Xu Shi. After all, she was in charge of Wang Jing, so why didn't she take care of her dog? The relative's expression was not very correct, which made Madame Shang very angry. She was in a very bad mood now. Wang Jing continued to deface Sunny's property like nothing happened, as if he wasn't even here and he could do anything. Of course, Sunny was very unhappy that Shishi's guard was scratching his car. He decided to give Shishi one warning. If she didn't pay him for a new car, he would have to make the girl and her dog regret what they had done. Sunny was free to decide for himself, but the girl refused to pay under any conditions. Besides, she ordered her bodyguard to smash the car and smash the car altogether. Wang Jing was so inventive that he brought along not only a knife, but also a hammer. He seemed to have prepared very well for this moment, for this was a special joy for him. Wang Jing did his work with pleasure. I bet he started to love her even more at this moment. His relationship with his mistress had improved. They worked well together and seemed to be on the same wavelength. Sunny was completely confused because right in front of his nose his favorite car was being wrecked, and there was nothing he could do about it. At this moment, not daring to ignore the noise outside, Yun Xiao came out, and from his appearance, one could tell that he was happy to see his sister Shishi. After all, it had been a long time since they had seen each other. As soon as the girl saw her brother, she asked Wang Jing to stop for a second, because she didn't expect him to come out after all. Sunny started complaining to his brother. What had Shisha done to his car? As soon as her father went down, no one followed that crazy girl. Just in the middle of the day, she dares to make such a mess here. But Yun Xiao did not share Sunny's mood. In a completely calm tone, with a smile on his face, he invited the guests to come inside and discuss over a cup of tea. He had brought some food with him from the farm, so he asked Shishi and Wang Zheng to stay for lunch and eat together. Yun Xiao was excited to meet and get to know Wang Zheng better. He had long heard that Shishi had a powerful bodyguard by his side, and he finally saw him today. Wang Zheng happily shook hands with the Shishi relative and tossed the hammer aside. Wang Zheng had also heard about young master Shang Yun Xiao, as well as his farm. Being honest, Zheng was genuinely interested in the farm and wouldn't mind visiting it. Yun Xiao was very kind and suggested that the guys go there after lunch. He had recently bought some rare varieties of chrysanthemums overseas, and they would bloom soon. Wang Zheng, in truth, was a little nervous. Yun Xiao remained indifferent to the hundreds of millions of family wealth. Either this person really does not intend to have power and money, or this person is extremely patient and behaves with restraint. If it's the latter, being an enemy or a friend won't be easy. As soon as they entered the mansion, Wang Zheng sensed something and didn't even dare to keep silent about it. It was the smell of female hormones, also very strong, and there must have been more than 2 of them. The brothers decided to refrain from making any comments, but Shishi was not very happy with her bodyguard's upbringing. The cook was quite fast, and by the looks of Wang Zheng, the 5-star chef was worth all the praise. Or maybe our hero was just hungry. It's a pity Sunny's babysitters weren't invited. Shishi began to worry and asked Wang Zheng to eat more slowly, or else he might choke. Sunny was impressed, as he didn't understand where this lack of culture came from. Did all the Shishi dogs eat at the table? Sunny was absolutely right, but Wang Zheng deigned to clarify, after all, he was the best hunting dog. Therefore, Sunny had better not be in his city, or he would be crippled for life, or even die, as luck would have it. But Yun Xiao asked his brother to stop making a sour face and grumbling, since Shishi rarely came to visit. So Yun Xiao decided to take care of his sister for a while, and gave her a fattened rabbit. Wang Jing noticed with undisguised surprise that Yun Xiao was left-handed. This impressed him so much that he didn't even try to hide his emotions. My older brother was really left-handed. When he first went to school, he wrote with his left hand, and it took 2 years for him to change it. They say that left-handed people are smart, and Yun Xiao was indeed always at the top of the school exams. Wang Zheng might not have known, but brother was the best student in the entire capital, being smart enough to get the top spots in school programs. Wang Zheng admitted to himself that he hated people with high IQs more than anything else in the world. Shishi only regretted that her older brother later went to study abroad and failed the college entrance exam. It would seem that the pastoral landscape in foreign countries is no better than in China. In general, it would be great to look at a large farm of tens of thousands of square kilometers. Wang Zheng used to visit such farms before, and animal husbandry was really developed there. Sunny didn't miss the opportunity to tease Wang Zheng. How could the dog have been abroad? Had he ever crossed the oceans? Had he ever been to Roanapur, for example? Wang Zheng was certainly there, but Sunny apparently wasn't. Traveling through all the countries, Yun Xiao could say one thing. There was nothing better than home. And as for farming, he always felt that Huaxia's soil was much more favorable. He couldn't even find better than it even abroad. Wang Zheng had to agree with this, after all. The native land was always better. Suddenly he had one question. Did Yun Xiao own a weapon? It turns out that Yun Xiao used to be into shooting, but because of his household he didn't have the time to continue, so his interest in it faded quickly. But Wang Zheng was very observant, and noticed that Yun Xiao's hands were all calloused. That meant that he was doing everything alone. Sunny was absolutely furious. Why did Wang Zheng care about this? Did his brother already need permission to work on his own? The farm was actually quite large, and Yun Xiao admitted that he couldn't watch everything alone, so he hired a few people to help him. Afterward, he suggested that they still go to his farm. The rabbit meat was delicious to Wang Zheng's taste. He would really like to take some of these rabbits with him, so he would certainly not refuse Yun Xiao's offer. The master was also pleased, and later decided that he would ask someone to load the rabbits into Wang Zheng's car. As soon as we finished with lunch, we went straight to the farm, which was very clean and well-maintained. More than 10,000 kilograms of vegetables ripened annually in this field, and all the seeds that were planted on this field, which was genetically modified, had a large and high-quality crop. Wang Zheng had already begun to dream that when he got older, he would also be engaged in farming, because it was quite a fascinating occupation and suitable for his age. As they walked further, they could notice many dogs that were raised in the same cage. The dogs looked rather intimidating, though normally Shishi wasn't afraid of them. Wang Zheng already thought that Yun Xiao liked dogfighting, but the farmer kept them just for fun, even though they were combative. In his opinion, it was cool to have ferocious dogs willing to tear anyone apart, and thus it resembled the relationship of a puppy to its mother. At this moment, Wang Zhen asked himself, how could this person really like dogfighting? But after these dogs saw him, they immediately became harmless, which was strange. In the last battle of the Dragon Scales, there was a sniper named Lefty, who was very skillful with his gun. That time he almost hit Wang Zheng. Our hero began to believe that Yun Xiao was an accomplice of the Su family. And then, he was the sniper who prevented them from getting out of that trap. Yun Xiao had better not relax, or else Wang Zhen would not be responsible for himself and would kill him. A phone call to Shishi interrupted the whole excursion. There was an urgent meeting scheduled in an hour, which Shishi decided to organize. A girl was urgently informed that there was a problem with the filters in her company. Because of it, more than 24 people were affected and hospitalized. Yun Xiao was a bit startled by this news, so he suggested that the girl go back and deal with it as soon as possible. Yun Xiao somehow thought that perhaps someone had done this intentionally. Third uncle still hadn't come to his senses, so Yun Xiao was of the opinion that Shishi should look into this. The outcome of this case could affect the entire Shang family. Maison water filters have been manufactured by Jurong International for almost 12 years, and the company has never had a problem with it. The consumables for the filter were supplied by the same suppliers who thoroughly tested their products. Their quality was recognized. So what happened? The Maison filters were often used in the household. 6 months ago, a company from purchased them, and they had a strange breakdown. The filter's mechanism for removing waste broke down, and it began to accumulate. So a few people were poisoned with mild symptoms such as fever, headache, and diarrhea. The rest were in comas, the worst of which were 2 3-year-old children. What the first assistant reported, Wei Wentao was not very happy with the mistress. But what were the results? The hospital's laboratory results showed that the poisoning was due to heavy metals in the water. At present, everyone was making efforts to save people. Adults did not suffer severe damage due to the poisoning, but children could get chronic diseases. Wei Wentao instructed the department to reassure their parents, but it didn't help. This was something that had to be taken seriously. Shishi believed that they could deal with this incident, and their opponents seemed to have started acting faster than they were supposed to. So they needed to prepare for everything that could happen, so that they would end up being the winners. In that case, if it was the work of some opponents, did Shishi have specific suspicions of who would do it? The company had to expose these people. Shishi did have a specific suspicion, but she couldn't accuse someone without evidence, so she refrained from answering. The information department provided her with a detailed report on the company's damage assessment, and also the possible outcomes of the situation, including the worst. Therefore, in this situation, the employees had to keep an eye on the information being disseminated. It was important to minimize rumors about this case. It was important to minimize rumors about the incident, and also to indicate that the company was already dealing with the incident. Otherwise, it could have affected the number of customers of Jurong International products. At this point, the company had no proof of their innocence, so any explanation in front of the public would be useless. It was better to focus on finding some leads, and then the company could counter it somehow. Shimishi asked Senior Assistant Wei to go with her to the press conference, while the other departments would go about their routine business. The interim head believed that ups and downs were normal. Only hard work would get the company out of this situation. The day of the press conference has arrived. Shang Shishi, Shang'an's daughter, had to hold a press conference on behalf of Jurong International today because her father was abroad. The family did not dare to reveal that he was ill. The fact that today's conference was going to be led by a blonde didn't really appeal to the journalists, so they started to get indignant. How could a blonde woman convince everyone? What did that even mean? But the girl went on, as if nothing had happened. The filters that Mason had been producing for 12 years were constantly improving. Shay could say without a doubt that Mason was the best choice when buying filters. In that case, how will she explain the whole situation? Will she take responsibility for what happened? Jurong International never thought of avoiding responsibility for what happened. After the results of the preliminary investigation, it was found out that there was a malfunction in the waste emission system, which led to the poisoning of the consumers. The Maison water filter had a special safety protection that prevented heavy metal ions from getting in. That is, Jurong International claimed they were set up and it had nothing to do with Mason or Jurong International. But framed or not, these are just words. The facts said otherwise. Did they really expect journalists to believe them when they saw everything with their own eyes? She planned to personally visit the filter element factory tonight, along with the security authorities to confirm her words. She believed it would prove that they were not involved. The journalist was extremely satisfied with this answer. If Shishi's parents had gotten into such a situation and poisoned themselves, would the girl have been so calm? In the journalist's eyes, Shishi looked like she was dodging responsibility with such a calm expression. All this time, Wang Zheng had been watching and acting accordingly, as Madame's bodyguard not trying to get involved in this open conflict. Of course, Shishi would like to apologize to all the poisoned customers on behalf of all of Yurong International. The company was responsible and did not shirk its responsibility. That's why they invited renowned experts to examine the children. And if it affects them in any way, the company is ready to bear all the expenses for their further accommodation. Suddenly, a silly question came to the journalist's mind. What was the use of the money? Could it have bought the health of the victims? Wang Zheng was beginning to boil with every passing minute as this press conference was gaining momentum and getting more heated each time. In that case, Shusher continued to act cool and tried to explain everything on her fingers again. First of all, Yurong did not deviate from responsibility and took full responsibility. Secondly, once the Yurong have managed to find out everything, they will provide an explanation for what happened. Third, if it turns out that someone framed Yurong International, the company will not leave that person alone. It was already quite late, and the journalists had taken all the energy out of the girl. And she still had to meet with the victims, so she decided to finish this press conference. On the way, Shushi couldn't understand where that insolent guy had come from, reacting so aggressively. No journalist had ever allowed himself to behave like that, and all of them behaved quite decently, but not him. It was Chung Bowen of Norsen Weekend. They often published radical articles that were devoid of evidence, but they have many fans among the youth. Cheng Bowen, Master of Arts, was also a debtor. He owed loans amounting to $10,000, and never repaid them at the end of his studies. Or more likely, he was currently making a lot of money but kept quiet about it. Wang Zheng suspected that it had something to do with that. In last year's issue, Chen Bowen also criticized the company because of the accident. It ended up making that company's competition more popular, and it increased the number of sales by 10% during the month. This once again proved that someone was trying to ruin the Yurong International company. Shishi was worried that this creep had already written some article, and it would be published on the Northern Weekend page tomorrow. Wang Zheng was also aware of the risks, so he promised that he could deal with this under journalist. He had very good methods against such guys who thought a lot of themselves. Besides, he also had experience, and it had been repeatedly. Shushi remembered very well the last time, how he could unashamedly slaughter anyone he needed to. It didn't matter that they were Shishi's relatives. The girl still decided to trust her favorite bodyguard, but she begged that he not kill anyone. Looking at Wang Zheng, Wei Wentao thought that he was just a simple bodyguard. How could he deal with such a situation? It was clearly not that simple here. Wang Zheng asked his mistress not to worry. They had almost arrived at the hospital. They had better think about how they were going to deal with the injured. During her short time as the company's leader, Shi realized that being the head of the company was very difficult. She really hoped that her father would recover and return to business, because then everything would be fine. There were already crowds of journalists outside the hospital. How could they miss such an important moment? The people who suffered from broken filters demanded that Jurong International pay them for the treatment of their children. The company had completely lost its conscience. They should have compensated at least some of their expenses. This is what the people wanted. Things were certainly serious, for there was so much noise that people even came up with a motto. Shishi felt bad to say the least. She didn't know what to promise, what to say to these people, but still she didn't hesitate and started chatting with people. The mood of the people was very negative. The girl had a lot of work to do with them. If you could just give them money, but you need to inspire some trust in them so that they continue to be clients of Jurong International. To make Shishi feel at least a little bit better, Wang Zheng decided to talk to people too, and asked the man if he was involved in creating this banner that hung all over the mall. At first he remained silent, but afterward, he admitted that everyone standing here had been involved in its creation. Since this uncle was the most active amongst all of them, Wang Zheng decided to take him behind him. It was scary to imagine what this man had already fantasized about. Wang Zheng decided to pretend to be a reporter. Truth be told, he wanted to dig into some insider news, and if his uncle answered him honestly, this money would be his. The man must be sure. Wang Zheng had a good financial status. The man didn't mind. Extra money could never hurt. In that case, Wang Zheng asked his first question. Where was this uncle from? for he spoke in a non-local accent. The man admitted that he was from Hedong and was now living in the capital. In addition, the man lived in a private home rented by his son. When he normally used water, did he turn on the water or the filter first? The first thing the man did, of course, was turn on the filter, for such was the proper use. Suddenly, Wang Zheng took away all the money from the man that he himself had promised him. What this guy was doing was incomprehensible. The man was caught in a state of bewilderment. First, they promised him money and then took it away. It turned out that our hero was not a reporter, but a policeman, and he was also in charge of investigating the case. If the uncle dared to take the money, he would be suspected of fraud and detained for 15 days. Here are instructions on how to keep your money. Of course, the man did not pounce on the representative of the authorities and did not even think of arguing. Looking at the stains on the man's teeth, it was very clear that the alkali content of the water was too high. So naturally, he didn't use any filters. Roughly speaking, the man had deceived Wang Zheng in his story. And yet, this incident, and once again, proved that someone was trying to ruin Jiangnan's company. After meeting with the injured, Xi and Wang Zheng went to the inside of the hospital to find out about the other people who were in a more serious condition. The doctor told me that if the toxins could be detoxified quickly, all the problems could be avoided. And also the children would not have all kinds of chronic diseases. But now there was no method of rapid detoxification in the hospital. This old man was very mean. He didn't even want to help the children. What can the head do? In that case, Wang Zheng decided to try and cure all the children himself. Wang Zheng was a practitioner of Chinese medicine, and the doctor didn't seem to have heard of it. Certainly never practiced it. Wang Zheng once saw in an ancient teacher's book a recipe for detoxification soup. But as the two medicinal substances are extremely valuable and rare, Wang Zheng had never tried them. But now there was a critical situation. But with vast financial resources, it wouldn't be difficult to find the necessary ingredients. For Shi, it was like a straw of hope. She really hoped that it could really help somehow, because she was willing to try to find everything she needed and fund the treatment right now. The doctor was still thinking, after all, Wang Zheng seemed to have never tried this detox soup. If that was the case, then perhaps the consequences would be even more dire. Shi Wangxing, perhaps because she trusted him, and because they had no other way to cure the children. At the very least, if something went wrong, the girl was willing to take responsibility for everything that happened. As expected from the Shang family, the rarest medicines were delivered very quickly and also in large quantities. Wang Zheng was definitely satisfied. This time, a lot of money had been spent, and these healing materials had been collected by Mr. Wen personally. You could tell from his look that it was not easy for him. Wang Zheng certainly appreciated this after all. Mr. Wen was truly worthy of the title of first mate, as he was quick to handle everything. Since all the necessary ingredients were gathered, Shi asked Wang Zheng to start cooking. In that case, he needed a room, then he could get to work. The room was already prepared as well. Wang Zheng started cooking quite quickly. Since the ingredients were there, he remembered the recipe. All that was left was to put everything together and cook it. Wang Zheng knew a lot of things, and even medicinal potions could prepare, for which the lady praised him and sincerely admired his knowledge. Oh, but Wang Zheng found it very hard to bear being told so many compliments. He had studied from the books of ancient medicine, under the guidance of his teacher, so he had no doubts about his actions. In that case, why was Wang Zheng so trained? It seemed to Shi that if he was given a knife and threw it somewhere on a desert island, he would be able to live there without difficulty. Surely he was capable of such a thing. When Wang Zheng was training, his old man often did so, but he didn't even give him a knife. Therefore, our hero had to perform missions to collect medicinal plants. Then the old man not only forced him to train, but also forced him to memorize all the recipes. Wang Zheng's mentor was without a doubt cruel. Shi thought that Wang Zheng should have written a book about his life. It would probably bring him success. The guy has already even come up with a title for this book, The Happy Life of a Bodyguard. Let everyone know how a bodyguard and 3 beautiful young ladies spend their days. In that case, if Wang Zheng didn't want to, then Shi didn't insist. Besides, the girl decided to remind him that he wasn't some bodyguard. He was a super bodyguard. Finally, the medicinal concoction was already cooked, its smell filling the entire room. Fortunately, it was a pleasant smell of herbs. Shi was excited and couldn't wait for this moment when the medicine would be given to the children and they would be able to be cured. If Wang Zheng could really cure them, then would Shi be willing to give her entire body to Wang Zheng? Given her size, Wang Zheng would have to think hard. In jest, Madame sent her bodyguard. Fortunately, she was no longer angry at him for such jokes like before. Now it was even funny. She asked just to take the medicine to the patients. This time the fate of the company depended on Wang Zheng. The cure was already taken, the doctor exulted, for it was a real miracle. Shi asked Wei's aide to hold a press conference as soon as possible and report there on the patient's current condition, except reporters have already arrived at the hospital. At this point, Wang Zheng's work was already done. Shi wanted to head towards the vendors. As long as there was any clue, the girl hoped to find them by all means. But why was the girl so sure that the problem was with the suppliers? Why couldn't the problems be at the dealer or in the manufacturing? She thought that it just couldn't be. The Maison filters were more expensive than the other filters because they had special features. If the product was defective, it could not just be released. Yurong International was a very large company, so it took good care of its product protection. Wang Zheng found this strange for some reason. The case was indeed a bit confusing and most likely needed to check everything. In the first place, Shi thought it was the suppliers who were the problem. Therefore, she decided to check them. After all, it was quite possible that a rat could be found there. Wang Zheng appreciated his mistress's intelligence, because with such intelligence and deduction, she could get a job as a police detective. Besides, it's quite a fascinating occupation. Shi suggested splitting into two groups. Wang Zheng and Shi would investigate Zhao Li's company. Wei Wentao was to stay in the city and try to understand who was inciting people to create protests. Such a role of assistant was quite satisfactory, so he gladly agreed. Shi had to pull herself together before proposing the following to Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng was to be the representative of Yurong International, and Shi dared to be his secretary. Shi would be Wang Zheng's secretary. He couldn't imagine such a thing. What did the girl want to pull off in this way? Shi didn't want to do anything. She just wanted to do some investigation from the observer's side. If she went to the Zhao Li company on behalf of the entire Yurong International company, they would keep a close eye on the girl, and this way they wouldn't find out anything. If that was the case, Shi was Wang Zheng's secretary. Then the boss wanted to be told more about his role. It turned out that Wang Zheng was supposed to be the senior vice president of Yurong International. Shi even prepared a special business card for him for this moment. It turns out that the girl had planned it all out a long time ago. So, the bodyguard's salary is equal to Vice President Yurong International's salary? Shi just wanted to show everyone the importance of Wang Zheng. Therefore, the girl asked him to find an opportunity to announce at the internal meeting that he would not submit to any of the leaders of the Yurong International. Did Shi really mean that Wang Zheng would only obey her? Yes, that's exactly what she meant. But a little later she realized what she had said. Shi had already asked the Zhao Li company to send people to meet them. Maybe President Wang Zheng should hurry up. Only this time, Wang Zheng would let Lady Shang be his secretary. Secretary Shang reached quite quickly as she wanted to hurry. Vice President Wang Zheng was already waiting at the door of the Zhao Li company. He was greeted by Li, who was responsible for escorting his guests. He was honored to see such distinguished guests, and especially Wang Zheng. Our vice president had quite a few questions, so he suggested we go to the office and talk there. He marked all boundaries by not even bothering to shake Li's hand, so he was showing his busyness. Of course, the first thing he asked Li was, perhaps he had some guesses about what had happened. So far, the Zhao Li company hasn't figured out anything at all according to a previous investigation. Blah 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 blah. Wang Zheng immediately stopped this chatter. He didn't have time, and there was no need to waste words. Therefore, he decided to ask one thing. Other departments, other than the Quality Assurance Department and the Inspection Department, didn't have open access to the raw materials of the filters, right? That was right. The Zhao Li were thoroughly inspecting the raw materials before they were sent to the factory. During the production process, they didn't have open access because they were thoroughly checking everything, so only those departments were able to access. In that case, Wang Zheng demanded a list of all the employees of the two departments for the past 2 years. Plus, he wanted Li to contact the nearest police station and have them check all the employees and department heads with a lie detector. Of course, including President Li himself. Wang Zheng was going to personally formulate 5 questions for everyone. There was nowhere for the president to go during this entire conversation. He turned pale and sat up several times. Nevertheless, he had to agree with everything Mr. Wang Zheng told him. As for the others, they could go back and continue their work. If there was enough time, Wang Zheng would check everyone. In that case, Zhang Yiping was kind enough to warn that he and the other staff members would be expecting Mr. Wang's visit. although it couldn't be said that they were very happy about it. Suddenly, Wang Jing decided to clarify whether the company was going to move. The man and the other employees really did want to move to the Satnau building next year, which had already been announced to the entire headquarters. After the completion of Jiaoli, Times Scoopar will be the symbol of Jiaoli, which is why they planned the move. It was very intriguing. Even Yurong International didn't have such a building, although Wang Jing supported this idea. Did Wang Jing really want to support their project in any way? First of all, he asked for all the information about it to be sent to the headquarters. Wang Jing wanted to see everything personally. However, the Jiaoli had to finish the drawings and prepare it properly themselves. Zheng Yiping was willing to sell Mr. Wang half of the Jiaoli Times Square, in the event that Wang Jing was able to provide them with finances. Well, in that case, the verbal agreement was concluded. Zheng Yiping could now return to his business as well. Shishi, after they were alone, appreciated Wang Jing's work, for he was excellent, as if business was truly his native domain. Wang Jing did manage to show them their places. Judging from their looks, one could tell that they were in a mess. Wang Jing was well aware of what kind of connections the Jiaoli company had. Even if they were arrested, they would get out in a few years. But about that building, Wang Jing just didn't want to give it to Jiaoli. Was he really afraid of affecting their company's relationship? Shishi still didn't want to reveal Jiaoli's true face. It is quite possible that they wanted to compete with Yurong International in the real estate industry. Yurong International has already started to enter the home appliance industry. If it also enters the real estate industry, it will have its own one-stop service. However, this would not be in line with the company's performance over the past few years. And even if the company had enough finances, there was a chance that they would not be able to develop in real estate. But there was no need to worry about that. High government officials would not refuse luxury apartments, and the Shang family had enough connections to arrange everything. Yurong International could also sell budget apartments for ordinary people. As for the first sales, it was better to direct all the attention to the big shots. Wang Jing was quite sensible. Xu Shi would be happy to tell more details about the plan of action, since it all sounded reasonable. Did he really want to make an image in the Shang family by developing Yurong International? Firstly, housing prices had recently risen, so Wang Jing thought it would be profitable to sell cheaper. Shishi had never lived in poverty, so she didn't understand the difficulties. As for the second point, Zheng wanted to disrupt the economic order, thereby making the borders of the two provinces difficult and closed. Sun Nangguo and Zhang Chenghao, these two provinces were direct descendants of the Su faction. As Shishi had said before, as long as Wang Jing wanted to do something, then the girl would also do her best to help him. However, she couldn't watch Wang Jing getting hot, because if something bad happened, Shishi would always be able to stop him. First of all, Wang Jing gave his word that he would not cause any trouble to Yurong, but a little help would do him a lot of good, and not only him. Lili was completely out of breath. But he brought Mr. Wang all the necessary personnel files of the Quality and Safety Control Department for the past 2 years. Wang Jing also wanted to know how many people had quit the two departments in the past 2 years, and how many were currently employed. At this point, there were 26 employees, and only 3 people had quit, including the Quality Control Manager. 2 lie detectors had just been brought in. Lili was ready for Mr. Wang to ask them questions. Wang Jing was still satisfied as the president was quite efficient. The guy decided to provide a little more questions, 50. If the staff hurried, they would be able to manage in just 2 hours. In that case, Lili decided to get on it right away. Wang Jing decided to ask the secretary to call Wei Wentao and ask him to check instead of finding those 3 employees, especially that quality control manager. Shang Shishi's secretary was ready to take care of it right now. After a while, Wang Jing was ready to guide his boss through Zhangjigang to see which piece of land was more suitable. This would be the first step for their entry into the real estate field of Yurong International. And it would start with the port city. Wang Jing decided to hit the road right now while there in Jiaoli was being tested by the lie detector. After a short distance, Wang Jing finally noticed that a car was following him. The road was completely empty, and this car had been following them for quite some time. Wang Jing tried to break away, but the red car did not let him do so. Yi also accelerated to continue pursuit. But of course, Wang Jing didn't just speed up either. To make sure, finally he realized that the fish had taken his bait. In the end, since there was no one on the road, the enemy car decided to become a cross, thus blocking Wang Jing's path. A red-haired young girl came out of the car to say hello. She hadn't met a worthy opponent like Wang Zheng in the capital for a long time. Did the girl really want to participate in the race? In that case, Wang Zheng had nothing against it. The girl could even set her own terms, but they would play on a bet. Such conditions only interested the red-haired beauty, because in the past races they also bet. Only our hero warned that his bid might be a little much for the girl, but she didn't see any problem with that. If she really lost, she would keep her word and fulfill Wang Zheng's request. There were very few things in the capital that Jiang Miao Miao could not do. Now that Wang Zheng, you had made your bet, then Miao Miao decided to make her own. Shishi's only request was for Wang Zhen to not be impulsive. And so, if Jiang Miao Miao wins, Wang Zhen will owe her a knight 15. Although Shishi was from the higher circles, but she had never even heard of such a thing. It seemed like the interests of these girls were extremely different. It was a car that had a very limited production of 100 copies. But of course, Wang Zheng could get his hands on it. But he still didn't understand why the girl needed such a car. Because she didn't need to drive such a cool car like this. But only Wang Zheng could not understand it. And right now, Jiang Miao Miao did not want to explain it. She was curious about what Wang Zheng would want. Our hero had much simpler conditions. All he wanted was a plot of land in the capital city. For Jiang Miao Miao, this was indeed a trifling wish. Wang Zheng also specified that he wanted a piece of land on the shore of Jiang Lake. But the girl didn't need to worry. Wang Zhen was still willing to pay for it. But since it was a bet, Wang Zhen would only be willing to pay 80% of the land's value. Jiang Miao Miao couldn't promise that she would give 1,000 acres, but she could promise 500 acres. As for 80% of the land value, it was not a problem for her at all. Wang Zheng must not be familiar with the capital, so it would be more appropriate for him to choose the time and place. In that case, Wang Zheng proposed to return to the ring road, the auto drive around the city, tomorrow morning. Jiang Miao Miao was in agreement, but she still wondered if he wanted to change cars, or would he just drive this Maybach. Even with this machine, Wang Zhen was confident that he wouldn't lose the bet to Jiang Miao Miao. Shishi still wanted to understand why Wang Zheng had agreed to this bet. He had even made such a bet. Was he really only participating in the race because of her? Or had he already thought about it before he saw Jiang Miao Miao? Oh, those girls. Why did Shishi have so many questions? Why? But she just thought that Wang Zhen was really good at trying to understand people's hearts. Therefore, she wanted to get answers to her questions soon. It turned out to be quite simple. This woman was obviously straightforward by nature. Nothing could affect her goal except her family's environment. If she could drive a luxury car in the capital, her family must be rich and powerful, and she also has the surname Zhang. She could even verify this by asking Wei Wentao what Zhang Binghao's child's name was. Wang Zheng apparently believed that it was Jiang Miao Miao after all. Wang Jing had already been told by the second girl about how sinister he was. But he actually took it as a compliment or flattery. Besides, as the senior vice president of Yurong International, he had to be good at what he did. Secretary Shang Shishi was supposed to check the lie detector test results of Zhaoli tomorrow, and let Vice President Wang Zheng go to this race. He hoped the girl would agree. But actually, Shishi would really like to go to this race together with Wang Zheng. And she also realized that this matter also needed to be dealt with, so she wished the guy good luck. After all, Jiang Miao Miao would definitely not eat him, and he would get his piece of land. But Shishi was not afraid for that at all. She was more worried about Jiang Miao Miao. After all, it was also Wang Zhen who could eat her. But in general, it was fine. By befriending the daughter of the provincial party committee secretary, they could claim to have higher order connections. Then half of Jiangzhou would be under the control of Yurong International. Oh, for nothing, the girl said that to him. Wang Zheng wasn't going to ride a donkey to find a donkey. Who could have more influence than the Shang family's heir? But Shang Shishi was of a different opinion, because to her, Wang Zheng was the donkey. Finally, it became known about the people who quit. They were poached by other companies with higher salaries because they had a long tenure, and the quality control manager, who had already become a top manager at Zhaoli, inexplicably left and took away much of the company's product information. Based on the information she heard, Shishi concluded that their main suspect was just that top manager. This man's name was Liu Shiwei. He was 40 years old this year, and he had worked in Zhaoli for almost 20 years. He was greatly appreciated by President Li of Zhaoli and had a good relationship with him. They never had any disagreements. Moreover, Zhaoli was a registered company with some of its shares directly in Liu Shiwei's hands. When he suddenly quit his job, these shares could not be cashed in. In other words, The unexplained resignation made Liu Siwei's shares inaccessible. Looks like this man had nothing to lose by quitting like that. In addition, Wei Wentao found out that he had a daughter who was studying in the country. She probably hadn't even finished school yet. In that case, Shishi decided to send someone away for this girl, hoping it wouldn't be a waste of time. Zhang Miao Miao had already arrived at the appointed place at the appointed time. She looked quite fresh and was confident of her victory. Wang Zheng was pleased that this beauty was quite punctual. Zhang Miao Miao was more interested in why that pretty sister who was next to Wang Zheng didn't come. But wasn't Zhang Miao Miao alone too? What would happen if Wang Zheng took another person in the car? She would become heavier. The barrier was to go up in 5 minutes. The conditions were simple. Whoever jumped out first onto the highway exit ramp would win. This time Zhang Miao Miao decided to change her red Lamborghini to a blue Bentley. But Wang Zheng stayed with his old car as promised. That's what confidence means. As soon as the barrier all the way opened, Zhang Miao Miao's blue Bentley immediately broke away from its rival by a considerable distance. The girl's Bentley managed to reach a speed of 100 kilometers per hour in just 2 seconds. Wang Zheng was ecstatic because it was truly amazing. But Wang Zheng was slowly starting to catch up with his opponent already, even though she had accelerated her speed. In the observation room of the highway control squad, one could see 2 people racing, successfully maneuvering between passing cars and not hitting anyone, continuing to keep up at high speed. The people watching were expressing their admiration because the driving skills of these 2 people were too excellent. But it was very dangerous, and they were also worried about not having an accident. To prevent this, the guys decided to call the main office and ask them to stop these 2 drivers, or they would all have to be held responsible if there was an accident. The supervisor immediately let it be known that these 2 sports cars were allowed to go all the way, otherwise the guys would have to take the consequences. The employees totally didn't understand why the chief didn't want to stop these racers. What if something went wrong for them? The chief went off screaming and made it clear that one of the racers was the daughter of the secretary of the provincial party committee. Did they really want him to stop it? During this entire race, Zhang Miao Miao noticed that her opponent did not like to give up in any way, so the girl decided to give him some hope that he could win. As far as Zhang Miao Miao remembered, there was an area where traffic was difficult to move. She was very curious to see how she would beat him in a matter of seconds. Wang Zheng was once again convinced that Zhang Miao Miao's car and her driving skills were excellent, which really surprised him. Zhang Miao Miao once again broke away from Wang Zheng. She really wanted to show her true strength in the racing competition. But after a few seconds, Wang Zheng equalized their distance again. The girl was mad. How could he and his decrepit car even keep up with her Bentley? She had to use some tricks in her car, for without it, she believed she couldn't win. For the sake of her dream, Night 15, she wanted to do it. The girl turned on the nitro, seemingly at full power. It was quite possible that her car could have flown off the asphalt at all, which was dangerous and meant her losing. The system that Zhang Miao Miao used was indeed not just a toy, but a very dangerous thing. And yet, Zhang Miao Miao dared to do so. Even though she was aware of the risks, Wang Zheng couldn't imagine how much the girl wanted the machine. It had been a full 2 seconds since she had accelerated, so why was this woman still not stopping? She wasn't supposed to do that, was she? She should have turned it off. Meanwhile, Zhang Miao Miao was counting the seconds. She wanted to wait for 1 more second, and then she would be sure that she would be able to get rid of this leech. But she overestimated the capabilities of her car. The mode she had put on was literally reaching its limit. She tried to hit the brakes, but how do you brake at that speed? That would have been impossible. She failed to slow down, and her car started drifting and then flew off the road. Zhang Miao Miao flew over quite a bit in her car and ended up in the bushes off the road. Wang Zhen was not scared at all. Most of all, he didn't understand how the daughter of the provincial party committee secretary could be so stupid. Of course, he could not leave the girl, so he immediately went after her, leaving his car on the road. In general, Wang Zheng just wanted to get land in the capital city by means of races, thereby destroying the real estate market in Jiangsu to make life difficult for Zhang Miao Miao's father. The girl didn't even know what Wang Zheng was trying to do and was so desperate for a car. How stupid she was. Everything was so stupid that Wang Zheng didn't even feel like saving her. Either way, he was glad that he hadn't heard any explosions yet. That was already a big deal. As a result, those watching the roads could see the accident. The boss was very angry because these children of rich parents were so reckless. Of course, they had to notify every crew of the search and rescue effort immediately. They had to rescue these people no matter what. The supervisor was about to contact the traffic department, while the others prepared to act. Wang Zheng still couldn't call out and find Miao Miao. She didn't seem to have flown far away, but he still had to search for her a little bit. Eventually, he smelled a strange odor, and after walking a little further, he saw a smoking car. At first, when this situation first happened, he had been very angry and displeased with the girl's stupidity. But now his mood had changed to one of fear and apprehension for the other person. Zhang Miao Miao was bleeding in her own car. Whether she was alive or not remains to be seen. In the pursuit of a possible car, she killed herself. Wang Jing was completely scared and confused after all. This was the last thing he wanted. What would he do in this situation? Would the girl survive? Blood continued to trickle down the girl's face, but she was alive. It was as if she sensed another person here and woke up. As soon as Wang Zhen saw Zhang Miao Miao, he immediately went to pull her out of the car. He was very glad that the girl was still alive, otherwise she would have scared him to death. Miao Miao was confident that she would survive because this car had been previously modified. The driver's seat was made of aviation materials, which reduced most of the external damage. But no matter what, Miao Miao was grateful to Wang Zheng for not abandoning her and rushing over to save her. No matter how selfish Wang Zheng's thoughts were, he simply wouldn't allow himself to leave the girl in distress. He'd have a guilty conscience, and that's not how he was raised. The torso had already been pulled out, but the legs were slightly stuck in the gap. Wang Zheng asked the girl to relax, because that was the only way he could get them out. No matter how strong and resilient Zhang Miao Miao seemed to be, she was still in pain, as pulling her legs out of the wrecked car was not so pleasant. Tears flowed, but she still tried to hold on. Perhaps at this moment, she was embarrassed that she had cried so much in front of a stranger. But would they definitely be strangers after this situation? One could well assume that those tears were not just from physical pain. But despite everything, the girl asked that Wang Zheng continue to do what he was doing. Finally, Wang Zheng still managed to get the girl's legs unharmed and as carefully as possible. She would probably be stuck here for a long time on her own. The hope that came during desperate situations could really make one cry tears of joy. When Zhang Miao Miao watched it on TV, she thought it was just fake. But now she felt so stupid. From the moment she regained consciousness, Miao Miao expected to spend the whole night here, for it was terribly difficult to move. The mere thought of dying or losing blood frightened her. But the girl held on very steadfastly despite the scary situation. Wang Zheng was very happy to help her, even though she was stupid. As soon as he saw her in such a state, he was filled with fear for the girl, that she might die. And all those thoughts of why this race was and what he wanted vanished. Zhang Miao Miao could never have expected that this person, whom she had only met a few times, would come to her rescue and communicate with her so gently and respectfully. For now, the girl was not allowed to move. Wang Zheng noticed that her leg bones were broken. Suddenly, Miao Miao had some girlish panic. She tried to hide her face so that Wang Zheng wouldn't look at her. Ever since she was a little girl, she had never cried in front of strangers. Now she was embarrassed to death. Wang Zhen still continued to care for the girl, and gave her a special anesthetic. He realized that girls usually couldn't bear the pain of a broken bone, so he wanted to at least reduce Miao Miao's pain. After the girl drank this anesthetic, Wang Zheng was going to set her leg bones and then send her to the hospital. This time she would probably stay in bed for at least 2 months. She did everything Wang Zheng asked of her, and once she drank that painkiller, she even felt better, and now it didn't seem like anything was hurting her at all. Did Wang Shen really want to fuse the bones together? He didn't even think of taking advantage of the girl while he had the chance. Firstly, Wang Zhen didn't know how to connect the bones. He was only performing a simple fixation. Secondly, he did not take advantage of the women who were in danger after something like this. Who would he be, and where would his courage go? Wang Jing needed a bandage to make a good fixation, but since he didn't have one, he had to tear his shirt. The skills he'd learned in the army seemed to come in handy in this metropolis. He used them here even more often than he used them in gunfights. Unfortunately, the piece of cloth he ripped off wasn't enough at all. Alas, he had to tear his shirt completely off. Ah, and these were clothes he'd just bought. Zhang Miao Miao was very surprised when she saw Wang Zheng's naked body. It wasn't that she hadn't seen half-naked men, it was just that Wang Zheng had a lot of scars. They were all quite deep and large. Miao Miao simply had no idea where he had gotten all those scars from. But it wasn't just scars. It was all of Wang Jing's medals that he was proud of. I wonder, had Zhang Miao Miao already fallen in love with him? Unfortunately, Wang Jing wasn't going to tell her how they came to be. But what was he talking about? The girl was just interested in nothing more. But in fact, Zhang Miao Miao noticed a big difference between him and the other men she had been with before. Compared to him, all those stylish bangs and pale skin were nothing. They were disgusting to the point that the girl felt nauseous. In a few minutes, the leg was already fixed properly. It was as if Zhang Miao had forgotten about it. As she was completely absorbed in thinking about where Wang Zheng's scars came from and why he was hiding this story, it was really very interesting to her. Well, Ms. Zhang didn't have to get used to it much, for now she would be carried in her arms. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was already time to go, but since the girl couldn't do so, Wang Zheng did her this favor. At that moment, they were incredibly close to each other. Did they change their opinion of each other? Either way, these situations are very bonding. Wang Zheng didn't walk that long, but he suddenly decided to stop for a moment, for he had something to discuss with Miss Zhang. The topic of conversation really intrigued the girl. She couldn't imagine what the guy wanted. The whole situation was really teasing her. Wang Zheng first wanted to clarify if they might not have been so close to each other. Fortunately, he was very strong, but if he wasn't, he would probably be bleeding right now. Zhang Miao was completely panicked. What kind of pervert was carrying her in his arms? She let go of Wang Zheng in such an impulse. If he didn't hold her tightly in his arms, she would have probably fallen out onto the grass. However, this situation made Wang Zheng laugh a lot. He really liked it when girls were embarrassed and called him a pervert. Several police cars and an ambulance had already arrived at the scene of the accident. The team leader, the man the authorities sent as early as noon, has not responded to them. According to the CCTV footage, the owner of this black car came down here to save people. So the police officer suggested that we start here as well. The boss was of the same opinion. He ordered everyone to immediately head that way to search and not to return until no one found Miss Zhang. But someone's voice told the supervisor not to worry. After all, Wang Zheng had put that missing person back in place. The guy clarified that Miao might have a broken leg, so he asked to take the girl to the hospital for examination. Madame scared the boss to death, because if something happened to precious Zhang Miao, how would they explain it to her father afterwards? If the boss was so worried, then why didn't he act earlier? He even called a meeting here. It was really sad that the girl thought that gathering so many people to find one flighty girl was easy. It was obvious that this was really the mindset of a rich kid. Lastly, Wang Zheng rubbed the girl's head, which was very nice for her. Now she could obediently lie down from this injury without even thinking of getting out of bed for a few months. Zhang Miao had to regain her strength and never get behind the wheel for 6 months. There was no more obedient child right now than Zhang Miao. Who would have thought that she would obey a guy she didn't know very well? But she still had one condition. She wanted Wang Zhen to come to her hospital to visit her so that she wouldn't be bored. In that case, Wang Zhen gave her the business card that Shushi had given him. Now, Miao would be able to call him anytime she got bored. Zhang Miao looked at this business card as if enchanted. Of course, she would definitely call him. Already in the hospital, the doctor could observe Zhang Miao's X-ray. Admittedly, he was delighted that someone had managed to fuse the bones so perfectly. It was such a rarity as for a quick fix. Indeed, Wang Zheng called just fixing it. Zhang Binghao asked the doctor about his daughter's condition, but the doctor took quite a long time to tell him that it was so rare. It was then that the doctor decided to share his admiration. After all, how could such a cunning method of joining bones not be considered rare? If someone had not used this ingenious method to join the girl's bones, she would have had to stay in bed for 6 months. Now it will only take a month to recover. Zhang Binghao wondered, did the doctor know this technique? He honestly admitted that he tried to learn it, but unfortunately, the records in the books were incomplete. So he gave up on it. But he didn't expect that there were people in this world who knew this technique. This person was definitely an expert. It would be nice if Zhang Bing could get to know this person better. If the doctor thought so, then Zhang Bing wouldn't mind this meeting. He really wanted to thank this person properly. Less than half a day had passed, and Zhang Miao was already bored. So she thought, perhaps call her savior now. But her card had been taken away, with no way to call now. Now the father knew the name of this savior. Wang Zhen. Who is he? Wang Zheng who? Zhang Miao didn't know what her father was talking about. He should have just returned her card to her. When the daughter played dumb, it was immediately clear to the father that she was trying to hide something. Zhang Bing, as a father, of course, inquired, and what kind of family was this Wang Zheng from? He wanted to know better who had fallen into his daughter's heart. But Zhang Miao was adamant and wasn't going to give away her secret, so she pretended as if she didn't understand anything. Suddenly she wondered why her father had become so curious. She wasn't playing dumb at all. After all, Miao really didn't even know Wang Zheng's name until today, and certainly didn't know what family he was from. In that case, Father decided to hire someone to search for this Wang Zheng for him. And don't even let him try to flirt with his daughter. Only a young man like Su Tianran is worthy of his daughter. This even made Miao Miao jump up. What was her father up to? Besides, the person Su Tianran liked was Zhang Mingqi. The whole capital knew about it. It looked like father was going into a state of madness. Zhang Binghao didn't fall into marasmus. He just didn't understand how some Wang Zheng could compare to the two brothers from the Su family. Just to hold the position of vice president of Yurong International, he must be over 40 years old. But who said he was over 40? Wang Zheng is only 25 and 26 years old by the looks of it. At his age to be vice president, isn't he a young talent? In that case, the father realized that this person was indeed very capable. It seemed like Zhang Binghao was beginning to guess that this Wang Zhen was the person who had saved his daughter. The girl had to finally admit something at least. When she said simply, yes, she was as embarrassed as an 8th grade girl in love. If Wang Zheng had saved Zhang Miao Miao, then the entire Zhang family was greatly indebted to him. But how was the girl going to repay him? Miao Miao asked her father to give her 1,000 acres of land, right on the shore of Jiang Lake in the capital city. This seemed to be the reward Wang Zheng had asked for. Well, Bing Hao could appreciate our hero's appetite like that of a lion, then he seemed to be very greedy. The girl rushed to deny it, for it was not so. She had just made a wager with him before, and the wager was for 500 acres of land if he won. But if there was a chance, she would like to give him 1,000. It just so happened that the girl was not as good as Wang Zheng. Plus, she had accidentally turned the car over. Of course, Wang Zheng could have reached the finish line alone. The girl didn't think he would stop and go to save her at all. In that case, if this was the case, his father was willing to give 1,000 acres of land, but he had to have a good plan and design drawing. In addition, the demolition and resettlement costs associated with the land should be his responsibility. Such were the conditions set by Zhang Binghao. The daughter was very happy, because she always knew that her father loved her the most. And unlike her mother, who was always strict with her. Speaking of mom, she had already heard that Miao Miao had been hospitalized, so she postponed her inspection project on Hong Kong Island. She was now on the airplane that was coming here. Looks like it was all over. This time, Miao Miao was already anticipating her punishment. Zhang Binghao received a call to open a standing committee, so he had to be the first to leave. But before leaving the chamber, he asked his daughter to think about how she should behave with her mother. In any case, nothing could be changed. If her mother wanted to come, of course she could fly over. But what Miao Miao was most looking forward to was another guest, Wang Zhen. How she wanted him to visit her. She didn't understand at all why she kept thinking about him. Was it considered love at first sight? Wang Jing was all business and was negotiating with Wen Wentao. Our hero couldn't believe that Liu Shiwei wouldn't even bother to meet his daughter. In addition, there was news about the reporter, Chen Bowen. Wen Wentao made some inquiries. It turns out this reporter had just received 50,000 yuan from others and had deliberately come to play out this scene at the press conference. Of course, Wen Wentao paid him off before he could cause any more trouble. However, the person who bribed him was very secretive and careful. It would take Wen Wentao some more time to track down this corrupt man. This rival was a real headache. Although he didn't choose to kill secretly, a little carelessness could make Yurong disappear. This enemy was a person to watch out for. In addition, Wang Zhen realized that it was really tiring to be the Shang family's bodyguard. Wang Zhen hadn't seen Shang Pei for quite some time, so he decided to inquire where she was. She knew that Big Sister had left the capital today. At her speed, she should have arrived on the same day as the boys. But why did Wang Zheng want to go with Shi to Shang Pei's hometown? But what kind of nonsense did Madame say? Wang Zheng was her bodyguard. It was finally time to see each other, old Shan's favorite wife. The old man very often thought of his wife in any spare time he had, even during dinner. He shared all his feelings together with Wang Zheng, which he remembered even after so many years. After all, they were very sincere feelings. They missed each other but couldn't meet each other. Even when they were having gunfights, Shan kept his wife in mind the whole time. Once he saw a beautiful necklace, he immediately thought that his wife must like it. Shan had already planned to take a vacation and immediately buy one and mail it to her. Old Shang couldn't come back then, he was already dying, and he never sent the necklace to his wife. Wang Jing carried this moment through 4 years later. And finally now he can fulfill the will of his friend who died, so that his friends would survive. Will his wife be able to appreciate this gesture? In an hour, Wang Zheng expected to be at Shang Pei's house. The The road was free, so he could drive quickly. She caught herself thinking that Wang Zhen seemed to be very familiar with this place. It was difficult to navigate here, but you couldn't tell from the guy. Was he really in Shangpei's home village? The girl's observation caught Wang Zhen red-handed. How can he justify himself now? The guy decided to lie that he had just come here on business a few years ago, but it basically didn't sound like a lie. After so many stories from old Shan, Wang Zhen could follow the right route with his eyes closed. The explanation was quite truthful, so the girl had no more questions. Shangpei couldn't believe her eyes that she had finally returned to her ancestral home. She hadn't been back here for only 2 years. But she couldn't understand how her home had become like this. When she first left, she remembered the small, cozy house that held all her memories. And now, that little house has been transformed into a 3-story mansion. Her mother met her on the doorstep. She had aged considerably, but she still had that kindness in her eyes that she loved so much. As soon as the mother recognized the grown-up girl as her daughter, she immediately smiled and invited the native into the house. It was so hot outside, it was nothing to stand on the doorstep. Shangpei, like a little girl, immediately rushed into her mother's arms. She hugged her as tightly as she could, and the tears of joy could no longer be stopped. Their separation had been so long that such emotions were forgivable. Mom tried to comfort her daughter, for Shangpei missed her to death and finally did return. Shangpei didn't give up hope and asked her mother to go with her again. Shangpei could take her into town and have fun, and of course take responsibility for her. But Mom couldn't afford it. This house had gotten so big that Shangpei's grandparents had moved here, and now everyone here was living the good life. So how could they be willing to leave here at this age? Still, Shangpei didn't quite understand where the money came from to build this house. It was very expensive. 600,000 yuan was spent on this house, and it was all thanks to the money that Shangpei sent. The mother was delighted with her daughter, for she sent more than 20,000 yuan every month. But next time, the mother asked that her daughter not send them twice, or else she would have to go to the village to withdraw the money, which was quite a hassle. Well, actually, the daughter was trying to give her mom and her grandparents a better life. Besides, Shangpei didn't have such a big salary to send more than 20,000. She didn't recall sending money for this house at all. Was there anyone else who had sent money to her family besides her? Maybe it was some kind of mistake, but it couldn't have gone on for years. The mom hurried to invite her daughter inside so she wouldn't have to stand in the sun. Completely by chance, Shangpei had just noticed her mother's dress. The design of this skirt has been styled with the collection of international brand Iman In. This dress, as my mom narrated, came to her in the mail. Initially, she didn't really want to wear it, but later, she realized that this dress was very comfortable. And besides, now that her daughter was back, she just felt obliged to wear it. Was it really Shangpei again according to Mom? But she didn't send anything. Besides, when this dress was first released, it was very hard to get. But I had to go because my grandparents were waiting for me there. The first thing Shangpei did was to meet her favorite grandmother. She was very happy when she first saw her granddaughter. Therefore, she hurriedly rushed to please the girl with the news. The village head of the Fei family had sent someone several times to ask Shangpei to meet his son, Fei Lin. Shangpei quickly remembered who Grandma meant. It was that boy with the constant runny nose. Shangpei should just remember that that guy Fei Lin also worked at Capital as a sales manager. And most importantly, he was making a lot of money and had a house in the capital. Because of this, Grandmother thought that Shangpei and Fei Lin looked very good together, and immediately suggested that Shangpei meet him and establish a relationship. But Grandma seemed to have forgotten something. Her granddaughter's career was on the upswing right now, and she didn't want to give in to any relationship at all, let alone get married. But the grandmother was not satisfied with this answer. Her granddaughter was not quite young, and this guy Fei Ling was really cute. Shangpei hadn't seen him in over 20 years. Now the guy had bushy eyebrows and big eyes, plus he was in great shape. Why shouldn't the granddaughter at least meet him to begin with? Maybe she'd like him. The girl had no sooner entered the house than she was already being matched with dubious suitors. Shangpei didn't even want to meet this guy and made it clear that she didn't want to get married so early. But how come? Grandma was making a point, so she should have met her. At this moment, Fei Ling had just come in. If you think of the sun, it will appear. The boy entered the house unsuspectingly. He often visited the Shang family and usually bought something else with him. But what was his reaction when he noticed Shangpei, the girl he had never dreamed of? Shangpei met the guy as she was supposed to. She confessed that she hadn't seen the snot in a very long time. Well, the teasing was successful. In addition, Fei Ling was surprised that the girl still remembered it, but his rhinitis had long since passed. He also couldn't help but notice how beautiful Shang Pei had grown up to be. No one would have thought that a golden phoenix like her could fly out of this village. Shang Pei kindly served a glass of water to her guest. She was more surprised that Fei Ling had managed to buy a house in the capital on her own. After all, she had been living in her friend's house until now. The housing prices in the capital were very high now, so Fei Lin suggested that Shang Pei move in with him. This was a 2-bedroom house. It took 3 months to renovate, and now they could move in. Shang Pei could live with Fei Lin, and there they could take care of each other. But the girl was extremely fond of the idea. I mean, it wasn't very good, though my grandmother said otherwise, for there was nothing wrong with it at all. Fei Lin furthermore confirmed his grandmother's words. This house was a 2-bedroom house. Everyone would have their own room, so no one would disturb anyone. Shang Pei was completely confused. She didn't know what she should do to refuse someone who was trying to help her. In that case, Fei Lin suggested the following. He would help the girl move out when Shang Pei decided to return to the capital next time. Fei Lin understood, as the girl had just returned, so he didn't want to disturb and interfere with the family reunion. The boy was about to leave, but he was stopped by his grandfather. The grandfather was disappointed that Fei Lin just wanted to talk to Shang Pei instead of staying with the old man and having a drink with him. Since Grandpa said so, Fei Ling decided to show respect and accept his request. At this moment, the young man thought that his grandfather understood him perfectly. Grandpa expected colorful stories about Fei Lin's house, but he didn't share his grandfather's admiration, for he didn't find anything interesting in it. It's only a 2-bedroom house. If Fei Lin finds out that Shang Pei will become a major shareholder of Blue Ocean with a net worth of over 100 million, will he be so ashamed that he will find a hole to burrow into? A sumptuous table was set in honor of the beloved daughter and granddaughter coming home. Besides, Shang Pei had set it up. She had to do a bit of work, but she was happy to be able to serve her red pork stew to her family. Shang Pei was so caring that the women couldn't get enough of her. If she were their daughter, they would be happy. Of course, the women could not refrain from hinting that Shang Pei was at an age when she should have found a boyfriend. I wonder if they couldn't just have a nice conversation and avoid the topic. Why did everyone start to care so much about Shang Pei's personal life? The girl felt a little uncomfortable because she didn't know where Shi and Wang Zheng were right now. She really hoped that they would come quickly and save her from these tyrants. As soon as she thought about it, she heard a car horn. Shang Pei immediately thought it was her friends who had arrived, so she decided to go out to greet them. Wang Zheng and Shisha had indeed arrived very on time. In addition, our hero appreciated the architecture of Shang Pei's house. This house was very well built. Shang Pei literally pounced on her friends because she had been waiting for them for so long, even though it had been about an hour since she had been here. She had missed her friends so much. Fei Ling decided to also go out and see what kind of environment was there. He tensed up the moment he saw a man unfamiliar to him. A real male jealousy towards Wang Zheng was manifesting in him.